Is liberty dying where you live? Escape to Keene at freekeene.com.
Let me just state that that there was previously a proceeding in this matter regarding the filming of witnesses, and I've issued an order in this case. It's my understanding that the only person who has requested court permission to film or video the proceedings is Mr. Freeman from Free Keene. And so, to be clear, I've issued an order to the extent that there are police officers serving in an undercover capacity in some way, that my order is that they're not to be photographed or videoed, but otherwise the audio portion of their testimony may be recorded. With respect to officers serving only in a surveillance capacity, Mr. Freeman, I've indicated that it's my order that he is permitted to both photograph and video record that testimony as well. No other members, people who are present for this trial, may photograph or video proceedings, and if people have cell phones, they're to be powered off. If anybody is in violation of this order and cell phone goes off, or somebody tries to use it in violation of my order, that will be confiscated by the court officer, and there will be sanctions imposed beyond that, because I consider that to be contempt of court. But if the state could just let the court know in advance for any officers who are currently working in an undercover capacity or subject to an order or serve in that capacity, we'll make sure that Mr. Freeman has turned his camera to the side.
Was that? I was going to ask you. Want me to turn toward that wall over there?
Yes, I think
Okay.
we discussed it yesterday,
Yep.
and that's acceptable.
I have an audio recording device. If possible, I'd like to put it on the corner of Mr. Webb's desk. Would that be all right?
I think I'm not going to. If there's another place in the courtroom where that could be,
By the witness stand, perhaps?
Maybe. Not sure where else in the courtroom.
I think the witness stand would be fine. I mean, because then I won't be picking up any conferences at the desks here.
Yeah, I don't want to clutter the space. I wonder if is there. Well, Attorney Webb, do you have any objection to it being placed on council table?
If it goes on that corner over there, I don't have an objection. No.
Is that acceptable?
I don't know
That's
if
fine.
the defense counsel has an objection.
I'd just like to walk it over and put it
Do you
down.
have any
Okay.
objection to that?
It's a little close. I hate to say it, but
What about right here?
I don't care. No. I can't guarantee I won't knock it out. Okay.
What about here?
That accidents happen. Not a problem. Understood.
You good? Thank you. I think that'll be fine.
Okay.
Thanks.
Council ready to proceed?
yes.
Your Honor, there is one preliminary matter, if I may, on charge ID 659-370C. That's 370C. In the first paragraph, I note that there's a typographical error. The state would assert it's non-substantive and ask permission to move to amend the word possession to possessed.
Brought the wrong file from the Martin case. I'm going to go back and get that file to be read out. Attorney Kossick, is there any objection to that motion?
No. Your Honor.
If Attorney Webb, if you would come forward and then just make the amendment. Attorney Kossick, if you want to be present at this motion. let me say, before we bring the jury in, Mr. Paul, I know you're using some device to assist you with hearing the proceedings. If at any point it's not working or you have difficulty hearing the proceedings, please let Attorney Kossick know so that it can be brought to my immediate attention. I want to make sure you're able to hear the proceedings throughout the trial. Okay, sir?
Okay, at this time I'm picking up nothing but static.
Did you turn it up?
Yeah, I get loud static when I turn it up.
Glad we checked now.
I tested it earlier and it was fine.
Okay, now it's starting to work. Whoa.
Yeah, turn it down.
It's
It
like,
works
wow.
really well.
Can you hear it now? Can you hear
Mr.
me?
Paul, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay.
Okay,
Matter of
I
fact,
can
a
hear
little
you.
too well.
Yeah.
Don't hurt your ears. Okay. All right, I think we're ready to proceed with this. Thank you.
All rise for the jury, please.
The jury, Your Honor.
Good morning. If you would remain standing.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, please raise your right hands. Keep them raised during the oath, and at its conclusion, please signify your assent by saying, "I will." Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will carefully consider the evidence and the law presented to you in this case, and that you will deliver a fair and true verdict as to the charges against the defendant, so help you God?
I will.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. You may be seated. Mr. Paul, please remain standing.
Everyone else can be seated.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, please listen to indictment number 2012 CR 131. Charge ID number 659366C, wherein it is alleged that Richard Paul of Keene, New Hampshire, is charged with the crime of sale of the controlled drug marijuana on or about April 17, 2012 in Keene, in that Paul sold the controlled drug marijuana to another person. The marijuana Paul sold was in a quantity of 1 ounce or more, including any adulterants or dilutants, and Paul acted knowingly. Please listen to charge ID number 659367C, wherein it is alleged that Richard Paul of Keene, New Hampshire, is charged with the crime of sale of the controlled drug marijuana on or about April 27, 2012 in Keene, in that Paul sold the controlled drug marijuana to another person. The marijuana Paul sold was in a quantity of 1 ounce or more, including any adulterants or dilutants, and Paul acted knowingly. Please listen to charge ID number 659368C, wherein it is alleged that Richard Paul of Keene, New Hampshire, is charged with the crime of sale of a substance represented to be the controlled drug LSD on or about April 27, 2012 in Keene, in that Paul sold a substance that he represented to be the controlled drug acid, that is lysergic acid diethylamide, or LSD, to another person, and that Paul acted knowingly. Please listen to charge ID 659369C, wherein it is alleged that Richard Paul of Keene, New Hampshire, is charged with the crime of sale of the controlled drug marijuana on or about May 16, 2012 in Keene, in that Paul sold the controlled drug marijuana to another person. The marijuana Paul sold was in a quantity of 1 ounce or more, including any adulterants or dilutants, and Paul acted knowingly. And please listen to charge ID number 659370C, wherein it is alleged that Richard Paul of Keene, New Hampshire, is charged with the crime of possession of the controlled drug marijuana with intent to sell or dispense on or about May 30th, 2012 in Keene, New Hampshire, in that Paul possessed the controlled drug marijuana with the intent to sell it. The marijuana Paul possessed with intent to sell it was in a quantity of 1 ounce or more, including any adulterants or dilutants, and Paul acted purposely. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the defendant, Richard Paul, has been arraigned on these indictments and has pleaded not guilty, and of this he places himself before the jury for trial. John Webb of the County Attorney's Office has joined the issue for the state, and you are to say by your verdict that the defendant, Richard Paul, is guilty of the crimes whereof he stands indicted or not guilty. Listen carefully to the evidence. Mr. Paul, you may be seated.
Members of the jury, shortly you're going to hear opening statements of counsel. Opening statements are a preview of what the attorneys believe the evidence in the case will be. Because the state bears the burden of proof, the state will go first. Attorney Webb.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name, as the judge said, is John Webb. I'm the prosecutor in the case. You're here today serving on the jury in the case of the state versus Richard Paul. As you just heard, Mr. Paul is charged with 5 crimes. They are alleged to have occurred on 4 different dates. Let me just run through them real quick again. April 17, 2012, he's charged with the crime of selling the controlled drug marijuana to another person. You will hear in the course of the evidence that that other person was Richard DuPont Jr., who was cooperating with the drug task force in the investigation against the defendant, Richard Paul. The amount of marijuana that was sold on April 17, 2012 was more than an ounce. He's also charged with sale of controlled drug marijuana on April 27, 2012, also in Keene. They're all in Keene. Again, the amount was more than an ounce, and the same confidential informant, or sometimes we call them cooperating individual, Mr. DuPont, was assisting the DTF, the Drug Task Force, in the investigation. So that's the person that the defendant sold the marijuana to. Same date, April 27, 2012, the next charge is sale of what is represented to be acid or LSD. That took place at the same time as the sale of marijuana, also to Mr. DuPont, the cooperating individual. Okay. Again, they all took place in Keene. The next charge is May 16, 2012, also in Keene. This charge alleges he sold marijuana to another person, also more than an ounce. Again, you'll hear from the evidence that this is, he sold the marijuana to the cooperating individual, Mr. DuPont, Richard DuPont Jr. Finally, on May 30th, 2012, he's alleged to have possessed marijuana with the intent to sell it. And that's the final crime he's charged with, also, again, more than an ounce. Those are the charges. You're going to hear from a number of witnesses for the state. Among those witnesses are the following people. You're going to hear from Trooper Charles Newton. He's now with the New Hampshire State Police. Formerly, he was with the Attorney General's Drug Task Force. For the first 2 dates, you will learn from then Detective Newton, now Trooper Newton. For the first 2 dates, so April 17th, 2012, April 27th, he was the lead investigator for the DTF. So he will explain to you the investigation on those first 2 dates and how the cooperating individual came to be working for the DTF and cooperating with them. He will explain to you that after the sale that happened between the defendant and the cooperating individual, that cooperating individual, who I will just call CI, we call them CIs, or Mr. DuPont, turned the marijuana over to Trooper Newton. He took it, he packaged it, you'll hear about that. It gets secured, sent to the state lab. At the state lab, it gets analyzed. You're going to hear from a couple of lab analysts, 2 only because there were 2 involved in this case. They analyzed all the drug evidence, and they'll explain to you that the marijuana was in fact marijuana, that it was more than an ounce, and that the purported LSD or acid was in fact a chemical similar to LSD but not LSD. So after Trooper Newton testified, you're also going to hear from Jim Mayers. He is presently with the Drug Task Force. He took over the investigation because Charlie Newton left the Drug Task Force and went to the state police. So for the final two dates, May 16th, 2012 and May 30th, 2012, Lieutenant Mayers was in charge of the investigation for the DTF. He will explain to you his part. He had various roles throughout the investigation. He was actually involved from the start in April as well. He had some duties of, you'll hear, he had to search the CI's car beforehand, so they check to make sure that the CI doesn't have any drugs that he's bringing to the deal. He'll explain to you that. He had some surveillance role, that is, watching the deal take place from far enough away so that they're not noticed by the defendant, but able to see the transaction. You will learn from these witnesses, by the way, April 17th, that deal took place right down at Walgreens in Keene. And it was out pretty much in the open in the CI's car. You'll hear from the witnesses that the defendant met Mr. DuPont, who was in his car, at the parking lot of Walgreens and got in with the CI, Mr. DuPont. They drove a short distance. The defendant sold the marijuana to Mr. DuPont. Mr. DuPont turned over the money that had been provided by the investigators. And shortly after that, the defendant gets out of the car. They then, the CI then drives to a prearranged meeting place where he turns over the drugs, as I said. So at the prearranged meeting place, he gets searched again and turns over the drugs. You're also going to hear from a couple of other officers, actually one agent in this case, who was involved in the investigation, an FBI agent. And you're going to learn that there was some equipment that they had on the CI, a video device, an audio device, that enabled the CI to carry it concealed and go to the transaction place and actually have audio of it and video of it. So you will learn that that equipment was set up on Mr. DuPont, the CI, prior to the deal, at the same time when, as I said, his car is searched and he's given the money. And then he wears it to the scene of the deal. And when he goes back to turn over the drugs, they get the equipment and they have a recording now. Now, this is not television, so there are not like 10 takes. So this is real life. So the video, sometimes all you're going to see is the sky and the trees and nothing terribly fascinating. You'll learn that the CI probably should have changed his oil because you're going to see the oil sticker quite a bit up in the corner of his windshield. But there is video, there is audio, okay? And that is true of the first three incidents you're going to hear. The April 27th event, you'll learn from the witnesses, took place again in Keene, this time at the Keene Inn, used to be the Valley Green. Room 118, where the defendant was. You're going to learn how the deal was set up beforehand. The CI calls the defendant, sets up the deal. Defendant agrees to sell the marijuana. This happened April 17th as well. And then the CI, they go through the same process. The officers meet the CI ahead of time at a predetermined location. They search him. They hook him up with a wire. They give him the money. And then they send him to the meeting place, which the defendant has agreed to, room 118 at the Keene Inn. The video in this case is not too bad. You'll see him approaching the room 118 at the Keene Inn, and you see the door, and the door will open, and there's the defendant. and you'll get to see most of the deal on audio and video. So that is April 27, 2012. That is the deal where you'll learn where the defendant sold more than an ounce of marijuana and also this acid, which he represented it to be acid. Again, it was sent to the lab and it turned out to be a chemical like acid, but not LSD. If all goes according to plan, which all never goes according to plan in trial, but if all goes according to plan, you'll also hear from the CIA himself, Mr. DuPont. He'll sort of explain the whole thing from his point of view, how the deal was set up with the defendant, how he went and got the equipment set up, he got the money, he got searched, he goes to the deal, defendant gives him the drugs on all the occasions, and he gives the defendant the money. And then Mr. DuPont goes back to the meeting place, turns the drugs over to the drug task force. So you're going to hear from him. You'll hear from a couple, as I said, the agents that set up the equipment on the CI, and you'll hear from a Lieutenant Hunter who's with the drug task force, and he'll explain to you his role. He took some photographs of a couple of the deals. The April 17th, 2012 event, he got a couple of photographs. And then the April 27th, there's a couple of photographs of the CI going into the room and then coming out. He also had a role in searching the CI's vehicle before and after the deal. Agent Christiana from the FBI, he will explain the equipment and how it was set up ahead of time and how he retrieved it afterwards and then turned it over to DTF so we could have a copy. And the last date, or excuse me, the next date is May 16th. So May 16th, 2012, that takes place right over here. You can probably see it out the window if you could see. In front of Tony Clamato's, the CI drives up in his vehicle, Mr. DuPont drives up in his vehicle. You'll hear from the witnesses, he's already been through the process of meeting at another place with the DTF, getting searched his car, gave him the money, hooked up the wire, sent him off. They follow him, the DTF officers will follow him, make sure he doesn't go off course. He stops right here in front of Tony Clamato. This too is on video. Again, it's not television, the video is not fantastic, but it's on video, audio. The defendant gets in the car with the CI. They drive off, they drive around the block. During that drive, the CI gives the defendant the money. They have some conversation. The defendant gives the CI, Mr. DuPont, the drugs, which is marijuana, more than an ounce. CI, Mr. DuPont, after the deal, drops off the defendant on the side of the road. He gets out, and CI drives to the prearranged meeting location where he meets with the DTF, who has been, as I said, conducting surveillance, so they're actually following him. They meet at that place, same routine. They take the drugs from Mr. DuPont. They take the audio-video equipment off Mr. DuPont so we can have a copy. They search him again, and that's the end of the May 16th. As I said, all of that ends up going to the lab to get tested, and it's shown to be marijuana and the represented acid. The last event is May 30th, 2012, also in Keene. Now, by this time, there's an arrest warrant for the defendant for the previous sales that I just described. So now they're looking for him just to arrest him. And they want to figure out how to get him to the place where they can arrest him, so they set up another deal using Mr. DuPont, trying to call the defendant, finally talks to the defendant. Defendant agrees to sell more marijuana to Mr. DuPont. Again, this is May 30th, 2012. They agree on a meeting place, which, if I recall correctly, is by CVS, again here in Keene. Now, this time, the police are only going to arrest the defendant. So the deal doesn't actually happen. The defendant just has agreed on the phone to sell the marijuana to the CI, and then the defendant goes to the place where the deal is supposed to take place, and there, instead of Mr. DuPont, are members of the Keene Police Department. You're going to hear from Lieutenant James McLaughlin of the Keene Police Department, and you may hear from Detective Mike Goechild, Officer Mike Goechild from the Keene Police Department. They were there when the defendant showed up. They arrested the defendant on the warrant. The defendant had on him, in his hand, as I recall, a bag. And lo and behold, in the bag is more marijuana, not surprisingly, since he just set up the deal. That is seized by Lieutenant McLaughlin of the Keene Police Department. He takes control of it. He gives it to Lieutenant Mayers, who I told you about, Jim Mayers from the DTF, who's also involved in this case, conducting surveillance. Remember, Jim Mayers took over the investigation halfway through when Charlie Newton went to the state police. So McLaughlin gives the drugs to Mayers, Lieutenant Mayers, who's now in charge of the investigation. Mayers secures it, labels it, it's transported to the lab eventually. It too is tested. Not surprisingly, it is also found to be, by the analyst, marijuana in an amount more than an ounce. Those are the facts as you will hear them from the state's witnesses. Okay? The law you learn from the judge. Okay? And so I'm not going to attempt, he's going to give you instructions at the end of the case. His instructions control, not any summary I give you. I will just say that it is a crime to sell a controlled drug, in this case marijuana. The amount is thrown in there just because amounts vary, and the statute addresses what that means, different amounts. So that's why the amount is in there. But you know, it's unlawful to sell marijuana. That's the bottom line, and to do so knowingly. It's also unlawful, perhaps a little surprisingly, to sell something that you represent to be a controlled drug. So, saying to someone that you're selling acid to them, for example, even if it turns out it's not LSD, that's still a crime. Selling a substance you represent to be a controlled drug. That's the law in a nutshell. There's a lot more to it. It's the state's burden, I will say, to prove the case beyond a reasonable doubt. The defendant has no burden. It's the state's burden. I have to prove, or the state has to prove the entire case, the elements of the crimes beyond a reasonable doubt. Much more to the law, which the judge will explain to you. At the end of the case, the state expects that all the evidence will show you beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of the crimes charged, and so the state expects to ask you to find the defendant guilty. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Attorney Webb. Attorney Kossick.
Good afternoon. Rich Paul did not sell LSD. The state uses the words LSD and acid interchangeably, but it's illegal to sell LSD. It's illegal to represent something to be LSD. You're not going to hear the words LSD come out of Rich Paul's mouth. He didn't present something to be LSD or purported to be LSD or however one state wants to characterize it. You're not going to hear any evidence to support that. In that charge, the government does not have the facts to support its case beyond a reasonable doubt. We're going to ask you to return a verdict of not guilty on that case. And as jurors, you have the power to judge the facts and decide whether the government has produced enough facts to meet its burden of proof in this case on all charges. That's your job. I usually don't give a lecture when I come up here, but it's important, I think, in this case for you to understand that that's what you're here to do. And you have another power. You have the power to judge the law. You have the power to judge the law as it applies to the facts as you hear them in this courtroom. You have the power to judge the law and the facts, both. And this is an ancient and awesome power that a jury has that is older than this young country that we live in, and older than the Constitution of the United States, and older than the Constitution of the state of New Hampshire. It's hundreds of years old. That is the power that the jury has. And because you have this power, as the clerk said, Mr. Paul puts himself here before you and asks you to listen to the facts and decide whether the law as is given to you applies in this case. Applies to all the charges here. And listen to the facts, and I'm not going to go through every single fact. Some facts I want to ask you to pay attention to. Listen to the fact that the government paid Richard DuPont, paid him cash money to attempt to buy marijuana from Mr. Paul. It's the fact that he was given a deal of some sort in order to do that. Listen to the fact that each time Richard DuPont attempted to buy something for Mr. Paul, he was wired by the FBI, and the FBI, who is a member of the Joint Terrorism Task Force. That's who wired him, not the Drug Task Force, the Joint Terrorism Task Force. Listen to the fact that each time Richard DuPont attempted to buy something for Mr. Paul, he was attended by between 8 and 10 law enforcement officers, including between 3 or 4 FBI agents every single time. Every time they conducted a buy, just as the state described to you, it took 10 law enforcement officers to go on that buy. Listen to that fact. And listen to the fact, you're going to hear from Lieutenant Mayers, that they didn't arrest Mr. Paul right away because they wanted to arrest him while he was away from the Keene Activist Center where he lives. And listen to the fact that the FBI went out of its way to record every word out of Rich Paul's mouth, to make these videos, make sure everything was down, except when they were recording their own voices. The one conversation that's not recorded in this whole event is the conversation where Phil Christiana interrogates Mr. Paul and asks him to wear a wire into the Keene Activist Center. That doesn't get recorded. You have the power to judge the facts and the law. You have the power to decide whether the law as you hear it should apply in this case. And you have the power to determine what is a just and fair verdict in this case. And when this trial is over, I'll be up to speak to you again. And on behalf of Mr. Paul, I'll ask you to return a just and fair verdict in this case. And that verdict is not guilty. Thank you.
State prepared to call its first witness.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. State calls Trooper Charles Newton. Oh, we do? All right. Hey, Julie?
Just wait a second.
We're gonna have to wait.
Hold on.
Your Honor, we're gonna wait for the...
We'll go to the back.
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, we're gonna get him. That seat is already taken, sir. That seat is already taken.
Oh, is it?
Yep.
Hang on the corner, thank you.
Right up to the witness stand. Can't get out of there.
Step right up there, go through that gate, and before you sit down, please remain standing and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under the penalties and pains of perjury?
I do.
Please have a seat. State your full name, please.
My name is Charles Newton, N-A-W-T-O-N.
Thank you. What's your current occupation?
I'm a trooper with the New Hampshire State Police
How long have you been with the state police?
since May of 2012.
And before joining the state police in May 2012, what was your occupation?
I was a detective with the New Hampshire Drug Task Force.
Explain just briefly what is the New Hampshire Drug Task Force for the jury, please.
The New Hampshire Drug Task Force is under the supervision of the Attorney General's office. It's made up of men and women who are investigators assigned from local police departments to make an attempt to enforce drug statutes in the state of New Hampshire.
All right. And how long did you work for the DTF?
From January 2007 until May of last year.
Can you explain, please, for the jury, just briefly and generally, how is it that what I'll call a CI, a cooperating individual, sometimes called confidential informant, CI, how do these people come to cooperate with the DTF in the drug investigation?
There's a couple different ways that people can come to work with us. Generally, people are looking for consideration on charges that they have pending against them. It could be a drug charge, a case that we initiated, or it could be someone as simple as they got a speeding ticket or a case at the district court level that is looking to get consideration on their charges. We have other ones where it's a mercenary or a citizen that just wants to provide information.
Hold on. Sorry, officer. If the court officer would just take that cell phone.
Ma'am?
You're to hand that to the court officer.
Is he gonna give it back?
Ma'am, I was very clear that people would have their cell phones off.
Yes, I
Hand
had
that to
it.
the court officer
I
now.
had it off. Yes, I did.
We'll address that at a break. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. So you were explaining how CIs come to cooperate with the DTF. What about the types of folks that you don't use? Are there any?
Oh, yes. Yeah, we don't use people that have pending DWI charges or violent felonies, crimes against people, situations like that.
All right, I want to draw your attention to the first date in this case, April 17th, 2012. What person, if any, was cooperating with the New Hampshire Drug Task Force to assist the task force in connection with an investigation into Richard Paul?
The individual that was cooperating with the task force was a Richard DuPont.
Okay, DuPont.
DuPont.
And could you just explain why was Mr. DuPont assisting, just briefly, why was Mr. DuPont assisting the DTF?
He was looking to gain favorable consideration on a pending drug task force case that was developed against him.
All right. So he had some charges pending, is that right?
He did.
All right. Now, with respect to April 17th, 2012, what, if any, pre-authorization did you obtain prior to recording the drug transaction on April 17th, 2012?
We obtained the one-party authorization through the Attorney General's office.
Just briefly explain, what does that mean? Why do you have to do that?
We have to do that. In the state of New Hampshire, when you want to record someone without them knowing, both parties have to be made aware of the situation. In our case, we get what's called a one-party authorization, where there's certain crimes in the state of New Hampshire that if you get permission to record the conversations, then it's authorized by the state of New Hampshire, either through the county attorney or the Attorney General's office.
And in this case, from where did you get the authorization?
We get it through the Attorney General's office.
All right. Now, what other agency, if any, was involved also in this investigation, April 17th, 2012?
We received assistance from the Federal Bureau of Investigations as well as the Keene Police Department.
And with respect to April 17th, 2012, what was the role of the FBI, the Federal Bureau of Investigation? What did they do?
Their role was to assist us with surveillance, as well as they provided us with the equipment that we used to document the transaction.
Okay. So the hidden camera and audio was the FBI's?
Yes.
All right. Where, if anywhere, prior to the transaction between DuPont and the defendant on April 17, 2012, where did you meet Mr. DuPont ahead of time?
We met him at the Keene Police Department in the Sally Port area, which is where you park the cruisers.
And what was the purpose of that meeting?
The purpose of that meeting was to facilitate the transaction that we had planned for that day, as well as to meet the informant for the first time and explain the protocols and procedures that we go through.
All right. And at that meeting, what kind of things happened in terms of, you know, the wire, money, that sort of thing?
What we do before a controlled purchase or an informant purchase is we have monies that we use. If the person has a vehicle, their vehicle is searched, and we outfit the informant with either a recording device, audio or visual, and basically we just come up with a plan as far as an operational plan on our side of it for that day.
All right. And on this particular occasion, April 17, 2012, was he hooked up with the wire by the FBI?
He was.
In the video. Was he given money for the transaction?
He was.
All right. And was his vehicle searched?
It was.
What was the plan? Where was the CI, Mr. DuPont, going to meet the defendant on that date, April 17th?
The plan was that the CI was going to go over to the Walgreens parking lot, which is on West Street here in Keene, to meet with Mr. Paul.
And as he was doing that, when he was doing that, was he by himself in the car, other people in his car, or what?
He was alone in his vehicle.
All right, so he drove his vehicle to Walgreens.
He did.
He's already hooked up with the wire,
Yes, sir.
and he's got the money.
Yes, sir.
Been searched, the vehicle's been searched, and off he goes. What are you all doing while he's driving to Walgreens?
When we do a buy, we follow the person, the informant, or the undercover, depending on who's doing the buy, from the point of where we have our meeting initially to the point of the transaction.
You can't put that up there, sir.
And then after the transaction, then we follow the person
You can't put that up.
or the undercover back to the predetermined meeting location.
That's the way they're going.
All right, and in this case, did you in fact, you and other members of the surveillance team, follow the CI, Mr. DuPont, from the meeting place to the location of the anticipated buy?
I did, that's what was done.
All right. And so you were watching him as he drove to Walgreens?
Yes.
All right. And where did you situate yourself for surveillance purposes at the area of Walgreens?
I was inside the vehicle with one of the FBI agents, and we were parked in, I don't know if you're familiar, but the Walgreens parking lot. You have the Pizza Pie, and then you have Walgreens. I was over more so in the front of where the old Sears was, out closer to West Street, watching that side of it.
Okay. So did you have eyes on DuPont in his car?
Yes.
And who, if anyone, came up to DuPont's car and made contact with Mr. DuPont?
Mr. Paul.
All right. And this person here...
Objection.
Yes.
This person approached the vehicle. Did you recognize this person?
I did.
Without going into detail, how was it that you were able to recognize him?
Working in the drug task force from 2007 to 2012, I had many opportunities to see Mr. Paul, usually in the common area.
So you knew who he was?
Yes.
All right.
Knew of him, didn't know him personally.
Okay, but you knew what he looked like?
Yes.
All right. And so the person who came up to Mr. DuPont's vehicle on April 17, 2012 was in fact Mr. Paul.
Yes.
Just so everyone knows, could you point him out in the courtroom here, if he appears here?
Yep. He's at the table next to counsel, wearing
Yeah.
headphones.
May the record reflect the witnesses identified Richard Paul, the defendant.
The record may so reflect.
Defendant gets to Mr. DuPont's car, makes contact. What does he do? Does he stand outside the car, get in the car? What does he do?
He got into the informant's vehicle,
All right. Where into the vehicle?
the passenger side.
All right. And then what did they do, if anything?
Yeah, the informant and Mr. Paul then left the parking lot and went out of my view over to the Irving station.
Okay. So they drove a short distance out of your view. Soon after that, what happened?
I was made aware by other members of the task force who were doing the surveillance that Mr. Paul had exited the informant's vehicle.
Okay, and having that information, where did you go?
We left our position and picked up the informant as he was leaving the parking lot, and we followed him to the predetermined meeting location.
Was he still in his car? You mean he's driving?
Yes, sir.
All right. And you followed him back to a predetermined meeting place?
We did.
All right. Watching him the whole time they're driving?
Yes, sir.
All right. Was that in Keene, that predetermined meeting place?
It was, over on Optical Ave. I'm not sure of the business name, but on Optical Ave.
All right. And that had been prearranged?
Yes, sir.
All right. During that meeting, the CI gets there in his car, you get there in your surveillance vehicle, other officers, what takes place at that meeting?
Once we get back to Optical Avenue, once again, the vehicle is searched. The FBI takes possession of their audio and recording equipment. The informant provided me with the marijuana that he had purchased from Mr. Paul, as well as the monies left over that I had given him. I believe it was $30 left over.
There was some change?
Yes.
Okay. Well, do you remember what the amount was you gave him ahead of time?
$450,
Okay.
and the purchase price of the marijuana ended up being $420.
All right. So he gave you the change. Mr. DuPont gave you the marijuana, did you say?
Yes.
All right. So now you've got the marijuana. The FBI, did they get the recording device off Mr. DuPont?
They did.
Did you ultimately get a copy of that from the FBI?
I later did, yes.
All right. What did you do with the marijuana that, or the apparent marijuana that Mr. DuPont, the CI, gave to you on that date, April 17th?
When we get evidence from a case, we have procedures. We have to fill out an evidence examination form. It's the DSSP 20 form. Basically, it documents the defendant's name, our contact information, and then when we have a piece of evidence, we give it an exhibit number, and then at the bottom of the form is a chain of custody. And basically, the chain of custody just documents who has possession of the evidence, and ultimately, all evidence is packaged, logged, and transferred down to the state forensic laboratory for analysis.
So you described, you package it up and you do some kind of label of it, or
I
what?
do. Yep.
All right. And then you fill out some form that you described?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Permission to approach?
Absolutely.
Your Honor, I'm asking, I've got a state's exhibit, which is pre-marked 2B. I'd like it to be marked 2B for identification purposes. If there's no objection, this is the Attorney Kossick.
No, no objection.
Just for ID right now?
For now. All right. Trooper Newton, I'm showing you what's marked State's Exhibit 2B for identification purposes. Do you recognize what that is?
I do.
And how is it you're able to recognize it?
Well, first and foremost, it's my handwriting. It has my name on it, and has Mr. Paul's information as far as the date of the offense and our case number.
And so what is that?
This is Exhibit CIN1 from the case that was assigned that day.
So is that the drugs that the CI gave to you on that date, April 17th, 2012?
Yes.
And the package in which you put it?
Yes.
All right.
And when we package it, as you can see, we write the information from the case, put it inside a sealed bag, and we put evidence tape over the top, and then my initials over it. And other than the forensic lab conducting their analysis on it, the bag's still in its original form.
I move to strike the ID and enter this as a full exhibit, subject, of course, to later testimony by the analysts in the case and other witnesses.
Any objection?
My objection to be entered as a full exhibit until the analyst is testified. At this point.
May we approach?
Yes.
I'm not getting this.
Thank you. I know. Attorney Webb, whenever there's a logical point in your examination, we're great.
I'm happy to stop now if you want.
Members of the jury, I recognize that we've only been at this case for a short time. As you may know, there's another jury deliberating in a separate matter, so we're kind of multitasking today. So I need to address some issues that have arisen in that matter, and so in light of that, we're going to take our lunch break at this time. I'm going to give you an instruction. Because the evidence in the case has just started, you're not to discuss the case among yourselves or with anyone else, and not to do any research or analysis outside of what's taking place in the course of this trial, because your verdict must be based solely on the evidence presented during the course of the trial and the law as I explained it to you at the very end. So you're not to talk about the case among yourselves or with anyone else until you have the case and are beginning your deliberations. And you're not to go on the internet or do any research or analysis independent of what takes place in this trial on your own. We'll take, again, I recognize you've only been here for a short time, but we will take our lunch recess now, and we'll resume testimony at 1:30. So please, if you could try to be back here a little bit before 1:30, our process will be, we'll take at least one break during the afternoon. We'll probably stop somewhere between 4 and 4:30 this afternoon, and then tomorrow we'll take at least one break in the morning, at least one break in the afternoon in addition to the lunch break. We'll try to start as close to 9 o'clock as possible, just for your planning purposes. And we'll see you back here at 1:30. Thank you.
All rise.
You can step down, officer. There is one matter I want to address. If everyone could be seated. Actually, two matters. First, there were a disturbing number of conversations that took place during the opening statements of counsel. I did not raise an issue because I wanted to give counsel for both the state and defense the opportunity to address the jury to the extent possible without interruption. But frankly, it's rude and disrespectful to be talking while things are taking place in the courtroom. If you need to have a conversation that needs to take place outside of the confines of the courtroom, there was at least one occasion where I saw a juror turn his head as a result of things that were taking place by people watching the trial, and frankly, the next time it happens, whoever participates, whoever has that conversation, I'm going to just have you removed from the courtroom, and you're not going to be able to return during the course of the trial. With respect to the cell phone, I'm going to take it as an honest mistake that it went off. It was pretty clear in my direction that people were to keep their cell phones off. I'm going to return, if the court officer has the cell phone, we can return it to the person who was here. But it was a mistake the first time. The next time that happens, we're going to hold it and we'll have some further discussion. I recognize that it was, I'll take it as an honest mistake, but going forward, frankly, the defendant has a right to a fair trial where the jury can hear what's taking place without distraction. And to have cell phones go off interferes with people's ability to follow proceedings. It's a distraction for the jury, and it's not acceptable. So going forward, again, we'll have it taken and we'll address what the remedy is after the fact at a break. But please, this is an important proceeding to both Mr. Paul and to the state. So to the extent that you need to have conversations that are to take place outside of the courtroom, not while witnesses are under examination or not while counsel is speaking. And I'll expect the people watching the proceedings to conduct themselves in a more appropriate manner going forward.
I just wanted to point out that the request not to waste the jury's time comes from me as well as the court, so please respect it.
Thank you, Mr. Paul.
All right, please.
Watch that evidence bag. I hear Tebow likes to puff every now and then.
My name's not a Demo. What's that?
That's what I get for the joints. Sorry, guys.
I have to go to the Y now, right?
I guess so.
Please.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
While we're waiting for the jury, if counsel could approach, I have initial drafts of instructions. And I will say that these do not have, I'm going to take argument on the nullification question. I don't support it, that's not, but I have to get it.
Okay.
Just wanted to have, so you can at least look at them for how they're nice.
Just before the jury,
Anytime I can help.
Yes, yes, I will.
All right, thank you.
John Webb.
Okay.
Thank you.
All rise for the jury.
The jury, Your Honor?
Thank you, please be seated. Members of the jury, before we get started this afternoon, I just wanted to address an issue that you may have noticed. As you can see, Mr. Paul is wearing some headphones, a headset there, and that's because he has some difficulties with his hearing, and that's to enable him to be able to follow these proceedings. Is the state ready to proceed?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Trooper Newton, I remind you that you remain under oath.
Yes, sir.
Permission to approach?
Yes.
And we were discussing for this exhibit 2B. Repeat that again. Do you recognize 2B?
I do.
All right. Can you explain for the jury, just hold it up for the jury so they can see the bag. There's red tape on the top and the bottom. Which, if either, did you put on the bag?
I put on the evidence tape that's on the top of the bag, which is my initials over the tape.
And what was the condition of the bottom of the bag when you put on the evidence tape at the top?
It was in its normal state, with no hole in the bottom and no evidence tape. Just a
Okay.
normal plastic bag.
So when you put the tape on the top, the bag was sealed with the apparent marijuana inside, is that right?
Yes.
All right. You also said, with respect to that exhibit 2B, you're the one that wrote on the bag the case number, the date, the defendant's name, and so forth.
Yes.
You testified, I believe, that you secured the bag in a temporary evidence storage facility, is that right?
Yes.
Is that a secure facility or open to people, or what's the?
It's a secure facility that we utilize to store evidence in.
Okay. And then what further role did you have in, if any, in transporting Exhibit 2B from that temporary secured storage facility to the New Hampshire State Forensic Lab?
I brought the marijuana to the state forensic lab for future analysis.
This is the 417 copy that I gave you this morning. Your Honor, I have here a one-page document that's marked 2A. I'd like to have it marked as 2A for identification purposes.
Absolutely.
Trooper Newton, I'm showing you a single-page document that's marked State's Exhibit 2A for identification. Do you recognize that?
I do.
What is it?
It's the chain of custody form to go along with the marijuana that was purchased that day.
All right. And I believe previously you testified about filling out a form when the evidence is transported. Is that the form you were talking about?
It is. It is the form,
And is that an accurate copy of the form that you used to transport this evidence?
yes.
It has some additions for recent transport at the bottom on the chain of custody, is that right?
Yes, sir.
But it is the form that you filled out?
Yes.
Permission to strike the ID and enter this as a full exhibit?
Any objection?
No, Judge.
2A in full exhibit.
Just explain to the jury, using that form, when you package evidence and get it ready to go to the lab, how do you use Exhibit 2A? And then when you transport it, how do you use that diagram? Just explain it to them.
What we do is we fill out this form, and it basically has the town where we obtain the evidence from, a case number which is specific to an incident that we're investigating. It has the person, the suspect, defendant box where we put in who we bought the evidence from or who we obtained it from, and just the contact information, the date that we purchased it. And then what we do is we label it with an exhibit number. And in this instance, it's CIN-1, and the quantity was 1 because it's one bag. And I put down suspected marijuana, and I asked them to check to confirm that it's marijuana, THC. And then down below, like I mentioned earlier, we have a chain of custody. Like whoever possesses the evidence, they go down on the chain of custody, whoever brief that they've had the evidence. And on this instance, it went from suspect 1, who is Mr. Paul, to the informant for the task force, and from the informant from the task force to myself, and then from myself to our secure evidence location. And then from that location, it was brought down to the State Forensic Laboratory where they accept responsibility for the item. And when they accept responsibility from it, it gets issued a forensic lab number, which is different than our case number. It's a number that independently they use to track the item.
What number is that on the form?
It was FL 12-2666, which on the piece of evidence here, you'll see that they used my exhibit number with their number, FL 12-2666. And then the rest of the process would probably be better explained by the forensic lab person. But in summary, this is the evidence, and it goes with the evidence sheet.
Okay. So you testified that you brought that to the state lab and you documented that on Exhibit 2A, is that correct?
Correct.
And that was when?
It was brought to the forensic lab on May 2nd at approximately 08:30 in the morning.
All right, and that's 2012, last year.
Yes.
You leave at the lab the bag with the evidence and the form as well? Copy of the form?
Yes.
All right. Now I want to jump ahead in time, April 27th, 2012. So April 27th, 2012, where, if any, if at all, did you meet Mr. DuPont, the CI, on that date?
At a predetermined location here in Keene.
All right. And what was the purpose of that meeting? Was it the same as the last time, or what?
Yeah, it was the same as last time. We met with the informant for the purposes of doing another controlled purchase of drugs from Mr. Paul here in Keene. And same as last time, I searched the CI. His vehicle was searched, and he was outfitted with the recording equipment from the FBI again.
Okay. And after, was he given money for the transaction?
Yes, sir.
All right. How much was it this time?
$450.
He's given the money, he's hooked up with a wire, the video by the FBI, vehicle search, he's searched, you said. Then what happens?
We basically put the deal into motion.
Let me stop you there and ask you this. Prior to putting the deal in motion, as with last time, what if any pre-authorization did you obtain in order to record the transaction?
We obtained the one-party authorization, the permission to record it again through the Attorney General's office.
Okay. Where was the deal to take place on this day, April 27, 2012?
We believed it was going to be over near the Walgreens in that area again with Mr. Paul.
All right.
But as it turned out, it was at a different location. Can you explain how that change came about?
The informant made a phone call to Mr. Paul, and it was decided that
I object to hearsay.
Can we approach?
Yes.
All right, going into this, you said, you testified that you thought it was going to be at Walgreens. Turns out it ended up being somewhere else. Is that correct?
That's true.
All right. And where was that somewhere else? Not based on what somebody told you, but just based on what you saw later.
At the, I believe it's called the Keene Inn now. It was more commonly known as the Valley Green on West Street.
How far away is that from Walgreens, by the way?
Line of sight, approximately.
All right. After you let the CI go from that prearranged meeting place where he got the wire hooked up and the money in the search, was it the same way it was last time? Was he driving his own vehicle?
He was alone in his vehicle, and as a matter of policy, we follow the person from the predetermined meeting location to the point of the deal.
And on this particular call, or this particular deal, what, if any, access did you have to live feed sound, in other words, the audio?
I had the ability on this purchase to actually listen to the wire that the informant was wearing live time.
Okay. And so he's released in his car. Where does he drive to?
He drives to the Valley Green Keene Inn motel on West Street.
All right. And you followed him and watched that?
I followed him until the point that he entered the parking lot, and at that point, other people that I was working with took up a position of watching him.
Where did you go during the transaction?
I went and parked behind the Valley Green Motel in an approximate area that I felt that Mr. Paul's apartment would be. I was right parked up behind it. And the reason we did that was I just wanted to have a more clear reception of the body transmitter.
So you're out of sight. What did you hear over the wire?
Objection. Approach.
As far as the wire, it's in the chapter document, you see they look a lot at the foundation.
Actually, Your Honor, for clarification, we should probably approach again if we may. Sorry.
Yes, I think we've moved on to you offering the actual date. And that was what I was ruling on the hearsay objection to that. Or that's the objection.
If I may, Your Honor, I'd like to have this marked for identification purposes. I have in my hand a CD. Okay. Now, Your Honor, Exhibit 5 for identification. With the court's permission, I'd like to play the beginning to see if the witness who testified that he heard this can recognize it.
Is it marked on the front of the CD?
It's marked up.
States Exhibit 5 for identification.
Now, I apologize to the court in advance. The technology that we have is, shall we say, archaic and slow. Now, Trooper Newton, I want you to listen to the audio that you testified that you heard on that date and tell me if you recognize it.
Test, test. This is Special Agent Phil Christiana. I'm with Task Force Officer John Bishop. Today's date is April 17, 2012, and it's approximately 3:17 p.m. Confidential human source is going to do a consensual recording with Rich Paul at Walgreens in Keene, New Hampshire. This is related to file number 281 RBS 104582.
You recognize the recording?
That's a recording from the first buy that we did.
April 17, 2012?
Yes, sir.
Accurate recording of the events of that date?
I obviously haven't seen it in entirety, but that's, based on my memory, yes, that's the date from the day.
Permission to strike the ID, Your Honor? Enter as a full exhibit.
No objection.
It's a full exhibit.
Now, I'll just pause that for a moment. You testified that you positioned yourself outside and you heard what happened on this tape. And could you hear the defendant in that, during the events inside the hotel room?
I just wanted to clarify that CD is from the first buy.
Right. Oh, we're on the second buy?
Yes, whereas, yeah.
Thank you for clarifying. So you recognize that to be the recording of the first buy.
Yes.
I apologize to one and all. We are on the second buy. Put that there for now.
Can you refresh this for just a second? Just to clarify some
So-
things, please.
You just strike this, just because I'm you're saying it's like the seed, you're supposed to be showing as a seed, as a seed. See if it's showing. You just strike that and strike the others.
I think what I would say is we should be checking it the first. Senior to just came Friday. Nothing up front that came in. He did recognize it, but it's not the one I'm supposed to be talking about. I think we restored to ID not for, not as a full exhibit, and we thought we'll just go on with this.
Well, there hasn't been a foundation for that either. One of them, I don't remember.
We restored to just ID in March. It's just no longer a full exhibit, that's all.
Exhibit 5 is no longer a full exhibit. It's now only for identification at this point.
Thank you. All right, let's try again. While that's warming up, if I could have this marked for ID, is it the case, the CD I just put into my computer, state 6, for identification?
Not again, understood? So that's the last warning I'm going to give for people to be speaking during court proceedings. I gave a warning before things. I just saw 2 people who were watching the proceedings talking. That's the last time it's going to happen. Going forward, the next person who speaks, who's part of the jury, not part of the jury rather, but watching the trial proceedings, if you speak while proceedings are going on, you will be ordered to be removed from the courtroom, and you will not be able to re-enter the courtroom during these proceedings. And I made myself very clear. And if you have any doubts about my meaning, speak again, and you will see, because you will not be allowed back in during the course of this trial. Understood? Thank you.
Permission to play the state 6 for identification for the witness?
The first portion of
Yes, sir.
that is granted, yes.
It's the same place. All right, let me just do this preamble. This is Special Agent Phil Christiana. Today's date is April 27, 2012, and it's approximately 2:35 p.m. CHS Socrates is going to conduct a consensual recording with Rich Paul. And this is related to investigation 281 RBS 104582.
Right, I'm going to pause that. You recognize that to be an accurate recording of the audio and video on April 27th, 2012.
Just the same as before. I mean, without seeing the whole thing, it appears to be the leader for the second buy we did, Mr. Paul.
Permission to strike the ID and enter this as a full exhibit.
Any objection?
No objection.
Exhibit 6 is a full exhibit. And before we start playing, Attorney Kossick, if you need to move in order to see things, you're free to move to wherever it makes it easier for you to see what's happening.
You can play the whole thing.
I'm not gonna play the whole thing anyway with this witness, Your Honor.
Is there anything?
I just wanted to clarify how much video is going to be shown before we all get up and move. How much the state intends to show.
May we approach?
Yes.
I just want to, before we
We don't need to move right now. All right, so you're listening to the recording, you're behind the keen in. In summary, what do you hear take place?
In summary, we hear, not only do I hear the body wire transmitter, but I can also hear over our normal police radios, the other members of surveillance who are on the other side of the motel. So based on the surveillance, I can hear them say that the informant arrived in the parking lot, exited his vehicle, and entered into room 118 of the keen in. And simultaneously, I can hear over the body wire sounds that would corroborate what's being described to me. And then over the course of the informant's contact inside of the hotel room, you can hear that there's a subject who the CI advised was Mr. Paul, and also a female voice who appears to be in the background. But eventually an exchange of the money for purchased drugs was conducted.
And what drugs were they talking about in terms of the purchase?
As far as that purchase, marijuana was purchased in the amount of $420. And as I said before, I gave the informant $450. And with the remaining $30, the informant purchased a couple hits of acid or LSD.
Well, why do you say acid or LSD? What's the understanding of the meaning of acid on the street?
It's like a hallucinogenic, psychedelic type drug.
But when someone uses the term acid, what does it mean on the street? What's it another word for?
LSD.
You could hear when the conversation ended, is that correct?
Yes.
All right, and so they talked about, you could hear the marijuana sale between DuPont and the defendant?
You could hear the conversations about the sale.
About the sale. Same thing about the acid?
Yes.
All right. After the CI leaves the room, what happens?
The co-workers who were on the other side of the motel kept a visual on the informant until we were able to get around from our position on the backside. And same as before, I myself with the FBI agents followed the informant to the predetermined meeting location.
Okay. And what happened at that predetermined meeting location?
At that location, I searched the informant. The informant gave me the drugs that he had purchased. The FBI took possession of their recording device, and the informant's vehicle was again searched.
All right. By the way, why do you search the vehicle as well as the CI?
The reason that we search the CI is to make sure that the monies that we give to the informants or the people who are conducting the purchase, or even if it is an undercover purchase, we still document the money as far as the serial numbers. And also the reason we search the informants is to make sure they don't have any money of their own. They also don't have any weapons, and that they also don't have any drugs on their persons.
And in either of the dates we've talked about so far, April 17, 2012, April 27, 2012, during the searches, was anything of concern found?
I did not do the search of the CI on the initial going to the deal. But all the searches that I was involved in, we did not find any hidden drugs, hidden weapons, any hidden money, or anything like that in vehicles.
Okay. What, if anything, when you met after the April 27th incident, did the CI, Mr. DuPont, give to you?
I'm sorry, can you say one more time?
What did he give to you, the CI, Mr. DuPont?
After the second purchase?
Yeah.
He gave me the marijuana in the small strip of acid paper.
Okay. And did the FBI get the recording device off of him?
Yes.
And you later got a copy of it?
Yes, sir.
I am showing you first what's marked as State's Exhibit 3C for identification. Recognize what that is?
I do.
What is it?
It is the marijuana that was purchased on the second time on April 27th. And same as last before, it was given a case number, the date that we did the investigation. The defendant, Mr. Paul, and I gave it an exhibit, same as last time, CIN-1. And as before, I sealed the top of the bag.
Let me just stop just for a second. You recognize that because is that your handwriting on it?
It is my handwriting.
Permission to strike the ID and enter as a full exhibit.
Objection.
Exhibit 3C is a full exhibit.
All right. Go on, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Exhibit 3C, you said you're the one who labeled it and you were talking about the evidence tape.
Yes, the evidence tape I put along the top and I initialed over the top of it. Same as last time, this is the markings put on by the forensic lab, and this is also their entry point into the bag.
So when you bagged it up, the bottom of that was secure?
It was.
And what did you, after you labeled it and after you taped it, 3C, what did you do with it?
It was logged into our secure evidence facility, pending transport down to the state lab for analysis.
And did you use the same type of form that you testified about previously?
Yes.
Before we go to that, showing you what's marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit 3B. Okay. Do you recognize what that is?
I do.
Now, how can you recognize it? Whose writing is on it?
Once again, it's my handwriting on the bag.
All right, so what is it?
It is same case number as here, same date and time, defendant, but on this one it's labeled CIN-2, because this is the second exhibit from this case. I don't know if you can see it or not, but the little acids, what was purported to be acid or LSD is on the paper strip. That's what the evidence is inside the bag, is that piece of paper.
The CI, Mr. DuPont, on that date, April 27, 2012, did he give you that along with the marijuana?
Yes, he did.
At that meeting place after the...
After we left the motel, yes.
All right. Permission to strike the ID on this exhibit and enter it as a full exhibit?
No objection.
Exhibit 3B is a full exhibit.
And with respect to 3B, just to be clear, the tape on the bottom, is that the same thing put on by the lab?
Correct.
That was secure when you bagged it up?
It was.
And where did you put that exhibit 3B after you labeled it and secured it with evidence tape?
It went with this exhibit, with the chain of custody form, to our secure evidence facility, pending the transport down to the state lab.
All right, you twice referenced the evidence form showing you it's marked 3A, states 3A for identification purposes. What is it?
This is the DSSP 20 evidence form, same as in the other case. As with this one, it's got our...
Before we go into the contents, do you recognize that to be an accurate copy of the form that you're testifying about?
Yes, sir.
Permission to strike the ID and enter that as a full exhibit?
Objection.
Exhibit 3A.
You were discussing 3A, explaining it to the jury. Go ahead and continue, just summarize its contents.
Same as the form before. The differences are the case number for the date on the 27th, and the lab number on this one is FL122667. And as you can see on these bags, it's got the matching case numbers to correspond with the form. And the chain of custody goes from Mr. Paul to the informant, and from the informant to myself, and then myself to the secure facility, and then from the secure facility down at the forensic lab on May 2nd at about 8:30 in the morning down in Concord.
That's the same date you transported the other evidence, is that right?
Yes, sir.
So the drugs from April 17th, 2012, and
Still right here.
Exhibit 2B, which is from April 17th, the marijuana, and the two exhibits we're talking about now, Exhibit 3B and 3C, you took all that to the lab on May 2nd, 2012. Is that right?
Yes, I did.
What, if any, further involvement did you have in the ongoing investigation in this case? Any?
No. From at the end of the second buy, as far as the completion of the administrative paperwork, I had no further involvement in this investigation.
And why was that?
I took a position as a trooper with the state police.
May we approach him?
Yes.
We'll get a sense.
members of the jury, and this happens on occasion during trial, because of the scheduling issues involving one of the party's witnesses, the state's witness, we're going to take a break in this trooper's testimony, and so the state can call this witness out of order. This happens sometimes, given people's schedules. It's simply to accommodate the scheduling needs of one of the other witnesses. So we're going to have this trooper step down from the stand. We'll take that other witness, and then after that witness is done testifying, we'll resume the trooper's testimony. You may step down.
The state calls Phillip Christiana. Yeah.
While we're waiting for the next witness, as I'm sure you know, we've opened the window to let some air in. I'm willing to do that, but if any of the members of the jury, or if any of the counsel or Mr. Paul have difficulty hearing, please let me know. But I think we'll all benefit by bringing some fresh air into the room. But it's essential that the jury and counsel and Mr. Paul be able to hear the proceedings. So if there's any issue with that, please raise your hand or bring it to my attention, because I don't want to sacrifice your ability to hear what's happening just to have some air in the room. But we'll proceed this way unless it becomes too much of a disturbance.
Sir, if you could step right into the box there and remain standing and raise your right hand. You swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under the penalties and pains of perjury.
I do.
Please have a seat, sir, and state your full name, spell your last name for the record.
I'm Philip Christiana, Christiana.
And what is your current occupation, sir?
I'm a special agent with the FBI.
How long have you been with the FBI?
A little over 21 years.
And just generally describe your duties with the FBI?
I'm an investigator. I basically investigate violations of federal code.
Okay. I want to draw your attention to April 17th, 2012 in Keene. I want you to describe what role, if any, you had connection with equipping a cooperating individual with an audio-video device on that date, April 17th, 2012.
That was my role. I basically equipped what we call confidential human source with a video and audio recording device. I prepped the device. We always put a preamble on it, and I placed the recording device on the cooperating witness, and then recovered the device after the meeting.
Okay, you mentioned putting a preamble on the recording. So you turn it on, is that right? And then you make some kind of intro?
Correct, yep, yeah. I'll state my name, the date, and an approximate time.
Permission to play states Exhibit 6 for the witness.
I guess I'm a bit confused, Chairman Webb. I thought Exhibit 6 was in relation to the incident on 427.
Yes, you are absolutely correct. Let's take them out of order, with the court's permission. April 17th, 2012, you just testified you hooked up the
cooperating individual, confidential informant. What was your term?
Confidential human source.
Human source. That was Mr. DuPont, is that correct?
Correct.
You had some, like, almost code name for him. What was that?
We called him Socrates.
Okay. At the end of the 17th, after the transaction, what was your role?
To recover the device, and then we do like a post-ammo on it, basically saying that the recording was completed.
Hey, Christiana, if you could just raise your voice, your voice is the microphone does not amplify, it just records the sound. So I take it that Attorney Kossick, defense counsel, is having a hard time hearing you. Your voice was trailing off. If you could just turn it up.
Absolutely. Yep.
All right. You recovered, after the transaction, recovered the equipment from Mr. DuPont, is that correct?
Correct.
And that was on April 17, 2012. What were you doing during the transaction?
During the transaction, I was basically part of the surveillance team, which assisted in witnessing the transaction itself. So I did witness part of that transaction, part of that meeting, and events after that meeting as part of my duty.
All right, so with respect to April 17, 2012, you say you witnessed part of the transaction. Did you see who Mr. DuPont met with?
I did.
You able to identify that person?
I am.
Is he in the courtroom today?
He is.
You put him out for the jury in the court.
Richard Paul.
May the record reflect the witness identify the defendant.
Record me so reflect.
Just describe what you saw occur between Mr. DuPont, Socrates, and the defendant, Mr. Paul.
I saw Mr. Paul approach Mr. DuPont's vehicle in the Walgreens. Saw him enter the vehicle. Saw the vehicle move from the Walgreens down West Street to a gas station. And then I later saw Mr. Paul cross West Street and head towards the Keenan.
On foot or in a car?
On foot.
We are going to come back to the recording. We're going to jump ahead to April 27, 2012. What was your role, if any, in Keene on that date with respect to Mr. Paul?
It was very similar. I basically met with Mr. DuPont prior to place the recording device on his person. After doing the preamble, sent him on his way for the meeting. Then there was surveillance on that day also, trying to cover as much of the transaction as possible. On that day, Mr. DuPont had a transmitter on. So I was able to hear from my vehicle the entire meeting, most of the meeting, the vast majority of the meeting. So I positioned myself, two of us positioned ourselves in my vehicle behind the key in.
Is that where the transaction took place?
It did.
Okay. You positioned yourself behind the key in and you listened to most of the, or you listened to the entire transaction, you said, is that right?
Yes, we were able to listen to the vast majority of it. Some of it would cut out on the radio, but the vast majority of it was able to be heard.
Thank you. Now, the state asks permission to play Exhibit 6 for the witness.
Any objection?
No.
It's the same place. All right, let me just do this preamble. This is Special Agent Phil Christiana. Today's date is April 27th, 2012, and it's approximately 2:35 p.m. CHS Socrates is going to conduct a consensual recording with Rich Paul. And this is related to investigation 281 RBS 104582.
State's Exhibit 6, you recognize that?
I do.
Is that what you're talking about, the preamble? That's your voice?
Correct.
Okay. And you listened to this entire thing, right?
I have.
Not only since that date, but...
Objection here. There's been a lot of reading going on. I haven't objected, but I think you should be asking him.
Sustained.
When did you listen to the recording?
Most recently this morning.
And you testified you listened on that date?
Correct. Well, yes.
As it
I was
happened.
able to hear it on that as it was happening. Correct.
When you took the recording device off Mr. DuPont after the transaction, who, if at all, did you give a copy of that recording to?
I gave it to the Attorney General's Drug Task Force.
Okay, thank you. Permission to continue playing the recording?
Granted.
Test. 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 Test.
Only room for one.
What is on the first segment of this recording, having listened to it and since watched it? The first portion of this recording, to a large extent, is what? What's on there?
The preamble.
What else?
It would be me setting the device up on Mr. DuPont.
And after you set it up on DuPont, what do we see?
Him traveling by vehicle towards the Keene Inn.
Is that you we're looking at?
That is, that's me.
Yeah, feel free to throw your cap over there. Yeah, just throw your cap over. All right. Just give us a second.
Tell us what's happening here.
I think he's just getting in, Mr. DuPont's just getting in his vehicle.
You've watched this entire video?
I have.
All right. Did Mr. DuPont stray off anywhere?
Objection, reading.
I can read first.
Sustained.
You testified about surveillance being conducted. Where, if at all, did Mr. DuPont go that was off course?
Objection, again, leading. Asking the same question in a different way. It's still a leading question.
It's not leading. Where?
Well, part of the question is leading. Sustained, if you could rephrase.
Where did Mr. DuPont go from this location until he arrived somewhere?
He traveled from that location directly to the Keene Inn.
And when, if at all, did he get out of his car during that trip?
After he arrived at the Keene Inn.
You had him under surveillance that whole trip?
He was under surveillance. There were numerous units out there surveilling him.
I'm fast forwarding the recording. You watched the whole tape, correct?
Correct.
And during the part that I fast forwarded over, did anything happen besides the inside of his car, just like what we're saying?
No, it was apparent to me that he traveled directly to the Keenan.
I don't have a bag or anything, so I just wore this baggy ass shirt so I could tuck it under. No.
Pause that tape again. You recognize the voice that's talking, not the defendant?
I do.
Who is that?
Mr. DuPont.
I gotta work pretty soon. No biggie on the half pound. I wouldn't even be able to hold it anyway. Plus my buddy, he ended up not even having all the money for it at the last second, so. But I've got this other friend of mine, he's usually picking up. He like goes to at least like a pound or two a week. So he's paying out the ass for it though, like almost $3 grand or something he was saying, so. What would you be charging? Yeah. What would you be charging for a pound? Close to that or?
Yeah,
Hopefully what?
like, 1,500.
Oh, no shit. Awesome. Well, yeah,
I'll about half that.
I'll figure it out and I'll let you know first thing.
Okay,
Oh, do you have any of that acid that you were talking about?
As a matter of fact, I do.
Awesome. What, 10 a hit, I'm guessing?
Yeah, 10 a hit, or I'll do a 10 strip for 8.
Oh, shit. I don't quite have enough for 10, so I've only got like an extra $20 on me. Can I just get 2 hits for now and I'll see how it is? And I'll hit you back with more of it and just double count real quick. 320, 340, 360, 440, perfect. Going through a lot of this, or?
I've been actually pretty slow. I only deal with a very few people. And for what it's worth, I tell everybody that I do deal with, when they're talking to people on the street, and people say, oh yeah, Richie isn't in business anymore, let it slide. That's exactly what I want 90% of the world to think.
Right? Works out.
Yeah.
You never know who's watching, man.
It's true.
What are these, quarters or halves?
Half.
Oh, okay. I'm just gonna double count real quick.
Sure.
3, 4 in the back, so awesome, thank you. How long have you stayed here for?
Oh, I don't know.
Too long.
I'm a leaf on the wind.
Yeah, I stayed here for about 2 weeks last winter.
Yeah. Well, I realized a few weeks ago that I no longer trusted my roommate, and I decided the best thing to do was just disappear.
That's good. Anybody I know, or?
Her name's Christina. She's been around Keene for a while. She's kind of a,
Christina, huh?
Yeah.
She have kids?
She has a couple kids, but
She with this guy named Billy, or what?
she had a couple kids, but she's not in custody of them.
What are the reports on the acid?
Reports on the acid are good. I actually recommended 3 hits.
Really?
Yeah, so it's good, but mediocre good. You know, works, but
They do that nowadays, just so, I mean, like, kids, it's just not the same. Like, back in the day, you'd get 1 hit, and it's powerful, which is 30, so.
I started doing it in '79.
Yeah, exactly.
It's nothing like it used to be.
No.
I remember
You'd have to
them
take,
making
like,
it
20
in
hits.
the bathtub,
Yeah.
you know, but
That's
then it could be me just my brain cells burst out, you know?
Right? You gotta be careful. Plus, I
I
mean.
love that. I don't care, I love that.
Oh, yeah, great. I haven't taken it for a while.
You know, I haven't seen it for a long time, I love it, that's why.
Oh, yeah. I haven't seen that period, and I've been all over.
see, I haven't seen mescaline since the 20th century, but I know a guy who's trying to make some.
Really, if you
Or, well, really, you don't synthesize it, you extract it from the plant.
if you get a hold of some new
Oh, yeah. Mescaline rocks.
I used to remember going in the bathroom in high school, you know, doing it for fun.
See, my problem with mescaline, though, is I used to do mescaline, and every once in a while I'd do it, and I just start breaking in all these fucking houses. For no reason, I was like, take the telephone.
I haven't got it before. I got some ecstasy once. It's like they set it back a minute. Is it the same thing pretty much?
It's more like towards mushrooms.
Oh, yeah.
What's that? Huh? I don't think so. I wouldn't have,
that was cool shit.
yeah, I need to stay around and meet with some mutual friends.
Yeah, just ask him up. I mean.
Yeah, sorry about that. but I will see you Sunday.
Oh, yeah, actually, I got those at the festival, like last year, they were fucking great. Yeah, but they're the really, like, long ones, but
And I'm looking forward to it.
Rich had a bunch of good mushrooms for us, it's fucking insane.
Yeah.
Oh, man. How much does it usually cost nowadays?
Okay. Well,
Oh, yeah.
it would, good. If you found something in that area on Craigslist,
I was surprised last time.
for like, you know, just $50,
Definitely get some good weed.
some kind of combination of camping gear for $50, then I would say drop on it, or jump on it, and, you know, it'll pay for itself in two nights of use.
Okay.
Huh? Sure. Okay. Well, I've got company, so I'm gonna give you some of that. I guess, things on there, and we'll work something out. Do Monday or Tuesday, if not Kevin.
You think we'd use the cops being keen by now, but I guess not. Yeah, Rich, this has been really good business. Looking really impressed.
Yeah, man.
I'm trying to hook my other buddy that I was talking about into picking up some weight, so I'll definitely let you know. But like, town isn't a stretch, I'm guessing.
No.
Maybe even a few. He goes up to UNH. He builds kids here at Keene State. Shit, he's like 30 or 40, but he knows a bunch of college kids for some reason. So.
Really? Yeah, probably it'd be one at a time, but at least at first. But you know, as soon as you pick up one, I can set it where getting the next one. So yeah, one way or the other, we can keep it steady.
Going far for it?
Huh?
Going far for it?
Not really.
A lot of notice, or?
It's generally I would have stock, but could be up to 24 hours. It depends.
Should happen.
Yeah.
All right, awesome, yeah.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Rich. It was nice meeting you. I'm Richie, by the way.
Veronica.
Awesome. Bag it up there.
There you go.
Awesome.
Okay, I'll get as far as the car.
Okay.
What happens from this point to the end of the day?
Mr. DuPont returns to the same place that we originally set him up with the equipment.
Where, if anywhere else, did he go except for that meeting place?
Nowhere else to my knowledge.
Okay. And when you got to the meeting place, what happened?
We meet Mr. DuPont when he arrives there. I would normally put a post animal and then shut the equipment off and take it off his person.
What's this? What's happening?
That's us recovering the equipment from Mr. DuPont.
This is Special Agent Phil Christiana. Today's date is April 27th, 2012, and the time is 7 p.m. And the confidential recording stuff CHS Socrates terminated.
Can't put that up, sir. That was what you're talking about, the post?
Amble.
Okay. All right, now, we have to go out of order. You gave a copy, you said, to who?
To the New Hampshire Attorney General's Drug Task Force.
And jumping back to April 17th. Okay, this was April 27th, 2012. Now we're going back to April 17th, 2012. Permission to play the witness preamble.
Any objection?
Which one is this?
April 17th, 2012.
No, no objection.
While this is getting ready to play, what opportunity did you have to watch this whole recording?
I've watched that several times, including this morning.
Attorney Webb, after it has been loaded, if you would pause it and just I'd like counsel to approach.
Yes, sir.
Stop
Test, test. This is Special Agent Phil Christiana. I'm with Task Force Officer John Bishop. Today's date is April 17, 2012, and it's approximately 3:17 p.m. Confidential human source is going to do a consensual recording with Rich Paul at Walgreens in Keene, New Hampshire, related to file number 281 RBS 104582.
Recognize the recording that I just played to you.
I do.
What is it?
That's me being conducting the preamble for the April 17th meeting, 2012.
Is this the recording you just testified that you had opportunity to listen and watch the whole thing?
It is.
Is this an accurate recording that was made on April 17th, 2012?
It is.
Permission or move to strike the ID and enter this as a full exhibit?
Exhibit 5?
5, yes. I think this is the one that had the ID restored.
Any objection, Attorney Cossett?
No.
The ID may be stricken, it's a full exhibit.
Thank you. And the state has no further questions.
Okay, members of the jury, we'll take about a 10 or 15 minute break, and then we'll resume the testimony.
All rise, please.
Much better, guys. Thank you. Taking a 10-minute recess?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, tobacco.
Any jurors fall asleep yet?
Tobacco, then bathroom. We couldn't get you on the witness list and we couldn't make it relevant, but it has been suggested to me, and thank you. I'd love to do it if I could.
Who's got them all lined up? Joe, you want to bring them up? Sure.
Still got few. Still got few.
One of the jurors.
I moved it.
Huh?
Well,
One of the jurors couldn't see that.
they're not gonna use it right now.
Okay.
So.
All rise for the jury.
Jury, Your Honor?
Thank you, please be seated. Attorney Kossick.
Thank you. Agent Christiana, I just want to go back to when you described what your job was. You specified that you are an FBI agent. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
Okay. Specifically, you work for the Joint Terrorism Task Force. Is that right?
I work for the FBI.
You are assigned to the JTTF.
I am signed to the GTTF. Unemployed by them.
The JTTF is a branch or a division of the FBI, affiliated with the FBI, is that right?
It is affiliated, yes.
Okay. So you're employed by the FBI, yes?
Correct.
But you are affiliated or associated with the Joint Terrorism Task Force within the FBI.
That is correct.
Right. And your office, your Joint Terrorism Task Force office is based in Bedford, New Hampshire, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And your specific duties at the Joint Terrorism Task Force is that you are a bomb technician, is that accurate?
That's one of the many.
Okay. That's one of your jobs, though.
One of many.
Right. That's one of them, though, correct?
Correct.
And the Joint Terrorism Task Force is was instituted after 9/11. Is that accurate?
No, they actually existed pre-9/11.
Well, they did exist pre-9/11, but as a general proposition, they didn't expand until after 9/11.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Correct.
So after 9/11, in an effort to combat terrorism, these were expanded into different states. Correct?
That's fair to say. Correct.
And you, is there one that's just, is it central to New England, or is there one in every state? I'm just talking about the New England states now.
In the New England states, it's based out of Boston, and then there are smaller JTTF groups in the other New England, in the other states that are part of Boston Division.
Okay, so they're part of the Boston division.
Correct.
And in order to have these I'm going to call them JPTFs for brevity, they include not only FBI agents, but other parts of state agencies fall under that umbrella.
Correct.
Is that right? And in order for that to happen, you have a memorandum of agreement. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor, move it, Judge.
Part of it, but I think that as a general proposition, he testified about what his job was. He testified to one thing. It's not just what his job is. Well, I've already asked those questions from Jim. I'm asking about how he came to work with DTF in this investigation. And just drop into his face and he did it here. How does that happen?
I'm going to back up a little bit. We heard you on direct talk about your involvement in an investigation involving Mr. Paul, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You were in charge of setting up the surveillance equipment on the confidential informant who's no longer confidential, Richard DuPont.
Correct.
Correct. And you referred to him as, with a code name, Socrates, correct?
Correct.
That's the name you gave him.
Correct.
Right. And you also refer in the beginning of the recording to an FBI case number.
Correct.
Is that accurate?
Yeah.
And that's the FBI case number. The case number you refer to 28RBS, I don't have the right number, 104582.
That's our number.
Is that right?
Yep.
That's your number. So that's your investigation number. That is not the Drug Task Force investigation.
Correct.
So you had a separate investigation happening at this time.
That's correct.
Which came first? Your investigation or the DTF investigation?
more or less simultaneous. The way it works is, well, I shouldn't say that. I don't know when the Attorney General Drug Task Force investigation actually commenced.
Did you contact them, or did they contact you?
They contacted me.
But you already had an open investigation, correct?
No.
All right, so we're getting to we're getting to a little bit of a chicken and the egg thing. So they're simultaneous, or one came before the other?
No, actually, I misstated myself. My investigation was open at the request of the Attorney General Drug Task Force.
Okay,
My
so-
assistance was requested, and as a result, I opened up the matter in order to provide them that assistance.
So in order for them to do that, there has to be some kind of, there's a memorandum of agreement between the FBI as far as your
Objection, permission to approach.
Portions of requested in this one. The agreement references all the United States. References but it references the agreements of the references that the joint forces are involved in all the United States. So there's not
Are you aware whether there is a cooperation agreement between the FBI and the Joint Terrorism Task Force in the state of New Hampshire?
I am aware that there is an agreement between the FBI and the New Hampshire State Police.
Okay, so the New Hampshire State Police, as an agency of the state of New Hampshire, there is an agreement.
Correct.
All right. And is that agreement entitled something like a cooperation agreement or a memorandum of agreement?
I believe it's an MOU.
A memorandum of understanding.
Correct.
Okay. Are you familiar with that agreement?
Not in detail.
Are you, well, you work for this agency, correct?
Yes, I do.
Right. And you participated in a joint investigation with the state agency. Isn't that right?
That's correct. But one has nothing to do with the other, though, right? The MOU is between us and the state police is for them to participate on our task force. This investigation had nothing to do with the task force. I can elaborate on that.
Please.
This is an extra duty. When I get a request from a state or local agency, one of my duties is to provide local and state agencies with investigative assistance. And that's what I did in this matter. I was requested assistance, and I provided it. It had nothing to do with the Joint Terrorism Task Force.
Who requested it?
The New Hampshire Attorney General Drug Task Force.
Who from the Drug Task Force requested your services?
I can't name one person. There are several people that, I'd say the one person that I recall discussing it with was Officer Newton.
All right, so at some point in time, Officer Newton called you on the phone? Is that how it happened?
No, this was in person.
Objection, this is going to be made with a question. Yes.
Questions are answered.
So you received a request from Officer Newton?
Correct.
Is that correct? That's who you recall it being?
Yes.
There might have been somebody else, but you don't know?
He was he was definitely the person I recall discussing it, our possible assistance with, absolutely.
Okay. And so let me ask you this question. How many of those kinds of calls do you receive? Any year, roughly?
I'd say a half dozen at least.
All right, so you receive around 6 calls a year from the Drug Task Force?
No, I'm saying all agencies.
Okay. From the New Hampshire Drug Task Force, how many of those calls do you receive in a year?
That's the first one I ever received from the Drug Task Force personally.
The first one you've ever received?
Personally.
Okay. And you're not aware of any, if you're not aware, it's fine, of anyone else in your division receiving one of those calls?
From the Drug Task Force?
Correct.
Not off the top of my head, no ma'am.
Okay. And I guess I mean specifically requesting this kind of surveillance equipment.
No ma'am, I can't give you another instance of this to say specific requests like that.
Okay. So again, without saying what people said, you get this request for assistance specifically with surveillance equipment. Is that accurate?
That was the majority of the request, yes.
All right. And there was more than just you involved in coming to be involved in this investigation. Is that accurate? There's more agents involved than you?
There was a task force officer.
Okay. And was there another FBI agent involved?
Actually, at one point there was, yes.
All right. So there was you and agent, I can't pronounce your name, Capitavoco. Is that correct?
She might have been involved. I remember more clearly an agent named Brendan Galloway.
All right. Well, there was a woman standing in the video. Did you remember looking at that, seeing that woman in the video? I'm not going to make you look at it again.
It probably was Agent Captain Lupo.
So it's Captain DeLupo, is that correct? Okay, so it was you and Agent Captain DeLupo and Agent Galloway?
At one point, yes, ma'am.
And what about, was there Bishop, Agent Bishop?
Yeah, he's a state trooper, he's task force officer.
Okay, he's not FBI.
No, state police.
All right, so there were 3 FBI involved at any given time?
Correct.
So when you came with your surveillance equipment, I mean, is it common practice for you? Are you required to open your own case file?
Yeah, when we get these requests, we obviously, I have to make sure that it's a request that we can fulfill and that we should fulfill it. And then in order to provide the assistance, we have to open up some form of a matter, an investigation, in order to document that assistance.
And how do you decide whether or not you should fulfill it?
I discussed it with my supervisor in this instance.
Is there some kind of protocol you have to follow?
Discussing with my supervisor.
Other than discussing with your supervisor, what is it? Are you able to describe what?
It was very simple. I mean, he's my direct supervisor. He has to be aware that we get these requests, and then essentially he approves of the request or not.
Mm-hmm. And is there, again, are there any criteria for the approval that you're aware of?
There's no specific criteria. I mean, obviously it has to be a legal request. It has to be in an area that we have an expertise in. It's more along those lines. And if we have the manpower to provide that assistance.
Mm-hmm. Do you remember what the date was when you heard from Officer Newton or Trooper Newton?
Not off the top of my head, ma'am. I do not. I believe it was sometime in March.
In March?
Of 2012.
All right.
It was either March or early April. Late March, early April.
All right, so you come with your surveillance equipment, correct? And we saw it on the video, you placing it on Richard DuPont, correct? Are you, in those preamble parts where you're on the camera and you can see one other person on the camera, are there any drug task force agents there at that point?
There are.
Okay. You don't talk about them, you just talk about yourself, and you talked about Officer Bishop, but you don't name everyone else that's there.
That's correct. I didn't name everyone that was there.
Okay, so you named yourself, and that we heard you name yourself and Officer Bishop or Agent Bishop or however you refer to him.
Yep.
Okay, so there are other people there.
Absolutely.
You just don't include them in your preamble.
Correct.
Why is that?
It's really just there's no real purpose. That's just the way we normally conduct it. 2 people kind of team up to do it to make sure it's done correctly. So he's there to check me, make sure I don't forget something, and that's the reason we just put the 2 names on.
All right, you're involved in this.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I think we're going to need to close the window. I can hear voices outside. I apologize for the interruption, Attorney Kossick. I
That's
just
okay.
wanted to make sure that everyone can hear what's happening in the courtroom. Please
Fine.
proceed.
Thank you. So you were involved in this investigation from the beginning to the end of the arrest. You're involved from this investigation from the time you put, physically involved, from the time you put that wire on Richard DuPont on April 17th, right?
The 17th, yep.
And to the time that Mr. Paul was arrested.
I was off and on. I wasn't there for every event.
Okay. Were you there for every event that involved a surveillance camera?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so are there other surveillance videos that exist that don't involve your camera?
Don't involve me, correct.
Okay. So you only used the camera on the 17th, the 27th, and the 30th, another day?
No, just 2.
when the incident would end, the controlled by, however you want to put it, you took custody of the camera and the recording equipment, is that correct?
Correct.
And you took them back to your office?
To process it, absolutely.
So you're the agency that created these videos, not the drug task force?
I think that's fair to say. We conducted the recording, downloaded the meeting, absolutely, and then provided it as evidence.
Okay, so you provide a copy of the recording to the drug task force?
Correct.
And you retain a copy for yourself, I assume?
Correct.
Right. Were you present when Mr. Paul was arrested?
I was not at his arrest, no ma'am.
Were you present after his arrest?
I was.
And where was that?
At the Keene Police Department.
Did you speak with him?
I did.
Was that recorded?
It was not.
Why wasn't that recorded?
It's not our policy. I'm not allowed to record interviews.
You're not allowed to record interviews. Why is that?
It's against our policy.
What's the policy?
That we're not allowed to record interviews.
Right, so the policy of what? Of the FBI?
Correct.
Is that you're not allowed to record interviews?
Yeah, that's correct.
But you're allowed to record, I guess, you're allowed to record with some kind of federal authorization, I assume.
Say that again?
Well, in this case, there had to be, I assume you understand, there had to be and it's been testified to, there had to be an authorization from the Attorney General's office in order to record, in order to make this recording.
The Attorney General Drug Task Force had to get authorization on their side, and I get separate authorization to do it from the FBI.
Right. So you can get authorization to make a recording.
That's correct.
Okay. So you can, if you got authorization to make a recording of that conversation, you could have, you could have gotten authorization to record your interview with Mr. Paul.
I might have been able to, yes.
Okay, did you attempt to do that?
I did not.
Right.
So I knew it to be against policy.
Because is it against policy to record or against policy to ask to record?
As a rule, we do not record interviews. I know that from my training.
Why is that?
There are exceptions.
Now, what are the exceptions?
Well, the policy's kind of changed over the years, all right, or it's still evolving. But as a general rule, we do not record interviews, and I knew that to be the case. And that's why the decision was made not to record the interview.
All right, so the policy is evolving. Is it written down somewhere?
I'm sure it is.
Have you seen it?
Not recently?
Okay, so do you know the last time it evolved, when that was?
No, I don't know when it was revised.
Okay.
The revision piece.
So it's not, this isn't something that you get, I guess, and I'm not trying to trick you. I mean, this isn't something that you get a handbook for, and there's a, Directive 1.2A that says you shall not record interviews.
I might have 20 years ago in my initial training,
right?
And that's where I take it from, that rule.
Okay, so that might have been the rule 20 years ago, or it was the rule 20
It was the rule 20 years ago, absolutely.
But you're not aware whether or not that actually is the rule now.
I know it to still be the rule. I know there are exceptions when agents have recorded interviews, but as a general rule, we don't do that. And to err on the side of to be within the policy, one, you have to get approval to do it, so you have to have the time to do that. And two, I just knew that it was safer not to record it.
Why was it safer not to record it?
To avoid a possible violation of the policy I know to be in effect.
Okay, but you weren't alone in the room, correct?
I was not alone.
There was another officer there.
Correct.
Did he ask to record it?
I remember having a conversation about recording it, and I brought up the issue, how it could be an issue for me, how it is an issue for me to record it. So it was agreed upon not to record it.
Okay, so I'm just going to make sure I understand. Your understanding of the FBI policy is that you are not allowed to record any interviews.
It's a general rule, absolutely.
Right, but there are exceptions to the rule.
Correct.
And what are the exceptions?
I've never tried to exercise them. It's more of gaining approval and going through that approval process, all right? That's one of the elements of it. So you obviously have to have the time to get that approval. That means I have to then reach out to my supervisor and maybe others. You don't always have the time to do that. And quite honestly, I wasn't interested in recording the interview, so I never went down that road. I knew as a general rule we didn't record interviews. I didn't want to record the interview. I didn't seek the exception.
Okay, because you didn't want to,
Correct.
because you didn't want anyone to listen to it? Or,
No, ma'am?
okay, well, what'd you talk to him about? Let me ask you this question. Did you take any notes during the interview?
I honestly couldn't tell you off the top of my head.
Right, so
I don't recall making any notes. If I did, it would be in my file.
do you have your file with you?
No, ma'am.
All right, so you don't remember taking any notes.
I do not.
Would it be your practice to take notes?
That varies. Some interviews I take notes, some interviews I do not because it's distracting to the conversation, and some people don't appreciate when you take notes, and that's the reason I believe I did not take notes in this instance, because Mr. Paul would probably have a problem with that, and it would distract us from the conversation we're trying to have.
Well, he was under arrest, right?
He was under arrest.
Okay, so, did he tell you he had a problem with it?
I never asked him.
Okay, you thought he might, but you didn't ask him that.
I did not ask him.
And you didn't ask him if you could report it.
I did not ask him if he could.
And the officer that was present from the Keene Police, to your knowledge, did not ask.
That's correct.
So, in other words, you pick and choose which conversations, interviews, interrogations, however you want to put it, that are recorded, or recorded either verbally or recorded in writing.
No, ma'am, I've never recorded an interview in my 21 years.
All right, well, have you ever, you've taken notes though, you just said.
Absolutely.
That's what I mean. I mean, I don't mean just recorded on
Yeah.
audio tape or on a,
Yeah.
surreptitious videotape. I mean, have you ever, you've made contemporaneous notes
Absolutely.
of interviews before?
Yep.
Okay. You did not do it this time?
Not to my recollection.
Okay, not to your recollection, and you don't have your file, so you can't check.
I can't tell you definitely.
And you said that your reasoning for that was that you thought that Mr. Paul might get mad at you or might be upset about it?
No, that it would distract from the conversation we're trying to have.
Okay, what was that conversation about?
We really didn't have much of a conversation. It was very short, actually. Mr. Paul cut it off.
Okay, so what was the short part of the conversation about?
I basically asked Mr. Paul if he was willing to cooperate.
In what way?
We never got into what that cooperation was. We never got that far.
You asked him if he was willing to cooperate, I mean, in an investigation? Is that what you asked him if he was willing to cooperate in?
That's correct.
Okay, so you got that far, right?
Yeah.
Okay. What was the investigation about that you wanted him to cooperate in?
I never.
Objection, Your Honor.
Yes.
Well, first he said there was a short conversation. He said before that was it. But there's apparently more than he was cut off. Biggest concern was when they told the investigation copies and I asked him to cooperate. I believe I put it on the record. I think that was his answer.
May I confirm
Yep.
with my...
Just, No, that's, I don't know, if he asked him, did he ask him to cooperate at that moment, not, was he thinking about down the road? His answer would suggest to me that he asked him to cooperate with something, and he said, hey, you don't cooperate with this, and this. That's what I mean.
Okay. I understand. If you want to consult with Mr. Paul.
All right, Mr. Christiana, or Agent Christiana, I'm sorry, I don't know how to address you.
That's fine, either one's fine.
Okay. Let's I'm going to step back just a little bit, and I don't want to be repetitive, but I want to make sure that we're in the same part of our conversation, okay? You just said that you asked if he would cooperate.
I did.
Okay. With what did you want him to cooperate?
I thought that Mr. Paul might be able to provide us some information that would assist us in another matter.
Okay, what kind of information?
Information, basically stuff that he was aware of, information that he was aware of.
So, you thought that he was aware of some kind of information that would be beneficial to the FBI,
That's correct.
right, and to the Joint Terrorism Task Force specifically?
Correct.
Did you want him to participate, or did you ask him to participate in the same kind of operation that was ongoing with, this with Mr. DuPont?
No, ma'am.
Did you ask him to wear a wire?
I did not ask him to wear a wire.
Okay. You didn't ask him but you outfit him with a wire?
I did not ask him to do it, no, ma'am.
Okay. Did you suggest it?
I said that it was a possibility.
All right, so you said it was a possibility that would be part of the investigation. Is that accurate?
That would be part of his
You're just
cooperation.
making me guess a little
That would
bit.
be part of his cooperation.
Okay, that part of his cooperation in whatever it was you were doing would be to,
That other matter.
correct, that would be potentially to wear some surveillance equipment.
Correct.
Was he offered any kind of consideration for that? Did you offer him any kind of consideration, is my question?
Well, yes.
Mhm.
Yes.
What was that?
We told him that we could help him with the matter that he was arrested for.
You told me you could help him with the matter that he was arrested for that day. This matter?
Yes, absolutely.
Essentially.
Yes, yes.
And that's it, and so, did the matter involve activities at the King Activist Center?
I can't go into that, ma'am. I'm restricted from talking about that. Where you're headed with this.
Commissioner Brooks.
One thing, Mr. Paul, ordinarily you would not have the opportunity to listen in simply because of the advice. If you would have, I'm sure that if council wants to confer after the bench conference, you permitted an opportunity to do that. Okay, let me just say, that gentleman that was just within, you are to be removed from the courtroom. You are not permitted back in the courtroom for any further part of the proceeding.
Thank you. Good day.
Still out there.
Yeah.
But it's not like me.
Kim?
Right, so the last thing you just said to me was you can't answer my question, is that accurate?
I can't talk about the other matter. That's correct.
Can I just have a minute?
Absolutely.
If it pleases the court, I'm sorry, is it okay if I, because he speaks very loudly, because this is his hearing problem, am I able to take him out of the court and do a conference room?
Absolutely, that's certainly we can make that accommodation.
finished, thank you.
Further examination?
No redirect, thank you very much.
You may be excused. Members of the jury, it's now 4 o'clock, and again, I apologize for shutting the window, but it became difficult to hear the witness. We'll try to keep the window open, keep the air flowing. I know it will make everybody more comfortable, but we can't do that without everyone, the jury and counsel and the defendant being able to hear clearly the proceedings. So I appreciate your patience, and we will resume tomorrow at 9 o'clock with the trial. Remember my instruction that until the evidence is completed and I have given you my instructions on the law, not to discuss the case among yourselves or with anyone else, and not to do any independent research or analysis concerning any of the issues in the case, because your verdict must be based on the evidence presented during the course of the trial, and as I instruct you at the end. Again, we all appreciate your patience. The fact that we were delayed in starting today is not the fault of the defendant or either counsel in this case. It's simply a function of the court schedule, and we appreciate your patience with everything. We'll see you tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. Thank you.
All rise for the jury.
If I could just see counsel at the bench. No,
He proved himself big time.
These guys make a living being liars.
Lying sack of shit,
that, right?
U.S. government finest.
Okay. Is that your final statement on that?
All right, Rich.
All right.
So we're here after the first day of trial. It's just after 4:20 at Keene Central Square, and you just were shocked. I don't think my camera picked it up because I was focused on Phil Christiana during the questioning, but you had a look of shock on your face during his questioning. Why?
Because he was lying. I mean, I suppose I shouldn't have been surprised. He does work for the government. But yeah, Phillip Christiana is a liar. He knew exactly what he wanted me to do when he had me in that interrogation room in Keene, New Hampshire. He claimed he had no, he claimed that he didn't say what he wanted me to do. He did say what he wanted me to do. He wanted me to put on a wire. He wanted me to go into the Keene Activist Center. For that, he said, oh, well, maybe nobody will go to jail. Then he said, and you're also going to have to do some things you don't want to do. And I said, what sort? Because I thought maybe he was hitting on me. But he wasn't hitting on me. What he wanted me to do was entrap people at the Keene Activist Center into selling me drugs. Now, the interesting thing about this is he never asked if any of these people actually sell drugs. And none of these people do sell drugs. What he wanted was a political informant, just like when the FBI infiltrated the civil rights movement, just like the FBI has infiltrated every political organization that is not sanctioned by either the Democratic or the Republican Party. And he was absolutely lying through his teeth. He was very clear on what he wanted me to do. The other thing is he said that the first person to pull him into the investigation was Newton from the DTF. But then he said the first time that he spoke to Newton, it was face-to-face. So the question is, if he wasn't involved in the investigation, what was he doing in Keene, New Hampshire, where he could meet Newton face-to-face? And the answer is somebody else called him, or more likely, he started his own investigation and told the DTF, I want a Free Stater.
We know from Dave Ridley's posts that he made back in, I think, 2005, before any of us had made it here, that he encountered Phil Christiana years ago. He was investigating the Free State Project back then.
Phil Christiana has been investigating the Free State Project for a long time. He's obviously a bad investigator because he doesn't understand jack about us, but he's been trying for a long time. And Mr. Christiana, let me explain. We are a peaceful movement based on an idea called the non-initiation of force. Just leave us alone. That's all we want. That's all I've got for him.
Right on. Any other thoughts you want to share about today?
Nothing, but keep in mind that the defense case has not opened and it will be interesting. So stay tuned.
All right.
Same bat time, same bat channel.
We will. Thanks, Rich.
Peace.
All rise for the jury, please.
Jury, Your Honor.
Good morning, members of the jury. Please be seated.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Charles Newton back to the stand. And Trooper Newton, in light of the passage of the day, I'd like to swear you in again. You raise your right hand, please. You swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under the penalties and pains of perjury.
I do.
Please have a seat.
Good morning. Good morning, Your Honor.
Just a few more questions, finishing up your direct testimony. You mentioned that the CI, Mr. DuPont, had some charges pending, and that was partly what prompted him to cooperate.
Correct.
What were those charges?
It was a sale of controlled drug offense investigated by the Drug Task Force.
All right. How many other cases, if you know, did the CI assist the Drug Task Force with?
To the best of my knowledge, the informant cooperated on 4 or 5 different defendants.
How, if at all, I would draw your attention back to the first date, April 17th, 2012. Prior to the deal, you testified that you met with the CI at a predetermined location for various reasons. Is that right?
Yes.
All right. Among those, you said, was to search his car and him, and they'll put the wire on him, give him the money, and so forth, right?
Yep.
Right. How, if at all, did you get your wires crossed, shall we say, on that particular date with the FBI in regard to the search of the CI?
Yep. On that day, what happened was normally the case agent who handles the case, which would have been me, I would handle the searching of the CI. I would outfit the CI with a recorder device. I would give the CI the money. I wouldn't necessarily always search the car. I might have one of my partners do it. On this instance, the FBI handled outfitting the informant with the audio recording device. And it was my impression that, because when we do cases, the person that handles the reporter also does a search of the CI, and I was under the impression that they would have done that. And I watched them put on the outfit, the reporter, and all the devices and whatnot. And I wrongly assumed that they'd done it. And then after the buy, I went to find the FBI agent. Once we get done, they took off the reporter, we got the evidence, and I asked one of them which one of them searched him so that the same person could also do the search that did it before. And that's when I realized that neither one of them had done it. So that's why I took it upon myself to do it. And on the second buy, I ensured that I took care of it. I guess the only thing I can say is when it's a joint investigation, we do a lot of work with the DEA and the marshals, and done much work with the FBI on a drug case.
Fair enough. With respect to April 27th, 2012, you said the second buy, that time, before the buy, you did search the CI, is that what you just said?
Yes, sir.
All right. And nothing was found on it?
No.
And you watched the FBI hook him up on the first date, April 17th, 2012?
I did.
What, if any, you know, it's going to sound absurd, but bulges did you see in his pants or in his shirt or anything?
Nothing. And, you know, and as I wrote, I mean, you can tell, I could tell for certain because they were, all the outfitting of the equipment they did was above the waist. And, I mean, you could clearly tell that there wasn't a package of marijuana up under his shirt by any means, and his jeans were tight enough where you wouldn't be able to see that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning. I just want to make sure that I understand what you just said. So on the first buy on April 17th, Richard DuPont was not searched. Is that correct?
That is
by
correct.
anybody?
Correct.
Okay. And you said that you don't usually work with the FBI in drug cases, right?
I never have.
You never have. Are you the person that contacted the FBI in this situation?
No, I was not.
Okay. So you did not contact Phil Christiana?
I did not.
All right. Do you know who did?
It would, I can't say under oath I know who, but it would either have been one of my two bosses, Jim Mayers or Barry Hunter.
Okay. So to your knowledge, it was either Mayers or Hunter who contacted him. It's fine. You don't. It would have been one of them.
I can't tell you for a fact that I know who, but I know if it was from DTF, it would have been one of those two.
All right. So they're the likely people that would have done it.
Yes.
All right. And you worked with the DTF for 4 years, is that correct? Is that what you said?
January 1st of 07 until May 1st-ish of last year.
Okay, so around 5 years.
Yep.
In that time, did you ever work with the FBI in a drug case that you can remember?
We did joint investigations with the DEA on the federal wiretaps down in Massachusetts on a couple occasions, and I can't say for a fact that they were not there. But as far as a case that we specifically were handling here in New Hampshire, I have never done a joint case with them.
All right, and more specifically, have you ever done a case with the FBI where they were the ones that were in control of the surveillance equipment?
No.
Does the drug task force have their own surveillance equipment?
Yes.
Do they have audio equipment?
Yes.
Do you have video equipment?
Antiquated equipment, yes.
Okay, not quite as fancy as the federal equipment, in other words. All right. But you have equipment that you can use to conduct an investigation, right?
Oh, yeah.
And you do all the time.
Yes,
right.
yes.
So this was a little bit unusual for you. Is that fair to say? To have the FBI here with their equipment?
From my experience, yes.
Okay. So there was no, strike that. when you saw the CI on the 17th, is that the first time you'd ever met him?
Yes.
Okay. So you were not the person you met when you wrote in your report that you met with him, but you were not the person that set up this cooperation agreement with him.
No, I was not.
Okay. Who was that? Do you know?
If I could refresh my memory looking at the cooperation agreement, I have an idea of who it was, but I don't know.
Okay. I can show it to you. This is, just for the record, starting at page 130, it's numbered 134 in Discovery. The approach.
Absolutely.
You recognize that?
I do.
All right, what is that?
It's a cooperating individual. We call it a sign-up packet, but it's technically called a cooperating individual questionnaire.
Does that have Richard DuPont's name on it?
It does. Appears to be his detective, Christopher Galino.
Okay. So, Chris Galino is the one that came to the agreement with, officially came to the agreement with Richard DuPont.
Yes, ma'am.
Right, and so then, does it work that you just get, you get an assignment and they say, you know, you need to be at this place at this time and you go meet with the person? Is that the usual way it works?
When who gets an assignment?
You get an assignment saying, right, so when you're at the drug task force and there's going to be, this thing is going to happen, this buy is going to happen, do you just get a file that lands in your desk, or how does that work?
Primarily you work with your own informants. You try to develop your own and work with your own. One, to develop a relationship with them, a rapport with them. But there is times when other case agents are on vacation or days off, and you'll assist on keeping the case moving forward by using their informant to do a buy. So just, it's not always handled by one person.
Right, so this day, maybe Chris Galino just couldn't be there, so you were there?
No, I handled this investigation because I knew that I was leaving the task force.
Okay. So you were in charge of this investigation in the first instance, and you were the person, at least in the beginning, in charge of requesting the wiretap authorization.
The one party?
Right.
Yes, through the Attorney General's
Through the Attorney General.
Yep.
How long does it take to get one of those?
Anywhere from 5 minutes to 20 minutes, just depending on, it also depends on which county and which, if you're going like Grafton County per se, you have to document everything that you normally would say over the phone in a memo and email it to them. Whereas Sullivan County and Cheshire County will grant it over the phone. Attorney Generals will grant it over the phone. It just depends on which county policy or who you go through.
Okay, in this case, it was in Cheshire County.
It was.
And this authorization came directly from the Attorney General's office.
Yes.
Correct. This wasn't a case where you had, sometimes you can get it from the county attorney's office.
Yes.
But in this case, it came right from the Attorney General's office.
Yes, ma'am.
And you said it takes between 5 and 20 minutes to get that kind of authorization.
Depending, yes.
Okay. And it's not a complicated procedure to go through, in other words.
No.
So I just want to be clear too about so on 417, the FBI is there, Phil Christiana is there, right?
Yes.
There was another FBI agent there?
There was.
Do you remember who that person was? Was it a woman?
I remember it being a female. I want to say Lindsay.
Okay.
I'd have to look in my report too. I know I would definitely get her last name wrong. You know.
That's fine, but there was another person there.
Yes.
Right. And was Chris Galino there that day? Remember?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I don't think so.
In the FBI hooked up their equipment to Richard DuPont.
Yes.
Right? Did you ever handle the equipment at all?
No.
And then when you went to follow Richard DuPont to wherever it is that he's going,
That's right.
and is there sort of a convoy of cars going?
I guess you could say that.
So everyone that's there, everyone that's involved in the investigation is all going together to wherever this is supposed to, this buy is supposed to happen.
Yes, I mean, not necessarily all in one line,
Right.
but yes, we all end up at the location where we need to be.
Okay. And when you're there, does the FBI give you, I know you said at one point, I think it was on 427, you were listening, you were able to listen in real time to what was happening?
Yes.
Okay. Is that also using equipment that the FBI gave you to use?
They had control over it. I was just eavesdropping from the back seat.
Okay, so you were listening, to make sure I understand what you said, you didn't have your own receiver?
No, ma'am.
All right, so just they were listening in real time, not you?
No, we're all in the same, there was 3 of us in the car together, and it was played out over a speaker.
Right, but, it's played out over a speaker, okay, they
Yeah.
weren't listening in little
Oh, no.
headphones, it was playing out. Okay,
That's
sorry,
right.
I wasn't clear about that. All right, so you're all sitting in there listening on their, but their little speaker that they brought with them?
Yes.
Okay. All right, I don't have anything else right now. Thank you.
No further examination?
No.
You need to excuse me.
Thank you, Your Honor.
State calls John Bishop. And
Okay.
hopefully you can remember.
Have a good day.
Your Honor, I'm excusing this witness if there's no problem with that.
I don't have any objection to that.
He's excused.
Mr. Bishop is not here.
Oh,
He's
okay.
told to be here at 9:30.
No problem. Then, sorry, Your Honor, that witness hasn't arrived yet.
Mr.
The state calls James Mayers.
There. Okay, see, Constitute.
I hope so.
He has a minor. Okay, number 2, 1.
Let me approach him.
Yes.
You want him?
Please.
Bob, if you're gonna bring up.
Mr. Freeman, just for your information, this is now the witness that you're going to have to turn the camera so that it's not facing the witness, and take it that it is now not in any way facing where the witness will be. Thank you.
This is the issue doesn't
Please remain standing and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under the penalties and pains of perjury?
I do.
Please have a seat. State your full name, spell your last name for the record.
My name is James Mayers, M-A-Y-E-R-S.
Could you tell us what your present occupation is?
I'm a detective lieutenant assigned to the Attorney General's Drug Task Force. I've been in law enforcement for just under 27 years at this point.
How long have you been with the Attorney General's Drug Task Force?
I've been assigned to the Drug Task Force since about October of '06. Prior to that, I was assigned from the state police to the DEA between 2002 and 2006. And for 6 years prior to that, I was part of the State Police Narcotics Investigations Unit. The past 17 years has been all drug investigation, and 10 years, my first 10 years in law enforcement, I was a uniformed trooper.
All right, thank you. I want to draw your attention to April 17th, 2012. What role, if any, did you play in the investigation involving Richard Paul on that date, April 17th, 2012?
I'm one of the supervisors of our group, and I was in Keene that day to assist Detective Newton's investigation. And on that day, I was part of a surveillance team, and I also searched a vehicle that day.
Could you explain to the jury about the search of the vehicle? When did that take place with respect to the drug deal?
There were two searches of the vehicle that day. Lieutenant Hunter and I searched a informant's vehicle prior to a controlled drug purchase and after that same controlled drug purchase.
This individual you're talking about, his name has been spoken, is that Richard DuPont?
Yes, it is.
Jr. Yeah. And what's the purpose of the search of the vehicle?
So that a defendant cannot say that an informer, in this case, is lying and brought drugs to a sale that was to be consummated between a defendant and the person that we are controlling.
All right, and did you find any drugs in DuPont's vehicle as a result of the search before the deal?
No.
After you searched the vehicle at that meeting before the deal, and after the CI, Mr. DuPont was hooked up with the wire and so forth. By the way, did you see that, or were you?
I was not part of that aspect.
All right. How did Mr. DuPont leave that meeting place?
With directions to go directly from where we were at the time of the initial search, straight to an area that was, an agreement was made to meet, which in that day turned out to be at the Walgreens parking lot in Keene. And the reason to go directly to that has everything to do with the control, and so that we can't, it can't be said that in between point A and point B, there were drugs picked up there.
So in this case, on that first date, April 17th, 2012, what, if any, surveillance was in place watching the CI, Mr. DuPont, as he drove from the meeting place where you searched this car to the deal location?
I stated that part of the surveillance, people followed Mr. DuPont directly to the Walgreens lot. I was not one of those people. I went to the lot ahead of time, along with a couple of other people that were assigned to the same surveillance. I parked initially before the
DuPont's arrival in the area of the parking lot that I would describe as being between West Street and the Walgreens building itself. Waited there for, I think, about 7 minutes before Mr. DuPont arrived in his own vehicle. And once I saw exactly where he parked, which was in very close proximity to my original landing spot, I moved to another area so that I could view from a little further distance away that vehicle.
So you saw him pull in, he's by himself, the CI is by himself in his car?
Yes.
That's the same car you searched?
Yes, it is.
All right. What happened next? You moved to a different vantage point. What happened after that?
I was just keeping a watch of the parking lot, and I witnessed an individual come on foot, walking behind, coming into the parking lot from behind the pizza pie establishment that's adjacent the parking lot that Mr. DuPont parked in. I called, we have radio communications, and I made it clear to the other surveillance people that there was somebody approaching the parking lot that looked to be of the same stature and description of Mr. Paul. I had seen a picture of Mr. Paul before that. Didn't know who he was before that. I described initially that he had like a poncho over him, almost like a horse blanket, but a poncho. And I know that as I originally saw it, described it as being brown and white striped from a distance. Later on, I've looked at a photograph of that, and I'm wrong. It was striped, and it was also a poncho, but it was of a shade of red and a shade of gray, and just from that distance. And I made the mental note and wrote a report subsequent to that, calling it brown and white. But that same person walked to the CI's vehicle, the informant DuPont's vehicle. I watched that same person get into the passenger front seat of the informant's vehicle.
Let me stop you there for a minute. So now this person is inside DuPont's car on the passenger side. Right. You may have mentioned, but I didn't catch it. What time of day or night was this?
It was around 3 in the afternoon, maybe a little bit after 3 in the afternoon to be exact. I would have to look at my report. It was in the afternoon.
Exact is not necessarily daytime. Is daylight?
Yes.
You got a good look at this person?
Yes.
Is the person you're talking about that was wearing that poncho you were describing in the courtroom today?
Yes, he is.
Could you point him out for the jury and judge, please?
He is seated right there.
May the record reflect the witnesses identified the defendant, Richard Paul.
The record may so reflect.
You were saying that the defendant got into DuPont's vehicle. What happened next?
Within seconds, DuPont's vehicle moved. It moved from where it had been originally parked and moved, instead of saying north, south, east, or west, it basically moved in a direction toward downtown Keene from that spot and went next door to an Irving gas station that's next door to the pizza pie establishment and stopped there. There were other surveillance personnel that continuously, we had our eyes on the car and everything the whole time. At that point, personally, I lost a visual contact with the CI's vehicle as it moved with Mr. Paul. Within about 3 minutes, I remember that, Mr. Paul was out of the front seat and from the Irving station walked over and across West Street. And about the same, coincidental to that, Mr. DuPont's vehicle, he moved back into the same Walgreens parking lot subsequent to their meeting.
Where was the place where the defendant was walking to? Did you see that?
It's the old Valley Green Motel, I think it may be the Keene Inn now.
Okay.
Right across the street, basically, from where.
Okay, so DuPont came back, you said. What happened in his car? Was he in his car?
Yes, he was.
DuPont, okay, and when he got moved back, what happened?
When he drove his car back into the lot, Detective Newton, who on this date was the case agent, he was in the company of, I'm not sure the driver, he was with Agent Christiana. They spoke vehicle to vehicle to Mr. DuPont and directed Mr. DuPont to follow them back to a prearranged location, the same place that, in theory, that we would have started from, just to get out of the area. They had him follow away.
Okay, right here in Keene?
It stayed in Keene.
All right. And did you go back to that location as well?
I did.
And was the CI under surveillance as he drove back to that location?
Not by me personally, but he followed those guys directly back, and I was right behind them, but I went to the, and it was not the same, it was a different spot than where we started from.
Okay. And what happened at that spot once everyone arrived at that spot?
I went back to Lieutenant Hunter and I went back to his vehicle and searched it again.
Why do you search it again on the tail?
To again say that there's nothing left, there are no drugs, there is no currency, nothing that would, in my words, contaminate the evidence that we seek to develop and put together in a case.
As a result of the search, what did you find? Anything that concerned you?
No.
Now I want to jump ahead 10 days or so to April 27, 2012. With respect to that investigation, what, if any, role did you play?
I was there that day. I have to say that I played no significant role that day.
Okay. Then let's jump ahead to May 16th, 2012. By this time, what new role, if any, had you assumed in this investigation?
Having been there for the first two phases, first two parts of this investigation, Detective Newton was hired by the state police at about that time. And he was being taken, had to start back in uniform with the state police. He was leaving his job to take a new job, and I assumed the role of, I took this case over at that point in time as the case agent.
What, if any, pre-authorization did you obtain from the Attorney General's office to record the anticipated drug deal on this date, May 16th?
In keeping everything consistent, I spoke with the Assistant Attorney General, Karen Eckel, for the purpose of obtaining an authorization to record meetings and telephone calls between Mr. DuPont and Mr. Paul.
And did you in fact get authorization?
I did.
May 16, 2012, what, if any, meeting took place before this drug deal? Was there a similar meeting?
Similar meeting as I explained before. And on this date, a while behind, or in the Sally Port of the Keene Police Department, I was one of the people that searched Mr. DuPont's vehicle. And that to know everything was all set there. And then from there, he accompanied me, and we placed a phone call. I had him place a phone call to Mr. Paul.
All right. With respect to the search of the vehicle, what, if anything, did you find that was of concern?
Nothing.
Who, on this May 16th date, who, if you recall, was handling the video audio equipment on the CI, on Mr. DuPont?
Wasn't made.
Okay.
I'm not sure which agent of the FBI was outfitting the informant with equipment. I'm just not positive. That wasn't my
Alright.
focus on that at
Sure.
that point.
You mentioned that a phone call was made with pre-authorization. Did you say it was by Mr. DuPont to the defendant?
Yes,
And did you witness this phone call?
I was there. I witnessed the phone call, yes.
Was that phone call recorded with pre-authorization?
Yes, it was.
Yeah, bro.
Yes.
You have this marked for identification only. Huh? And then perhaps we should approach from there.
As long as it's something played, you'll get them if it's not played.
Short. So, when Mr. DuPont made the phone call you were just describing, where were you?
With us.
You could hear what Mr. DuPont was saying?
Yes.
And you said a recording of that phone call was made and preserved?
Yes, it was.
Permission to play the first part of the tape consistent with the conversation with the bank?
Granted, subject to those conditions.
probably doesn't matter. Hey, what's up, Bruce? Hey, what's up? Not much, but my buddy, go ahead.
You recognize that? Not yet. Probably had the wrong one, given my left yesterday. Permission to play a little more?
Yeah.
Maybe we should do this up. Oh, maybe we first, yeah. Seven. All right. Lieutenant, we're gonna shift gears and jump ahead. The phone call was made in your hearing, a recording was made of it. After that phone call, what happened?
After that phone call, there was an arrangement for the informant to meet with Mr. Paul in the vicinity of Central Square in Keene.
And when you say Central Square, where are we talking about?
By the, well, down here, by Tony Clamato's restaurant, just where the gazebo is.
All right. After that arrangement is made, what happened? Did, just explain to the jury where was Mr. DuPont, the CI, sent, etc.
Okay. While the phone call was being placed, and I was with the informant, Mr. DuPont, other people, other parts of our team and or surveillance personnel were in the vicinity of the anticipated meeting location. Before Mr. DuPont arrived in the downtown area of Keene that I speak of, surveillance people had eyes on Mr. Paul. Mr. Paul was pacing around out on the corner here, corner of Court Street and in the vicinity of Winter Street, and came down a little bit further on Winter Street to what would be the equivalent of the main entrance and the front doors of this building. And ultimately, he was on a park bench, and these are all communications that I was receiving as we moved the informant into the area. The informant drove his own vehicle and parked on Court Street in front of the restaurant that I just mentioned, Tony Clamato's. Within a couple of minutes, Mr. Paul walked across and got into the front seat of the informant's vehicle. They took another little ride. On this date, they continued in a northerly direction out Court Street a short distance and turned down the Mechanic Street, ultimately made a loop across to Washington Street, hooked it back around, and got back onto Court Street, being followed the whole time by our surveillance. And from there, in just a few minutes that takes, Mr. DuPont dropped off Mr. Paul on Court Street and still kind of pointing in a north direction. I'm calling it north, away from downtown. Mr. Paul exits the vehicle and walks down Court Street as if coming back into downtown Keene. I did something at that point that I felt was the most important thing to do, and at that point I made sure Mr. DuPont did not turn where we were going to meet subsequent to this meeting for the purposes of search and the retrieval of any, if any, evidence, was going to require Mr. DuPont to basically figure out a way to make a U-turn or to go back in the same direction in toward downtown. And any surveillance vehicles that were also there were going to have to sort of mirror whatever DuPont did. So I contacted him and said, just continue out Court Street and go to the hospital parking lot.
You contacted who? DuPont?
DuPont. Made sure that DuPont knew just to keep driving away so that they continued to keep separating distance from us and
So you don't have a whole caravan turning around?
No, we didn't want to make a whole bunch of U-turns in front of Mr. Paul.
All right. By the way, I forgot to ask, who provided the money to Mr. DuPont for this deal?
The federal government.
So you said the meeting place was now the hospital. You let Mr. DuPont know that. What surveillance was in place up to the point when he got there?
I stayed with him and other people, and we got to the parking lot at the hospital, and I just get out and I approach Mr. DuPont, who at the same time got out and approached me. Mr. DuPont handed me a paper bag, a Dunkin' Donuts bag actually, and it contained a quantity of what I know would be marijuana, and I therefore held on to that, and I also searched his vehicle again.
All right. You searched his vehicle again. What, if anything, of concern did you find in his vehicle?
Nothing in his vehicle, and the only thing out of the ordinary, he also gave me, he didn't spend all the money that he was given. He gave me change and a bag.
Okay. How much change did he give you?
$160.
How much was he given this time?
$400.
Okay. And later, did the FBI give you a copy of the recording from the device? Or the DTF give a copy of the DTF recording?
A copy of their recording ultimately did come back to me.
Okay. With respect to the Dunkin' Donuts bag, I think you called it, that Mr. DuPont gave you, I'm showing you what's marked for identification as State's Exhibit 1B. You recognize what that is?
It is marked May 16th, and I recognize that as a Dunkin' Donuts bag. And I can feel that it contains something inside it.
Do you recognize the writing on the bag?
This is I prepared this evidence bag. This is my writing.
All right. Your Honor, I move to strike the ID and enter this as a full exhibit.
Any objection?
No objection.
Exhibit 1B is a full exhibit.
Just explain for the jury how you packaged up that inner bag. Just briefly explain to them the process you went through in labeling the bag and so forth, and taping it if you did tape it. Hold it up while you do it.
I did not put this tape on the bottom of the bag. When I took this bag from Mr. DuPont, I held on to it, and it stayed with me until I was able to get back to an office where we have these plastic bags. There's a company that accompanies this. There's actually a possessed property report, or what's also known as an evidence exam request form that just sort of documents from who to who. I filled that out, and
let me stop you there. showing you what's marked as State's Exhibit 1A for identification purposes. Tell me if you recognize what 1A is.
This is an evidence exam request form.
Is that the form you were just talking about?
Yes, it is.
Is that an accurate copy of the form you were just talking about?
Yes, it is.
Move to strike the ID and enter 1A as full exhibit.
Any objection?
No objection.
Exhibit 1A, full exhibit.
Could you please continue to explain how you packaged and labeled what's in your hand, the two exhibits in your hand, please?
What I'd like to make perfectly clear is this paper bag came into my possession on May 16th. It stayed with me until, I brought my glasses, on the next day. So this was locked in my car in a secured place overnight and stayed with me. Nobody else has access to my vehicle. And the next morning, when I arrived at our office is when I prepared this on the next day and secured it in this plastic bag with evidence tape on top. These are my initials, and this is how I should say we, the Drug Task Force would commonly fill out an item of evidentiary value. We're not limited to handwriting from an old enough school of putting evidence together that I handwrite everything. Some people make labels, nice labels, and just stick that with basically the same information. And then this is secured in our evidence holding, our storage locker until it is transported, which isn't always the same day, to the forensic laboratory in Concord.
Okay. So I'm holding now 1B, and is all the black ink handwriting on the bag written by you?
No, there's somebody else's initials or name here on a different date, but from this on the flat in front up to, and to include this top evidence tape, that's my writing.
All right. Everything's your writing except on the bottom of the bag, is that right, with a date that says 6/19/12, is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. The tape on the bottom of the bag you mentioned you did not put there.
No.
What was the condition of the bottom of the bag when you bagged this up? Was it whole or
It
not?
would have held water.
Okay.
It was whole.
JCM1 is written at the top of Exhibit 1D, where the top tape is. Who wrote that?
I did.
Okay. So whose initials are that?
Those are my initials.
All right. And you secured it in your vehicle, then you bagged it up and wrote everything on there except for what's on the bottom. Who sealed the top with tape?
I did.
And is that when you put the initials on the top?
Yes.
Okay. After you did all that and after you filled out Exhibit 1B, I think. 1A, after you filled out Exhibit 1A, what did you do with it?
Exhibit 1A, I attach typically to the bag, and it looks just like this when it's held in our evidence facility, our storage.
Right.
And then it takes a ride to the lab as soon as one of us can get free to then transport it. And at the same time, as it's moved from place to place, it continues to be dated and time-stamped by whomever may be moving it and taking it and for what reasons.
All right. When you keep it in temporary storage before it goes to the lab, how is that arranged? Is it secure, not secure, or what?
It's a locked room, and that room is inside an alarmed building.
And who has access to that?
I do. And my team members.
Okay. right, now I want to jump ahead to May 30th, 2012. On that date, May 30th, what was the status of the investigation at that point?
Status was still ongoing, and in fact, I had there were some standing arrest warrants in effect for Mr. Paul that I had drafted and had signed.
Okay. What, if any, on that date, May 30th, what, if any, phone call did you overhear, without going into the content yet, what?
I'm going to object to leading.
I haven't finished the question yet, Your Honor.
Why don't you finish the question and we can deal with the objection.
What, if any, phone call did DuPont, the CI, make in your presence on that day?
He made a phone call at my direction. However, that phone call was made without the authority by the Attorney General's office or anybody else to record. There was no authority to record any phone calls that day.
So did you record?
No.
So it wasn't recorded?
No.
Describe what, if any, phone calls, without going into content, what, if any, phone calls were made that you heard DuPont make on that date, May 30th, 2012?
I had, the one thing that I can do is sit and listen to somebody's phone when it's on speaker, and that's exactly what I asked to have happen. And it was to simply make a phone call to Mr. Paul, arrange to meet him, and at that point in time we were simply going to pick him up on the warrants that I had. At that point we didn't know exactly in town where he would be. We had been looking around and had seen him on past occasions, and it was just simply to make an arrangement to meet that day.
And what, if any, phone call did you overhear where you actually heard the defendant's voice? Was there one?
There was, I want to say there were 4 or 5 or 6 attempted phone calls made, all of which directly to Mr. Paul went straight to his voicemail, and the messages were left there. A known mutual friend, if I can go there, that to my knowledge was a mutual friend of Mr.
Object
Paul.
to foundation.
I can ask a different question. Let me just ask you.
Objection sustained.
Thank you. You talked about a number of phone calls attempting to get a hold of the defendant, which went to voicemail. When, if at all, did Mr. Paul, the defendant, call back?
Mr. Paul called back on a different phone. And the reason I know that is because Mr. DuPont said it's somebody else's phone. He named the person.
But what about the voice that was calling? Did you hear
the voice, I heard it. It was on, again, the informant's phone. I said, keep it on speaker. He said, hey, it's Rich. And I know, by then I had heard his voice. I know his voice. He's got a pretty thick, deep sounding voice. And he said, he named the other persons on another phone. I lost mine.
Slide in.
And the informant at that point asked, can I pick up a QP, which I know from my training and experience would refer to a quarter pound of marijuana. And he said something to the effect of, that'll work. And from there said, CVS in 15 minutes. And
the defendant said that, CVS in 15 minutes?
Right.
All right. Go on.
And that basically within about 20 minutes, Mr. Paul had been taken into custody under arrest.
So after you heard those words from Mr. Paul, whose voice you recognized saying CVS in 15, who, if anyone, what agency, if any, did you inform of that information?
Initially, the Keene Police Department. The Keene Police, in Keene are always going to be assisting us. They know and they're familiar with Mr. Paul through this investigation, and Lieutenant McLaughlin was one of the detective individuals for Keene PD that was out there that day. And in fact, when Mr. Paul arrived at the CVS lot, I think shortly before 4 p.m. that afternoon, McLaughlin put him into custody.
Was waiting for him, basically.
Was in part of the surveillance, waiting for him to arrive, and he arrived, and he got arrested.
All right, and this is in Keene, the CVS in Keene?
Yes, yes, it is.
And what was the timing in terms of when you heard the defendant say CVS at 15 on the phone call and when he arrived at CVS? What was the approximate time lapse?
From the conclusion of the phone call to learning that Mr. Paul was in custody was less than a half an hour, I believe.
What, if anything, did Lieutenant McLaughlin give to you after the defendant was arrested?
Once we were back at the Keene Police Department, Lieutenant McLaughlin handed me another paper bag, and in that bag were a number of clear plastic bags. Each of them contained a quantity of what I know to be marijuana.
And with respect to what Lieutenant McLaughlin gave you and you just described, what did you do with that?
Documented it as I had explained in this other thing, and I kept it myself and basically went through the same series of steps to preserve that evidence as I have in the past.
As you described it with respect to May 16th?
Yes.
Yeah. All right, I'm showing you what's marked for ID as State's Exhibit 4B, and I ask you if you recognize that.
I recognize this as a round paper bag, and that I can feel inside that bag there's something.
Yeah, do you recognize the labeling on the outside?
And I labeled this outermost plastic bag just like I had the other.
All right, so you recognize the handwriting as your own?
It's mine.
All right. Permission to strike the ID and enter this as a full exhibit?
No objection.
Exhibit 4B is a full exhibit.
All right, and just briefly summarize how you packaged that up and labeled it as you did before. Hold it up for the jury. Do so.
And this, it should look just about exactly the same way. The top, I didn't put this tape on the bottom. I put this tape on the top, and on this tape, on the top to finally seal this particular bag are my initials. This is a case number, this is the date, this is the city or town, this is the defendant's name, this is my name. JCM1 appears on this one, just like it did on the last one. It's my one piece of evidence from that day. And it's marked here, the New Hampshire Drug Task Force at the bottom.
And the date you mentioned is what?
May 30th.
Okay.
Last spring.
Now, and the condition of the bottom of the bag, which now has tape, at that time when you sealed the top of the bag was what?
It was intact.
All right. And you described previously, with respect to the earlier day, filling out a form. What, if any, form did you fill out in this case?
The same type of form, an evidence exam request form.
I'm showing you what is marked for identification as State's Exhibit 4A. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do. This is another evidence exam request form. It reflects the case number, which appears here. These two go together, and there's handwriting on this that is mine, and that I placed there, and I put this form together in my computer and set it up.
An accurate copy of the form you put together?
Yes.
Move to strike the ID and enter this is a full exhibit.
Any objection?
No objection.
Exhibit 4A is a full exhibit.
This evidence that you just packaged up on May 30th, 2012, and just talked about, where was, after you labeled it, sealed it, where was that stored?
This would have been stored in the same location as the other one. And to go down through this, on May 30th, I've got the chain going from Mr. Paul to Lieutenant McLaughlin. Still on the same date, I have it going from McLaughlin to Mayers. And then on the next day, May 31st, was when it went from me into the Drug Task Force evidence storage facility that I spoke of earlier.
The same place, the secure facility?
Yes.
All right. With respect to the exhibit that we just spoke of, which is Exhibit 4B, the bag that Mr. DuPont gave you. And with respect to Exhibit 1B, I'll place in front of you. And with respect to Exhibit 2B, and finally the two last exhibits, 3B and 3C. You recognize all those?
Yes, I do.
And who was it that brought all those to court for this trial?
Well, I can tell you exactly. This number, case 378, or
what are you looking at? What document?
Exhibit. Well, I hadn't forgotten my.
The little sticker on the bottom.
I'm not sure. 10, I think. I believe it. 10.
4A states 4A. You have in your hand states 4A.
Okay. This is a report that I put together, and this particular 378, which would be this, this bag came from Lieutenant McLaughlin to me. That was transported by Lieutenant Barry Hunter on the 18th of June to where it was logged in at the forensic laboratory.
Who brought it to court for this trial?
I brought all this to court myself for this trial.
All the exhibits we just named.
Right. I'm sorry. I didn't understand that.
Okay. You brought them all to court and gave them to who?
Ultimately, I handed them over to the monitor for this court.
Right. And on State's Exhibit 1A, State's Exhibit 4A, State's Exhibit 2A, and State's Exhibit 3A, which are all evidence examination request forms, you recorded that, turning the evidence over to the monitor?
I did.
Thank you. How, if at all, did you alter any of these exhibits we've just talked about while you were transporting them?
I didn't touch them. I didn't alter them in any way whatsoever.
You touched them just to transport?
Well, I didn't touch them and alter them. I transported them directly from point A to point B.
All right, without opening the bag?
Correct.
All right.
I didn't open it.
Thank you. You make what?
Morning.
Good morning.
I don't think we've met before. I'm Kim Kossick. I represent Mr. Paul. So you became the case agent or the agent in charge of this on sometime before the buy that happened on May 16th? Is that
Yes.
accurate?
That's accurate.
All right, and then before that, that was Trooper Newton, who now is Trooper Newton.
That's right.
Were you involved in the case from the beginning, though? Is that correct?
Yes.
So you were a member of the team that was investigating
Yes, I was.
this particular incident, okay? Are you the person that called the FBI to come be involved in this case?
No.
Do you know who did?
No.
Is there another person that acts as a supervisor? Or let me backtrack. Are you a supervisor?
Yes, sir.
You've been doing this for a long time. So you're a senior person.
Sir, you can't bring that in here.
You're a senior person.
Okay, that gentleman is no longer permitted in the courtroom. He was speaking during a court proceeding. Please instruct him he's no longer allowed during the court proceeding. You may proceed, Attorney Kossick.
Thank you. Again, I'm not going to say it, I'll say it 500 times. You're a senior person within the drug task force.
Yes, ma'am.
And you're a supervisor.
Yes, ma'am.
And you were a supervisor of Trooper Newton at this time.
Yes, ma'am.
Was there another supervisor at this time?
The other supervisor that would be around, I don't think was present at what I am talking about is Lieutenant Barry Hunter. He is also a lieutenant, carries the rank of lieutenant as I do, and we are both supervisors of the Western Regional Unit of the Drug Task Force.
Okay, and that would be the unit that covers Cheshire County, is that correct? So, you are not the person that contacted the FBI for their help in this case?
I can tell you that nobody from the Drug Task Force contacted the FBI.
Nobody did?
No.
Okay. Well, did they just show up at the meeting place?
They were working another investigation on their own, and as it turns out, we ended up working together. But I don't believe nobody reached out for them from our group.
So they reached out to you?
I wouldn't even say they reached out to us. We ended up working in Keene, and as it turns out, sort of on an investigation. Ours was on a drug end. That's all we investigated.
Right, I understand that, because you're the drug task force. But you have your own equipment, correct? You have your own surveillance equipment?
Yes, we do.
That is issued by the state of New Hampshire?
You're correct.
And in the normal course of events, you would use your surveillance equipment to conduct one of these controlled drug buys, is that correct?
That's correct.
And in this case, the surveillance equipment was provided by the federal government.
Correct.
But what you're saying now is that that no one from the drug task force requested them to come and provide that equipment.
That is correct.
And you don't know exactly how it came to be that all of you were there together.
What I do know is that they were working on their own investigation, that I'm not privy to the information there. And it worked out that where we were working our own investigation, as it turns out, we were able to work. It made sense to come together and work together to sort of investigate alleged crimes.
Okay, but you don't know who the go-between was that made this happen?
No.
Okay,
No.
I just want to be clear.
Okay.
You went to, you're not the person either that made this agreement with Richard DuPont cooperating individual, correct?
That's correct.
So you weren't involved in that.
Right.
You got called in sort of after he was a person that could do this job.
Right.
And when you were first brought on the case, there was no indication that the FBI was interested in this?
Oh, no, I didn't say that at all.
Okay. Just that you were not the coordinator of this event?
Correct.
All right, so when you show up, you came to the, for lack of a better word, the staging area on April 17th.
Yes.
Is that correct?
That's correct.
And when you came to that place, I don't know exactly where it was, but there were several people present besides you.
Correct.
Correct. And so you talked about Lieutenant Hunter, he was there.
Yes.
Right. You were there. Trooper Newton was there.
Yes.
There's another detective, Michael Johnson, was present.
He may have been. I don't specifically recall him that day. He very well may have been there.
I know you have your glasses, but would you like to look at your report to refresh your memory?
I'm sure.
Just for the record, this is number 4, beginning of page 4 in Discovery. I don't know if you can see it. You can hold it closer, far.
No, keep it out there.
Okay. Do you recognize, first of all, do you recognize this first page?
This is my report.
Okay.
Well, this is not signed, so this is a draft report.
Right. I have another one that's signed, but I don't know, is it significantly different?
Other than the font and the fact that I believe this is, I write in 12, and we had a secretary that changes. The layout may be different, but there's no significant differences whatsoever in the report.
To your knowledge, the content is the same,
Yes.
in other words.
And,
Okay.
and I'm reading Detective Johnson's name. He was there as well.
All right, so there's a list of people on that page that you wrote?
Yes.
About who's present?
I did.
Okay. Do you remember now?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so you saw Detective Johnson. There was other, there was an FBI agent, Phil Christiana, who's present.
Yes.
There was another FBI agent, Lindsay Capadolapo. I'm not sure if I'm saying that right, but
Yes.
okay, she was present. And then there was another trooper, John Bishop.
Correct.
Okay, so all those people were present.
Yes.
But you're not, did you know the FBI agents were going to be there that morning?
I certainly was aware of it that morning. To how far in advance did I know? I can't speak to that, but I certainly knew they were there that day.
You knew enough that you weren't going to have to bring any surveillance equipment with you to attach to this, to Richard DuPont.
Right, and just so I'm clear, and we're clear, is I wouldn't necessarily bring surveillance equipment anyway if I wasn't the case agent, unless if somebody requested it. Normally the case agent's going to put together the equipment they need. I was there to support and as a supervisor and be part of the surveillance. So I wouldn't necessarily be called to bring equipment on a day-to-day basis. And I wasn't that day.
Okay, that's fine. So, but well, we'll get to the other day. So just a week forward a little bit. On 5/16, on May 16th, you were the case agent.
Yes.
All right, and you did not bring your own equipment that day.
I always have my digital recorder. That's what I had as my equipment, and I did not bring anything beyond that.
Right. You did not bring the camera
No.
or the other audio transmitters or
No.
things like that.
No.
And on this day, did you search the person of Mr. DuPont? Did you search his body?
No.
All right. Are you aware of anybody searched him before?
I know for sure he was outfitted, but I'm not aware of who searched him, if at all.
Okay. So when you say outfitted, you mean that he was the surveillance equipment was attached to him?
Between that and money provided, that's the equipment provided.
All right. And on this day, on April 17th, the money that was provided by the state of New Hampshire.
I'm not sure.
So you don't know whether the FBI or the federal government provided the money that day or not?
No, that's right.
Because you weren't the case agent, so you weren't really in charge of that happening?
Right.
Okay. But you were, you testified that you were present and involved in the watching people walking back and forth. You had visual contact, right? You could see people walking in the parking lot.
Yes.
You searched the car of Mr. DuPont?
Yes, I did.
Okay, you searched that before and after?
Yes.
Okay, but not him?
Not his person.
Okay. And as part of the surveillance team, you said that you saw Mr. Paul get in the car drove for a while, or Mr. DuPont drove the car for a while, then you got out of the car, and then you searched the car later at a different spot.
Correct.
And did you, after that happened, you did attempt to get a warrant for Mr. Paul's arrest, right?
From the first day?
Correct.
No, I did not.
And I know you said that on 427 you didn't play a significant role, but you were there.
Right.
And was it the same group of people that were there?
I'm sure there were a mix of different agencies for sure. I wouldn't dare try to cite exactly who was there here, but I know that the FBI was there.
Okay, Phil Christiana was there that day?
I think he was.
Again, I can show you your report if you'd like.
Okay. I don't need to see that if you're, yes.
Okay.
I believe.
So I'm just going to ask you just to confirm what I'm saying, okay?
Yes.
So you were there.
Yes,
right? And Lieutenant Hunter was there.
Yes.
And Trooper Newton was there.
Correct.
And Detective Johnson.
Okay.
Yes?
Yes, he's not always around.
All right, well.
I'm going with you.
Right, okay, that's great. And I like it when people go with me, but yeah, I want to make sure that you're the one testifying and not me. So I don't want you just to agree with me. I want to make sure that you are saying what happened.
Okay.
Okay? So if you want to look at this, I'm happy to come show it to you.
All right.
You want me to show it to you?
If you want to add specific names, I would prefer.
Okay, I would also prefer that. So this is page 40 for the record and discovery.
I'm not trying to be difficult.
I'm not either. Like I said, I'd love to sit up there and say what I think all day, but they won't let me do that. So again, do you recognize this page?
That's one of my reports.
Okay. Do you see the date? Are you able to see what the date is?
Yes.
Okay. So is it accurate that it's dated 4/27?
It is.
I'm just going to again direct you to the middle of the page. And there's a list of names there?
Yes.
Okay. And I just want you to look at that. And can you see it? Okay.
I can see it. Okay. And if you want me to tell you who was there?
No, I'm just going to want you to look at it, and then I'm going to ask you again.
I'm
do this all official.
Okay.
Okay? All right, thanks. Okay, so I'm not gonna repeat every single other name, but we got to Detective Daniels, he was there. Phil Christiana was there. Right, and then Trooper Bishop also was there.
Yes.
And he's somehow associated with the FBI, he's in the FBI task force.
He's kind of in the same position I used to be when I was with the state police. He's on loan to the federal government. He's to the FBI branch. I was out on loan for a number of years to the DEA.
Okay, so he's officially an employee of the New Hampshire State Police, but he's on loan to the FBI.
That's accurate.
Correct.
Okay.
All right, so on this day, all these people were present.
Correct.
But you weren't very involved except sort of observing what was going on. Is that correct?
That's accurate.
Okay. But you observed things happening, you observed someone, no, oh, never mind. But did you ask for a warrant for Mr. Paul's arrest on that day?
No, I didn't.
And in fact, I mean, you've been a police officer for a long time, and involved in law enforcement for a long time, and you've made many arrests, I'm sure.
Yes.
When someone's involved in a felony, you think someone's committed a felony, you don't even need a warrant, right, to
Correct.
arrest them?
Right.
Okay, so you can arrest someone as soon as, if you think they've had committed a felony, you can go arrest them right away.
That's right.
But you didn't arrest Mr. Paul that day?
No.
Okay. So, and then jump forward again to 5/16, to May 16th. This is when you became the case agent.
All right.
Is that true?
Well, we made an attempt the day before, so I did become the case agent before the 16th, but it wasn't until the 16th that we retrieved some more to forward the case by purchasing some evidence.
Okay, but Trooper Newton was not the case agent that day, you were?
I was.
Okay. And on that day, were you in charge of searching Mr. DuPont? Himself, his person?
His person, no.
All right, do you know who it was?
No.
All right, so you don't know whether or not he was searched that day?
I know that he was searched that day because I wanted to be, if I'm going to be running a case, I'm going to make sure that he was searched. I know he was searched.
But you don't know who did it?
I didn't search him.
Okay, and you don't know who
and
searched
I can't
him?
recall who exactly searched him.
Okay. And I'm going to do this again, I apologize, but I'm going to run through the present again, if that's okay. All right, so this is May 16th we're talking about.
Oh, okay. I just made a mistake. I'm telling you that I know that I searched him that day.
Okay, you did search him on May 16th?
Yes, I didn't outfit him. I was thinking about equipment-wise. I searched Mr. DuPont.
Right. Well, in fact, I mean, in this whole scheme of events, the FBI always outfitted
Correct.
Mr. DuPont. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And why was that? I mean, do you know why that was?
It was just a continuation of the investigation that was initiated back in, at this point of the month before.
Of the FBI's investigation?
And as the two sort of married up and worked together.
Okay. All right, so on this day, there were, including yourself, 8 people present? Does that sound accurate to you?
That sounds accurate.
Okay. And on this day, there were 4 FBI/Joint Terrorism Task Force agents present?
That sounds accurate.
And then Chris Galino, Roland Daniels, and Michael O'Donnell, including yourself.
Okay.
Does that sound right?
That sounds right.
Okay. And on this day, you were present. Were you able to? Did you listen in real time as anything was happening? Were you in a car or something where you could hear what's going on?
No.
Okay. But you were part of this convoy of cars that was driving to wherever Mr. DuPont was going.
Right.
Okay. How many cars were there?
Oh, there's not as many cars as there were people, but close.
So not 8 cars, but
Right.
but
more than 4. I would be willing to bet.
okay. And is this the time where you didn't want to all make a U-turn together, and because it would have been pretty obvious that you're all together?
Correct.
Okay. All right. So you were present. And on this day, this is the day that the FBI provided the money for the.
They provided the money that day for sure.
Okay, so this day the federal government provided the money. So if you were the case agent at this point, did they call you and say, hey, we're going to bring the cash today, or how does that work?
They didn't call me. It was just, I knew that they were going to bring the money.
Yep.
It was nothing that I requested them to do. It was, again, I stated before, in continuing the investigation as it had been going.
Okay, so there wasn't any conversation ahead of time about who was going to bring the cash, or
No, I think it was known that they were going to bring the money.
somehow you knew?
Yeah.
Or you don't know how?
I did not, no.
Okay. I mean, as a case agent and you're part of the investigation, did they consult with you about what they were doing, or?
Earlier than this and prior to this, I believe that they paid for the evidence, they paid for the purchases, and it was just going to continue like that.
Okay, so throughout all of this, the FBI was paying for was providing the cash to the CI?
To the best of my knowledge.
Okay. I mean, you, as a person taking over the case as a case agent, you would have received, I'm assuming, you would have received all the documents in the file, and someone would have said, here's what's happened so far.
Well, by that time, now I could say that yes, but on that day I hadn't received, I knew what had gone on, but I certainly didn't have a stack of reports detailing what had occurred up to the date of the 16th of May.
Okay, but at some point you received, I assume you received a case file of some sort outlining what was going on. I mean, I know you were involved from the beginning anyway, so you had some general idea of what was happening. But as far as the details of the investigation, again, who is providing the money to the CI? When would you know about that? I'm trying to ask you 5 questions at once. So when did you know? I mean, when did you know who was providing money?
I paid the closest attention. I'm going to speak to what I did.
Right, that's what I wanted to do.
From when I took the case forward. As far as going backwards, when Detective Newton was running the case, if you were to ask me, did he provide the money, or the Drug Task Force provide the money, or the FBI provide the money, I didn't read his reports. He's going to testify to what he did, and I can testify that I was the supervisor or a supervisor, and I was part of some surveillance and assisting his investigation going forward. But whether or not I know or even care to know who provided the money before that, I didn't pay attention to that. I just, when the case became mine, and I believe from working for a number of years and know that things are done in a certain way and money comes from somewhere to be utilized. And I don't, it seems to me you're asking or even telling that the state provided some of the money and the FBI provided the money. I know that on the 16th, it wasn't my funds that were expended.
Okay, so that's fine, but I just want to make sure I understand what you said. So did you say that as far as you knew, the FBI always provided the money?
I believe the FBI funded other cases, but I'm not positive of other than from where I took over and went forward.
Okay.
That was one.
Okay, so you didn't, to your knowledge, and again, I'm not trying to make you talk about some things you don't know about. To your knowledge.
Who would approach? I think asked and answered it at some point.
Councilman approach.
Well, yeah, that was fine.
That's okay.
Okay, members of the jury, we'll take our morning break at this time, and we'll resume probably in about 10 or 15 minutes. Thank you.
All right, so jury?
please be seated. Before we bring the jury in, I want to briefly address an issue of concern to me. There have been too many people coming and going from the courtroom during the course of proceedings. So once the jury comes in, we begin testimony. If people want to stay during the proceedings, they're free to do so. But if you leave, we're going to shut the door and you won't be able to return to the courtroom until the next break. And Mr. Freeman, while this witness is still on the stand, you're going to have to keep the video turned to the side.
Yeah, I was just recording you at the moment. So.
Thank you. Yes. Once jury comes in.
All rise for the jury, please. Jury.
Jury, Your Honor. Thank you. Please be seated.
Sure. You did. Okay. It's a long block.
Thank you. Okay. I'm gonna jump forward again to May 30th. Is that, do you remember that day?
Yes.
May 30th, 2012. And on that day, again, you were still the case agent for this investigation. Yes. And on that day, you were, again, a member of the surveillance team that was monitoring Mr. Paul. Is that right?
Not so much. On that day, I was not out looking, searching for Mr. Paul. I was with the informant
Okay.
that day, for the most part.
All right, so you were in charge of the informant that day?
Yes.
All right. And I'm not going to run through everybody again and bore everybody to death, but again, there was a cast of law enforcement there that day. And I think that's the word you use, a cast of law enforcement, correct?
Yes.
There were 10 people, including you.
Okay. That
Okay,
sounds
yeah, are you
accurate.
just going
That-
along with me
that
again?
sounds
Or is that,
accurate.
okay.
That sounds accurate.
All right, and by the 30th, you already had drafted a warrant, correct, for
Yes.
Mr. Paul's arrest?
Yes, I did.
Right. And I think you said, and I want to make sure that, was the warrant, I think you said it was on the 23rd?
I didn't say that today, but I know you're right.
Okay, maybe it's in your report, I guess. So on the 23rd, had you just drafted the warrant, or was it active? Had it been approved?
It was ready to go on the 23rd.
Okay. So you had a warrant, and again, like you said, you didn't actually need the warrant, but you had one, just in case.
Right.
Right? So you had it for about a week, but you hadn't acted on it yet.
Right.
And on this day, on May 30th, you saw, or someone saw, Mr. Paul hanging around over by the Keene Activist Center. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. And you, let me back up a little bit. You could have arrested him without a warrant after any one of these buys. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. You didn't do that.
No.
You got a warrant on the 23rd.
Correct.
You still didn't arrest him.
No.
Correct.
He's not the only game in town. We have a lot of other things going on. It's not the only thing we have to do. And for that reason, you know, things will stretch out for a day or two or three or a week before we can get back around to working on another individual case. I'm just saying that we've got more going on that back then and now than one case at a time.
Right. Yeah, I'm absolutely sure that that's true. But I guess what I'm saying to you is that you can arrest someone without a warrant if you have a personal belief or knowledge that that person may have committed a felony. Correct?
Correct.
Okay. If there's a warrant, any officer can act on that warrant.
That's correct.
Okay. So it's not just it's not just that you had to take the warrant and go to where Mr. Paul was and arrest him because you drafted it, right?
Correct. Anybody can.
Any law enforcement officer could have done that.
Correct.
Okay. But no one did.
No.
And you didn't direct anybody to.
No.
Okay. And one of the reasons was that you wanted him to be away from the Keene Activist Center when you arrested him.
That's exactly right.
Okay. And he lives at the Keene Activist Center, or lived at that time there?
Our information was that he was staying there.
Okay.
I don't think he was living every single day there, but he was there.
Okay. But for whatever reason, you didn't want other people at the Keene Activist Center to know he was arrested.
That's correct.
So on this day, I mean, the plan was that you weren't going to, there wasn't actually going to be a buy, right? It was going to get set up.
Right.
But it wasn't going to be consummated.
No, it come time to arrest Mr. Paul, and the idea was to get him out where we knew where he'd be and pick him up on the warrant.
All right, well, we knew he was at the Keene Activist Center, right?
Yes.
Right, so, I mean, you knew he was there, and you could have arrested him there, but you chose not to do that.
Right.
Right, because you wanted to, so you lured him away from there.
Yes.
And arrested him wherever it was, in the CVS parking lot, or wherever it was that you arrested him. Why didn't you want the people at the Keene Activist Center to know that he was being arrested?
For the same reason we wouldn't want anybody anywhere to know. If it's a place where we were going to arrest an individual and knew that for reasons of safety and just by simple numbers and so forth, it has nothing, it's not specific to the Keene Activist Center. If there was an individual associated with any group and law enforcement, without making a big show one way or another, oftentimes for safety related reasons we're going to get somebody away from a crowd, if you will.
Mm-hmm.
That's all.
All right, so you didn't actually, you weren't the person that actually arrested him.
No.
That was Officer McLaughlin.
Lieutenant McLaughlin.
Lieutenant McLaughlin. And then, were you present at that moment, though? Were you there when the arrest happened?
No.
Okay. Were you back at the Keene Police Department?
Yes.
Did you see Mr. Paul after he came back to the Keene Police Department?
Yes, I did.
Right, and where did you see him?
I saw him in the Detectives Bureau of the Keene Police Department.
Okay, were you in a room with him?
Yes.
All right, were you alone?
No.
All right, who was there with you?
Phil Christiana, the FBI agent.
Were you involved in any questioning of?
Objection, Your Honor.
Councilor Roach?
Right, so you were in the room, you and Agent Christiana were in a room together with Mr. Paul.
Yes.
Is that correct? Did you offer Mr. Paul a cooperation agreement?
No.
Can I just have a second?
Yeah.
I don't have anything else, thank you.
Redirect.
Your Honor, thank you. In what way or how is it, if at all, unusual in a DTF case to not arrest a suspect after the first 5?
I can't think of any time. I've been doing this for 17 years now. I cannot recall on a single occasion where we arrested somebody after the one drug sale.
Why is that?
Because it doesn't show any sort of history of sales. I mean, my defense, if I were that person, would say, I've never done that before. This is the first time I've ever done it, and everybody makes a mistake. So therefore, how do you say that you've never done it before if over the course of 2, 3, 4, or 5 weeks or whatever, regularly doing this, I think that tends to show more of a sale.
So it's typical in DTF cases to do this number of sales?
Yes.
Okay. And how unusual is it to get a warrant for a suspect versus arresting them without a warrant?
The warrant that I obtained had to do with the past history. It was nothing that occurred in our presence then. They were just covering back the bases. I certainly didn't have a warrant prepared in anticipation of arresting him on that day. And it's not uncommon to, when you're starting to wrap up any case, to start closing down paperwork. And does it happen every time? No. I chose this time to get a warrant based on the bulk of the case to that date.
And how unusual is it to not execute the warrant the day you get it?
It's not unusual at all.
You testified about bringing the drug exhibits, all of them, to court and getting them to the monitor. Where were they kept prior to when you brought them to court?
Well, initially they were kept at our place, and they went to the forensic laboratory. And after the lab finishes up, they are stored and housed at the drug task force, the headquarters in Concord.
Is that a secure facility?
Yes.
And where did they go from there?
That's when I took possession of them and had full control of another paper bag that contained all that stuff until I turned it over to the monitor.
Through all that, kept secure, all these exhibits, drug
Yes.
exhibits? Thank you. Nothing further.
Further cross-examination?
All right, you said it's not unusual to have more than one sale, correct?
Correct.
And that, I guess, is because then the person can't say that they've been entrapped, right? You have to show a history of selling, right? As I said, whether they made a mistake.
Right. This wasn't their first time doing such a thing.
Well, in this case, there was, as far as this proceeding is concerned, there was a sale on April 17th.
Yes.
That's what you're saying, right? There's a sale on April 27th,
Yes.
right? That's 2.
Correct.
Okay, so you didn't arrest him after the second one, right?
Right.
Okay, and then you went ahead and did a third one, right? That's 3.
Which
Didn't
is
arrest him then?
Right.
Right? And then you arranged for another one, so that's 4.
Right.
Correct? So you got 4 charges, right?
That's correct.
And so do you, have you ever had anyone raise an entrapment defense after 2 sales?
No.
Okay. Thank you.
Nothing else.
Thank you, maybe excused.
I actually got a call from Michael Goechild. State calls Michael Goechild.
Now, Mr. Freeman, now you may turn the camera.
Just go right to the front, please, when you understand. Please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under the penalties and pains of perjury. Please have a seat and state your full name. Spell your last name, please.
My name is Michael Goechild, Goodchild.
And what's your current occupation?
I'm a patrol officer for the city of Keene.
How long have you been with Keene?
I've been with Keene for the past 12 years.
What, if any, other law enforcement experience you have?
I have a total of 18 and a half years law enforcement. I worked for the Chester County Sheriff's Department as a deputy for a little while and as a patrolman in the town of Marlboro.
Thank you. I want to draw your attention to May 30th.
Okay, if you could try to raise your voice, I can see from some of the jurors that they're having a hard time hearing you. So if you could just try to keep your voice elevated so that everyone can hear your testimony. Thank you.
Drawing your attention to May 30th, 2012 at about 3:45 in the afternoon. What address, if any, were you conducting surveillance at with Lieutenant McLaughlin?
It was 74 Leverett Street.
Okay. Who, if anyone, were you looking for?
A gentleman by the name of Richard Paul.
Were you familiar with Richard Paul's appearance prior to that date?
I was.
And is this person we're talking about, Richard Paul, present in the courtroom today?
He is.
Point him out for the judge and jury.
He's right over at the defendant's table.
May the record reflect the witness identified the defendant.
The record may so reflect.
On May 30th, 2012, when you were at that address, did you see the defendant?
I did.
Where?
He was in the front yard walking into the house.
And after that, what, if anything, took place?
Once we saw him in the yard walking into the house, we drove past the residence. As we were driving by the residence, we observed a green Subaru station wagon parked in the dooryard.
Okay, what happened next?
We drove over to CVS parking lot where we're informed that a drug buy was going to occur over there.
Okay, involving whom?
Richard Paul.
You got to CVS?
Yes, we did.
How were you? Who were you with?
I was with Lieutenant Detective McLaughlin, James McLaughlin.
How long did you wait there?
It was just minutes before we were radioed by a drug task force agent that Richard Paul was en route, or had just left the residence in a green Subaru station wagon, and that they were traveling towards CVS in that direction.
And when, if at all, did you see the defendant arrive at CVS?
Yes, it was like maybe a minute or two right after we received that radio transmission, they arrived in the parking lot.
Describe what, if anything, the defendant did.
There was a female operator driving the vehicle. They pulled into the parking lot. They were approximately parked 40 feet from where I was parked. I had an obstructed view, being able to see where they were, who was in the vehicle. At that time, the female and Richard Paul exited the vehicle and began walking towards CVS.
And when you saw the defendant, what did you do?
I pulled out of the parking space and I drove up and pulled alongside Richard Paul, at which time Lieutenant McLaughlin and I both exited the vehicle, informed that he was under arrest and he was taken into custody without incident.
You had an arrest warrant for him?
Yes.
And what, if anything, was the defendant carrying when you arrested him?
He was carrying a brown paper sack, like a little brown lunch bag.
I'm showing you State's Exhibit 4D. Taking a look at it. Is the object inside the plastic bag consistent with the paper bag that you're describing?
Yes, it is.
It looks like the same bag?
Yes, it does.
Who took the bag?
Lieutenant McLaughlin took the bag.
You know what he did with it?
He turned it over to the drug task force.
Thank you very much. You may inquire.
I have a question. Maybe excuse Ted, thank you.
State calls John Bishop. Builder. Yeah.
Says while we're waiting, if there's anyone that wants to come in, they can.
You will please remain standing and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under the penalties and pains of perjury?
I will.
Please have a seat. And state your name.
John Bishop.
And what is your occupation?
I'm a trooper with the New Hampshire State Police.
And currently, are you somehow attached to the FBI?
I am. I'm the New Hampshire State Police trooper assigned to the FBI's JTTF, the Joint Terrorism Task Force.
I want to draw your attention to May 16th, 2012 in Keene, New Hampshire. Again, May 16th, 2012. And ask you what, if any, responsibilities you had in connection with an investigation into the activities of Richard Paul.
We were assisting the Keene PD in the drug task force with an investigation. And mostly just handled the recording device.
And what did you do with the recording device?
I essentially took it, put batteries in it. I don't remember verbatim what I said, but it was my name, the date, the time, what we were planning on doing, and I gave it to the confidential informant.
All right, so you put it on the confidential informant? Is that what you're saying?
And I don't recall if I actually physically put it on myself or gave it to him, but I provided him with the recording device.
All right, and turned it on, I take it?
Yes.
All right. Permission to play the beginning. Permission to have this disc marked. Write that up here. Permission to play the beginning of States 8 for identification.
Grant.
You turned on the equipment and you did a little intro. Is that what you said?
Correct.
And while this is gearing up here, on the tail end after the deal, what if anything happened to the equipment?
The normal procedure, what we did was the individual that supplied the informant with the recording device would provide a closing description, the time, what occurred. I can't really recall, but I wasn't the one that obtained it directly off him. I don't know if it was another FBI agent or another member of the drug task force. I don't recall, but I know I wasn't the one that had taken it off of the informant.
All right, but you're aware, or are you not, that a copy of the recording from that date, May 16th, was brought to the DTF?
Yes.
You are aware that the device was taken off the
Yes.
CI? Okay.
Yes, I was.
In 2012, the time is 4:04 p.m. CH.
Start that over.
Today's date is May 16th, 2012. The time is 4:04 p.m. CH Socrates will conduct a consensual recording with Rich Paul. This is related to case number 281RBS104582.
You recognize that?
Yes.
You recognize that to be an accurate recording taken from the device that was placed on the CI on May 16th, 2012?
Yes.
Permission to strike the ID and enter this as a full exhibit.
Any objection?
No objection.
It's full exhibit.
What, if any, other role did you play on May 16th? Were you listening to a wire or no?
No.
Okay, thank you. No further questions, you may inquire.
Cross-examination?
I just have a couple questions. Is it, I don't know how to address you, is it Lieutenant Bishop or?
Trooper's fine.
Trooper, okay. So, you are, I think someone else referred to it earlier, as on loan to the FBI, is that? Sounds impersonal, but is that fair to say?
It'll suffice, yes.
Okay. So you not only work, I mean, you're technically a state trooper, but you work for the Joint Terrorism Task Force.
Correct.
Okay. And that is a branch of the FBI or under the umbrella of the FBI.
Correct.
Do you simultaneously work for the Drug Task Force?
No, I do not.
Okay. So in your capacity in this investigation, you were strictly acting as a federal agent?
Correct.
did you, were you active in coordinating the two agencies working together, the Drug Task Force and the FBI working together?
Not really. I was predominantly assisting Agent Christiana with this.
Okay, so but your job was mostly to assist him with what?
We don't like to do these things alone, just assisting him with whatever he needed, basically. And the state in question of the recording, he couldn't be there. That's why I was able to do it for him. That's about it. Whatever else would be needed, so to say.
Okay, so today, on this day, you're sort of a stand-in to come in and fit the equipment?
Yes.
Okay. So you weren't involved in searching him, searching the CI, DuPont, or anything like that?
No, just the recording of it.
Okay. And you don't remember even now whether you attached the equipment to him or just handed it to him?
Correct.
Okay. On this day, did you bring funds with you to have the CI use to conduct the buy?
I don't believe so. I think that was the job of an FBI agent.
Of another FBI agent?
Yes.
Okay. I don't have any other questions.
No, thank you very much. The state calls Barry Hunter.
I can see counsel at the bench.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under the penalties and pains of perjury?
Yes, I do.
Please have a seat. State your full name.
My name is Barry Hunter.
And what is your occupation?
I'm a police officer. I'm employed by the Sullivan County Sheriff's Department, and I'm assigned to the Attorney General's Drug Task Force.
And can you explain for the jury just how long you have been assigned to the Attorney General's Drug Task Force?
I've been with the Attorney General's Task Force for approximately 6.5 years. And prior to that, I spent 29 years with the New Hampshire State Police. I retired from the State Police in 2007.
Thank you. And your present duties with the task force are what?
I serve as the team leader for one of the teams of the Drug Task Force.
Drawing your attention to April 17th, 2012, what, if any, investigation were you assisting with beginning at about 2:45 in the afternoon?
This was an investigation involving a confidential informant who was to purchase marijuana from Mr. Richard DuPont.
All right. The informant, the name's already out there, it's Richard DuPont, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
All right. On April 17th, 2012, what, if any, specific duties did you have starting from the beginning on that day?
Myself and Detective James Mayers conducted a search of the DuPont vehicle.
And subsequent to conducting a search of the vehicle, I was part of the surveillance team that followed the confidential informant to the Walgreens parking lot on West Street and Keene for the purpose of surveilling the drug transaction. And at the time, Trooper John Bishop was a passenger in my car.
And your search of the CI, Mr. DuPont's vehicle before the deal, did it clear the vehicle, so to speak?
Yes, it did. There was nothing found in there which I felt would have offered any sort of integrity to the drug transaction.
All right. Where were you involved at all in the surveillance of the CI from the meeting place where the car was searched to the scene where the drug buy took place?
I was a part of one of the vehicles following Mr. DuPont's vehicle from the police station to the Walgreens parking lot. I don't recall specifically where I was in line with surveillance, but I was within the surveillance.
Okay, but surveillance was maintained of Mr. DuPont all the way to Walgreens?
Yes.
And once at Walgreens, where did you position yourself?
I parked just to the west of the Walgreens store, facing the establishment known as the Pizza Pie.
And what, when you stationed yourself there, what were you looking at first?
Waiting for the informant to arrive in the parking lot, which he did. He drove into the parking lot, took a position in direct view of where I happened to be parked, and I waited, watching him as he was parked there.
All right, so DuPont's parked there in his car, the one you searched?
Yes.
And he was by himself in that car?
Yes.
And what, if anything, happened once he parked and was sitting there? What happened next?
What happened next? One of the surveillance personnel, I believe it was Detective Mayers, announced on the radio an individual fitting Mr. Paul's description, physical description, was walking from the rear of the Pizza Pie toward the DuPont vehicle. And at that point in time, I could see Mr. Paul as he walked across the parking lot. He approached the CI vehicle and got into the front passenger seat of the informant's vehicle.
This person you just called Mr. Paul, who got into DuPont vehicle, is he here today?
Yes, he is.
One off the jury and judge.
The defendant sitting at the defendant's table.
And the record reflect the witness identified the defendant, Mr. Paul.
The record may so reflect.
When you were conducting surveillance and you saw the defendant get to DuPont's car, what, if anything, did you do?
I took 2 photographs of Mr. DuPont as he was getting into the front passenger seat there.
You just said Mr. DuPont getting in?
I'm sorry.
Could
Yeah, of the defendant getting into Mr. DuPont's vehicle.
I have 2 photographs, Your Honor, that I'd like to be marked for identification purposes.
Certainly.
First, I've shown you a photograph marked States Exhibit 9 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
That's a photograph of the defendant getting into Mr. DuPont's vehicle on the April 17th date in front of the Walgreens.
And does that accurately depict what you saw that day, April 17, 2012?
Yes, it does.
Permission to strike the ID and enter the photo as a full exhibit.
Any objection?
No objection.
State's Exhibit 9 is a full exhibit.
Showing you what's marked for identification as States Exhibit 10. You recognize that?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It's a similar photograph taken just moments apart from one another of the defendant getting into the DuPont's vehicle.
This too an accurate depiction of what you saw on that date, April 17, 2012.
Yes, I do.
Permission to strike the ID and enter 10 as a full exhibit.
No objection.
State's Exhibit 10 is a full exhibit.
Permission to publish the photos to the jury.
All right.
So while the jury's looking at the photos, let's continue. What you saw the defendant get in the car just prior to which you took these pictures. What happens then after the defendant gets in DuPont's car?
They sat together for a short period of time, and then eventually Mr. DuPont's vehicle pulled out from his parking space, and it drove behind the Pizza Pie restaurant and over to the Irving gas station, which is located just behind the Pizza Pie restaurant.
And was surveillance maintained during that period?
Yes, it was.
What happened next?
Approximately 3 or 4 minutes later, the defendant got out of Mr. DuPont's vehicle and he walked across West Street. And I continued to observe him as he crossed West Street and entered into the parking lot of the formerly the Valley Green Motel.
Currently Keenan?
Currently Keenan.
After the defendant walked off, what happened?
I then drove directly to a predetermined location where other surveillance personnel were present, as well as the informant, at which time both myself and Detective Mayers conducted a search of Mr. DuPont's vehicle.
And prior to that, was surveillance maintained on Mr. DuPont as he drove to that location?
Yes.
And when you searched the vehicle, did you find anything of concern? All right. The drugs, the CI turned the drugs over to the DTF?
I believe it was Detective Newton.
Okay. All right, let's jump ahead to April 17th, 2012. What, if any, involvement did you have in the investigation into the activities of Richard Paul on that date?
I believe you meant to say April 27th.
If I said something different, yes, I meant to say April 27th. Thank you.
I was a part of the surveillance team in conducting surveillance of the drug transaction, once again, between Mr. DuPont and the defendant.
And where was the location of the drug deal on April 27th, 2012?
At the Keenan.
The old deli hearing.
The old deli hearing.
All right, right here in Keenan. Yeah. And where were you stationed, if at all, for surveillance purposes there at the Keenan?
I was by myself that day, and I was in a parking lot located just west of the motel, which would have, in effect, would be just behind the West Street parking lot, shopping plaza.
All right, I may have already asked this, forgive me if I did. You said you searched this car before you went to the Keenan, and you didn't find anything, is that right?
No, I didn't search his vehicle on the 27th.
That was only on the 17th. My fault. So you positioned yourself at the Keenan on April 27th, and what, if anything, happened while you were conducting surveillance on the Keenan?
During the surveillance, one of the surveillance personnel announced that Mr. DuPont had entered into the parking lot at the Keenan and would be approaching room 118, which is the room which was occupied by the defendant. As he did so, I took a single photograph of Mr. DuPont as he, after he had knocked on the door to the motel room and the door had opened, and I took a single photograph of Mr. DuPont walking into that room.
Okay. How soon before Mr. DuPont came out, if he came out, assuming he came out?
I believe he was in there short of 10 minutes, perhaps 8 or 9 minutes. He was inside the room. I observed the door open up. I observed him walking out of the room, and at that time, I took a picture of Mr. DuPont walking out of the room.
Okay. I have 2 photographs I'd like to be marked for identification purposes. showing you State's Exhibit 11 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
That's a picture of the DuPont entering into room 118 at the Keene Inn on April 27th.
Is that an accurate photo of what you saw that date, April 27th?
Yes, it is.
Move to strike the ID, and then this is the full exhibit with them. Number 11.
Need pictures?
No, I don't have any pictures, either one of them.
That's states 12.
States 12 is the other code.
Both states 11 and 12 are full exhibits.
And these are the photos you described of Mr. DuPont going in to room 118 where the defendant was. That's 11, states 11. And him coming out a number of minutes later, that's states 12. Is that accurate?
That's accurate.
Permission to publish to the jury.
Great.
It's a alarm.
I'll get back.
Great. With respect to the drug evidence that was collected on May 16th, 2012 in connection with this investigation, and also the drug evidence collected on May 30th, 2012, what, if any, role did you have transporting the evidence?
I was responsible for transporting the evidence to the State Police Forensic Lab for analysis.
And during that process of transport, how did you keep the items, the evidence, secure?
Just as I found them. They were retrieved by me and they were secured in the usual manner with evidence taken and markings of the investigator.
And during the time you had custody, you kept them secure and untampered with?
Yes, I did.
And how did you record your handling of the evidence?
We used the form known as the Forensic Lab Submittal Form, whereupon a person comes in custody of evidence and they sign the form along with the date and time that they received the evidence. And then when they relinquish the evidence, in this case it was to the Forensic Lab, I would apply my name, the date and time, and the analyst or the person at the Forensic Lab receiving the drug would sign it accordingly and mark it as being logged into the Forensic Lab.
Showing you what's marked as State's Exhibit 1A. You recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
That's the evidence examination request form for marijuana, which was purchased from the defendant. And it's marked JCM-1.
Okay. So this is the May 16th, 2012 marijuana, correct?
Yep.
And you brought this to the state lab for analysis?
Yes, I did.
And on the chain of custody list, is your signature there indicating that you did that?
Yes, I did.
All right. And then showing you State's Exhibit 4A, do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And does that similarly indicate that on the May 30th, 2012 evidence was transported by you to the state lab?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. You have any other involvement in the investigation aside from what we've just covered?
No.
Thank you. You may go on.
Attorney Kossick. Yes, we'll proceed.
Okay. Governor. Are you a supervisor at the drug task force?
My assignment is as a team leader of the drug task force.
So is that's you and Lieutenant Myers?
Lieutenant Mayers.
Mayers. Both of you are?
No, he is actually an assistant team leader on the team.
Were you involved at all in coordinating the FBI's involvement in this case?
Not coordinating their efforts. I was involved in an investigation that existed between the two agencies.
Okay. Did you call the FBI and ask them to come in and help out in this investigation? I'm going to take you to 417, so it's the first thing that you testified to, the first event that you testified to. One of the things you did was that you searched Richard DuPont's car. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you said you didn't find anything that would have contaminated the transaction.
Correct.
Is that correct? But you did find some things in the car that you questioned.
Yes, sir.
Right. You found $182 in cash.
Yes. That was found in an knapsack in the trunk.
When you search, when you search and you find these kinds of things, you just give everything back? You determine that it's not contaminating?
Yes, the money was left in a knapsack in the trunk.
Okay. So you didn't take possession of the knapsack and keep it until after this was over?
No.
Okay. What about you found some salt packages and a plastic bag that you thought was salt, right?
Yes.
Okay, but you didn't test what was in that bag, did you?
No.
All right, did you do the little thing, the old detective shows on TV, they stick their finger in there and taste it? See if...
No, it was obvious to me that it was consistent with table salt.
Okay, but you didn't have it tested, right? Okay. Have you ever sent anything to the lab that you thought was one thing and came back to be something different?
There have been occasions when things have been submitted to the lab which were identified as something other than what one might have thought it would be.
Right, okay. So there has been an occasion where you looked at something, you thought it was one thing, turned out to be something different, correct?
No, I mean, oftentimes there are occasions when things are submitted to the lab, pills, and there are a large variety of pills nowadays which I wouldn't recognize until such time as they're sent to the laboratory. I wouldn't know for sure until they are anymore.
That's happened to you, right?
Oh, sure.
Yeah. You didn't send that substance out to be tested, right?
No.
And you just gave all that stuff back to Mr. DuPont?
I left the table salt you're referring to where I found it in the knapsack.
Okay. We left a white substance in a bag, in a knapsack.
Yes, identified as table salt in the plastic bag.
You identified it as table salt?
Yes.
Did you send it to the lab to be tested?
No.
Okay. And then on 427, you didn't search the car that day,
No.
correct? Did you search Mr. DuPont?
No.
Did you search Mr. DuPont on 417?
No.
Okay. I don't have any other questions.
Just a few. Did DuPont tell you why he had to sell?
Yes, he did. He explained that he had an abscess tooth, which I verified at the time we were searching the vehicle, had a conversation with him, and he showed me his abscess tooth. And it was, in my opinion, a severely abscess tooth. It was swollen, it was reddish, there was a liquid discharge on it, which was considered an infection. He explained that he applied the salt just to deaden the pain from the abscess.
Thank you. No further questions.
Members of the jury, since we're now at the noon hour, this is a logical time for us to take our lunch break. We'll resume right at 1 o'clock, so if you can try to be back a little bit before 1 o'clock so we can start promptly at 1. Again, my direction, my instruction, because the evidence is not yet completed, you're not to discuss the case either among yourselves or with anyone else, and that instruction will apply until the evidence is completed and I've given you my instructions on the law. Thank you, and we'll see you back shortly before 1 o'clock.
All rise, please.
I'd like to see counsel.
Yeah. I got it. I was having a haircut. Staying late as it was.
You too?
My God. I mean, I think if you're in trial for your life, you'd be able to stay awake, but these people could make the execution boring.
Lunch?
State's evidence or not?
No, I think just.
Somebody left their
There's someone looking and peeking around the corner. Sorry, who it is.
I don't know if they need it.
Yes, it is.
It may not be Zoom here. Yes, this is a conversation that I think you might want to hear. And it's just the,
Hey, David.
we're not going to.
No. I just I didn't expect him to come to talk, but. Yep.
Where is Attorney Kossick outside?
She is here, probably looking for Mr. Paul, perhaps. All rise for the jury, please.
Got that one for you.
Thank you.
The jury, Your Honor. Thank you. Please be seated. Attorney Webb, the state attorney call its next witness.
Yes, Your Honor, the state calls Richard DuPont Jr. All right, you step right up there, sir. Yep.
Yes, please.
Remain standing, please. Raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under the penalties and pains of perjury?
Yes, sir.
Please have a seat. State your full name.
My name is Richard James DuPont Jr.
All right, Mr. DuPont, I want to draw your attention to last spring, April and May of 2012. What, if any, police agency were you cooperating with?
The New Hampshire Drug Task Force, part of the Keene Police Department.
Okay. Why were you helping the Drug Task Force?
I was helping them get information on Rich Paul. They wanted me to purchase drugs off him. Basically wear a wire, tell them everything I knew about him.
All right. And you were cooperating with them because you had charges of your own, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And you had 3 charges, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And those were for sale of heroin?
Yes, sir.
All right. And you were hoping to get some consideration, a break on those charges?
Yes, sir. It wasn't promised. Basically, they just said it couldn't help my chances. So.
Couldn't hurt your chances?
Yes.
Okay. Roughly, how many other cases did you help the DTF with? You don't have to go into names, just roughly.
There was 6 individuals and 3 cases that led to arrests.
Again, not naming names, what types of drugs?
Mainly cocaine and heroin. I believe one was Percocet also.
I want to draw your attention specifically to April 17th, 2012. Do you recall on that first date having contact with the DTF and the FBI?
Yes.
And what, if any, device did the FBI sort of hook you up with on that date, April 17th, 2012?
It's just a microphone recorder and a camera that was sewn into a shirt.
All right. Prior to being hooked up with the microphone and camera, what, if any, drugs did you have on you? What, if any, drugs did you bring to this deal?
None at all.
Okay. Who gave you the money?
FBI agent Phil Christiana.
Okay. And how is this deal set up ahead of time? Could you explain that?
Basically, I would call Rich in the morning or the early afternoon, and then he basically just tell me to call him when I got into town, and then I would go into town and meet up with the officers, and then call Rich and head over.
All right. So on April 17th, 2012, you met up with the FBI, they hooked you up with the equipment, they gave you the money. Where did you go from there?
Went to Walgreens.
All right, and again, you didn't bring any drugs to that deal, right?
No, sir. I was searched, and my car was also searched.
All right. Was there any conversation that took place after you were hooked up with the audio and video while you were en route to Walgreens?
I don't believe so. There was a phone conversation between me and Rich, I believe, on the way to the buy.
Okay. And what did you and Rich, and when you say Rich, who are you talking about?
Rich Paul.
And you knew him previously, did you?
Yes.
All right. And when you say Rich Paul, could you just point out who you're talking about?
Hey, Rich. Right there.
May the record reflect the witness identified in the defense.
The record meets everything.
What was the substance of the conversation you had while you were driving to Walgreens with the defendant?
Basically, just where, not 100%, just basically just to meet up real quick, how long he was going to be and how long I was going to be.
Okay. I have State's Exhibit 5, Your Honor, permission to play for the witness.
Any objection?
Can I just see what the outside of it says, please? Objection.
No objection? I didn't hear what you
No
said.
objection, sorry.
Maybe.
Test, test. This is Special Agent Phil Christiana. I'm with Task Force Officer John Bishop. Today's date is April 17, 2012, and it's approximately 3:17 p.m. Confidential human source is going to do a consensual recording with Rich Paul at Walgreens in Keene, New Hampshire. This is related to file number 281 RBS 104582.
You remember this?
Yes.
Is this a recording of April 17, 2012?
Yes, it is.
Good. All right, we're going to go through this recording together. We'll try not to bore everyone to death and like playing the entire thing, but I give everyone a boring warning. Here we go. Now you've actually had, while this is going, you've had an opportunity to see this, right?
Yes.
And in the first part of it, he's hooking you up with the equipment, and then they let you go, and you're driving to Walgreens, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. In the entire way that you were driving there, when, if at all, did you drive off course and go and pick something up?
Not at all.
All right.
Not at any point then.
All right. Talked about en route having a conversation with the defendant.
I'm coming up at CBS. I'll be arriving at 22
Who was that you were talking to?
Rich Paul.
All right, and just talking about where you were going to meet and when?
Yes.
that the Walgreens sign right there, actually, that you're coming up to?
Believe so.
This is you pulling up into the Walgreens parking lot, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Now, you park in the parking lot and you wait for the defendant, right?
Yes.
When, if at all, during that wait, did you get out and do something?
Not at all. Stop and right. How you been, bro? Alright, how you been? Pretty good, it's been chilling. I like that. What are you gonna do? What we had to, bud?
Let's see, I've got it right here, so we can do it in flight or whatever.
Alright, let's just drive over to the other side of the parking lot, that way I don't have to, I just don't want you to jump in the car and jump out, don't catch you and shit.
Yeah, I hear you. How about the pilot station, like 2 doors down?
Pilot station, what is it, over there?
Yeah, right over there.
Oh, yeah.
Like urban, yeah.
Oh, yeah. So, like, any good, like, mushrooms or acid or anything like that been around?
As a matter of fact, yes. Both. Right now, I've got acid that tend to hit.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Then I'll do 10 packs of that for, say, 80.
Okay. How long do you think you'll have that for?
I don't know. I've got half a dozen of them now. And actually, they're not stored at my place, so I would have to grab them. But I can do that pretty quickly.
All right, awesome. Well, I wouldn't need them right now, but I'll figure my shit out and I'll give you a call. How soon do you think I'd be able to grab more trees? Do you think like you'd be good again by Friday?
Oh,
all right, awesome. Maybe even sooner. I'll sure you. Just go right down the back seat for now. I'm gonna go put it in my trunk as soon as I drop it off. Let me double the ounces real quick. 1, 40, 60, 80, 100, 140, 60, 280. Patrick?
Yeah, I can get some.
Okay, awesome, yeah, I'll just, I'll give you a call like the next few days, maybe even tomorrow, I'm not really sure yet. I gotta figure out my buddy who wants the weed, also wants a bunch of mushrooms and a bunch of BS, so, yeah, we'll get it all set up. Hell yeah, Rich. Thank you very much. Have fun. Back to you, bud.
All right. Two things. Who was in the car with you? Who are you having the conversation with?
Rich Paul.
Anybody else?
No.
All right. So the defendant got in the car with you. What, if anything, did he give you when he got in the car?
Large bag of marijuana.
And what, if anything, did you give him?
Money.
Okay.
I don't remember the exact amount. Probably $300-400, something like that.
Okay. So, what did you have him do? Did he hand it to you or throw it in the back seat, or what happened?
I believe I had him place it in the back seat, underneath some clothes, behind his seat.
And then you gave him the money?
Yes.
Okay. Now, after this happens and he gets out, what do you do?
I head directly back towards the police station, towards Optical Ave, where we were going to meet up.
Okay. And when you say we, who are you going to meet with?
The New Hampshire Drug Task Force and Phil Christiana.
How, if at all, did you stray off course during that trip back to Optical Ave?
I didn't at all.
How, if at all, did you tamper with the evidence?
Objection. Meeting.
16.
What did you do with that bag the defendant gave you?
After Rich placed it in the back seat, it sat there until I met up with the police. And I believe they took it out of the car themselves.
Okay. All right. So, what, if anything, did you do with the bag?
Nothing at all.
Left it there until they took it?
Yes.
All right. I am showing you State's Exhibit 2B, and just ask you, is that consistent with what the defendant gave you that day?
Yes, I believe so.
All right, thank you. What happened to the recording device when you got back to Optical Ave?
They removed it.
Who's they?
FBI agent Phil Christiana and the New Hampshire Drug Task Force officers.
All right, now I want to jump ahead to the next, about 10 days later, April 27th, 2012. What, if any, deal did you set up with the defendant on that day?
Basically the same as prior. I called him before I left my house, and then I called him when I got to Keene after I met up with the New Hampshire Drug Task Force. And then basically we got all set up. They fitted me with the camera again and the audio recorder. And then I left Optical Ave and headed towards the Walgreens area again to meet up with Rich Paul. We weren't sure exactly where we were going to meet up. I basically just headed there and called him.
Okay. What, if anything, did you bring to this deal?
Nothing at all.
All right. Did they give you money to go to the deal with?
Yes.
All right. And they hooked you up with the wire again?
Yes.
What else did you bring? Anything?
Nothing at all.
All right, so no drugs or anything like that?
No, sir.
All right. So you had a phone conversation en route toward Walgreens, what, with the defendant?
Yes.
And what did you guys talk about in that conversation?
It was a brief conversation. He just, I asked him where he would like to meet up. He wanted to meet up at Walgreens again. And he asked me to come to his hotel room, which was at the Keene Inn, at room 118.
All right. Permission to play for the witness, Exhibit 6.
Any objection?
No objection.
Exhibit 6 being
Let me approach for a moment.
Yes.
It's the same place. All right, let me just do this preamble. This is Special Agent Phil Christiana. Today's date is April 27, 2012, and it's approximately 2:35 p.m. CHS Socrates is going to conduct a consensual recording with Rich Paul. And this is related to investigation 281 RBS 104582.
Recognize that?
Yes.
Now, who's that doing the talking?
Phil Christiana.
Okay. And this is the April 27th date when I hooked you up with a wire again? The one we're talking about?
Yes.
Test. 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 Test.
All right. You talked about a phone conversation had with the defendant en route to the area of Walgreens, right?
Yes. Hey, what's going on, bud? I'm alright, just cruising in the area. So where do you want to meet up? Close to where you were last time? Do you want me to come pick you up, or? Keen Inn? Oh, is that the, where the Valley Green, right? Alright, awesome. What room you in? 118? Alright, I'll see you there in a sec, bud.
Who was that you were talking with?
Rich Paul.
All right. So that's the conversation you talked about earlier?
Yes.
What did you do after you had that conversation?
Drove straight to the Keen Inn. bag or anything, so I just...
All right. Now, explain to the jury what took place between you and the defendant inside that room.
Well, basically, as soon as I walked in, we discussed me purchasing a large amount of marijuana. We exchanged the money. Then I inquired about LSD or acid that he had told me about prior. And then basically we discussed money, the amount of money I had, and how much I had left over after purchasing the marijuana.
All right, when you say purchase the marijuana, what did the defendant give you?
This time, I believe it was a quarter pound of marijuana, separated into 8 half-ounce bags.
Okay, and what, if anything, did you give him in exchange?
$400 maybe, more. Not exactly 100% on the amount of money, but in that region.
All right, you just described marijuana in separate bags. I'm showing you State's Exhibit 3C. Is that consistent with what Rich Paul gave you that day on April 27, 2012?
Yes, it is.
And what else, if anything, did you buy from Rich Paul on the 27th of April 2012 in that room?
I believe I bought 2 to 3 hits of acid.
All right. You used the term acid and LSD interchangeably a moment ago.
Yes.
What is the street meaning of acid? What is the substance?
Basically, it's just a slang term for LSD.
Okay. I'm showing you State's Exhibit 3B. It's a plastic bag, but inside that plastic bag is a smaller plastic bag with a piece of paper. Take a look at that. You recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And is that consistent with the acid that the defendant sold you that day, April 27, 2012?
Yes, it is.
So it comes on a little piece of paper, is that it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You gave him money, he gave you that acid?
Yes.
I'm just going to play some of this, just the beginning part.
One is bag, he has shirt, so he tuck it under it. Yeah. So, no, thank you, I gotta work pretty soon. No biggie on the half pound. I wouldn't even be able to hold it anyway. Plus my buddy Ian that I'm not even having all the money for it the last second, so. But I've got this other friend of mine, he's usually picking up. He goes to at least a pound or two a week. So he's paying out the ass for it though, almost $3,000 or something he was saying, so. What would you be charging? Yeah. What would you be charging for a pound? Close to that, or? Yeah, or like 1,400. Oh, no shit. Yeah. Awesome. Well, yeah, I'll do about half that. I'll figure it out and I'll let you know first thing. Okay, groovy. Do you have any of that acid bag you were talking about? As a matter of fact, I do. Awesome. What, 10 a hit, I'm guessing? Yeah, 10 a hit, or I'll do a 10 strip for 80. Oh, shit. I don't quite have enough for 10, so I've only got an extra $20 on me. Can I just get 2 hits for now and I'll see how it is? Sure. I'll hit you back with more of it. Let me just double count real quick. 320, 340, 360, 420, 440, perfect. Going through a lot of this, or?
I've been actually pretty slow. I only deal with a very few people. And for what it's worth, I tell everybody that I do deal with, when they're talking to people on the street, and the people say, oh yeah, Richie isn't in business anymore, let it slide. That's exactly what I want 90% of the world to think, right?
All right, so you gave him the money, he gave you the marijuana that you just identified, right?
Yes.
And he also gave you, after this, the piece of paper with the acid on it, right?
Yes.
All right. After you're done in the room, where did you go?
Directly out to my car, and then I returned to Optical Ave to meet up with New Hampshire Drug Task Force and Phil Christiana.
What did you do with the acid you bought from the defendant and the marijuana you bought from the defendant?
I believe I took the acid and tucked it in the same bag as the marijuana, and then I rolled it up in my shirt and placed it behind my passenger side seat. And it remained there until I got to Optical Ave to meet up with New Hampshire Drug Task Force, and they removed it from my car.
Okay. And en route, or at any time, how did you mess with the drugs in any way?
Not in the slightest bit.
What happened to the recording device you were wearing?
It was removed after they retrieved the marijuana and the LSD out of my car. The audio and the video removed.
All right. Now, I want to jump ahead to the next date, May 16, 2012. What, if any, deal did you arrange with the defendant to buy the controlled drug on that day?
I believe this date, I only purchased an ounce of marijuana, maybe 2 ounces. I forget the exact amount on that date.
And prior Did you agree where to meet on the 16th?
This time we didn't. I assumed we were going to meet by Walgreens, but I believe when I was en route, he said he was in the downtown area. And we ended up meeting at right out across the street at Tony Clamata's, right out front.
All right. Prior to going to the meeting place, did you have a meeting with DTF and FBI?
Yes.
And at that meeting, what did they do?
They basically just gave me the money and set me up with the camera and the recorder.
And what, if any, drugs did you bring to this deal?
None at all.
Permission to play State's Exhibit 8 for the witness.
Any objection?
No objection.
Today's date is May 16th, 2012. The time is 4:04 p.m. C.H. Socrates will conduct a consensual recording with Rich Paul. This is related to case number 281RBS104582.
You recognize this as the recording that was made on May 16th?
Yes.
A wire being hooked up to you?
Mm-hmm.
So you said on this date, after you left the meeting site, the arrangement was made to meet the defendant in the area of Tony Clamata's, or right here downtown?
Yes.
You recognize that spot?
Yes.
What is it?
Tony Clamata.
All right, is that where you stopped on May 16th, 2012?
Yes.
At this point, just you in the car, right?
Yes.
How you doing, Rich? Oh, pretty well. Take a little spin. So yeah, I don't want to get into too much detail on the phone, but my buddy who wants the weed, he just got cut off of his prescription, and he's dying for perk 30s. He won't stop fucking bugging me about it, so I just figured I'd ask about him and everything. Nah, I'd stay away from opiates. They're bad juju. Yeah, bad shit, indeed. I know you know, if you're in pain, you need them, but...
Yeah, well, I mean, there's always an alternative, you know, that shit strings you out, gets you sick, and shit. I actually didn't try that acid. My buddy ended up grabbing it from me, so I'm gonna probably end up,
All right, so this is the defendant with you in the car?
Yeah. Trying about this time. Okay, so I'd grab,
how much did you want about?
just 10 for now, and if they turn out to be really good, I'm probably gonna want to come back and buy like both of them. Just,
okay.
Like, just to stock up for myself and everything.
Yeah, this is probably a one-time buy for me, and I've only got a few strips left, so I can't make any promises on that.
No biggie, no biggie.
You wanted 2, right?
2 ounces, and then 1 10 strip.
Okay.
What would that be? I've got 3 basically to work with, and my buddy gave me this extra 100 for the perks, but I don't think that's gonna work. So.
No, that's not gonna happen. Or at least not with me. But let's see. Best thing to do. I don't have the paper on me. I'm gonna have to grab it. So, but
I gotta be in work.
I don't have to get the money up front though.
Okay. Okay.
No issue.
You have any change on you then?
Yes, I do.
Okay. I'll give you 3. If you just want to give me back 80, that'll cover the 2 tips. And let me call my buddy and see if I can have him cover for me for an extra 10 or 15 minutes, and that way I can meet back up with you and grab the 10 strip. But if that doesn't work, I'll just hit you up, you know, like tomorrow for it, something like that. You think you can definitely hold like one of them probably though?
Yeah, I can hold on to those.
Okay. Wow, look at
Well, actually, out of 3, your change would be 60 because I do 120 for singles.
Okay. Okay. That's fine.
Okay.
Choose that right here.
Oh yeah.
Alright, awesome. Sweet. Any like specific place you want to get dropped back off? Or?
Let's see. How about if you're near where I was originally going to meet you at the school? Maybe not right at the school. Right, that's place to be.
That's the one place I'm going to pull over that fucking on table. Right on the street.
Yeah, right here is fine if you want to just pull over on the shoulder.
No problem. Well, was the closest nearby or?
I could get them within an hour.
Within an hour, okay.
Yeah.
Alright.
Maybe when you get off work, you can give me a call.
Okay, awesome.
That works.
If tonight doesn't work, we'll just try for tomorrow.
Works for me.
Alright, awesome. Thank you.
All right, you gave him the money. What did he give you?
2 ounces of marijuana.
Okay. Where did you go from here after he gets out? Where did you go?
This time, I believe we met up at the hospital with the New Hampshire Drug Task Force. And I don't believe the FBI was there this time when I met back up with them.
And at what point, if at all, did you go off course, stop somewhere else?
Not at all.
How, if at all, did you tamper with the evidence you got?
Not
Or
the slightest bit.
The drugs, I should say.
Not at all.
Okay. Who did you give the marijuana to once you arrived at the hospital?
New Hampshire Drug Task Force officers.
I'm showing you State's Exhibit 1B. It's a plastic bag, but inside is a paper bag. Is that consistent with what the defendant gave you on this date, May 16th, 2012?
Yes.
When you got to the hospital, you just said you gave the drugs to DTF. What happened to the wire that you were wearing?
They removed it.
Jumping ahead to May 30th, 2012, what, if any, deal did you set up with the defendant on May 30th, 2012?
I believe I definitely set up a deal to get a quarter pound of marijuana. I'm pretty sure on the amount, maybe give or take a little bit, but basically a large amount of marijuana for $400 or $500.
Okay. And how did you set that deal up?
I just called them up and asked them when you could meet. And that day there was a delay, waiting around for a while for a call back, and we never actually did meet up.
All right, but he agreed to meet with you?
Yes.
To sell you a quarter pound of marijuana?
Yes.
All right. Where were you supposed to meet up, do you remember?
In the area of Walgreens again.
You don't remember how much you were supposed to pay him, did you?
$400 or $500.
Okay, thank you very much. You may inquire.
You're not going to play the video again?
Thank you. Mr. DuPont, you were arrested in August of 2011, is that right? For selling heroin?
No. It was November 2011.
You sold the heroin.
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach?
Okay. You were arrested in November of 2011. You're charged with selling heroin, correct?
Correct.
And you're charged 3 times with selling heroin,
Correct.
right? And a couple days after you were arrested, you met up with Christiana, correct?
I believe, yes.
You met with someone from the drug task force.
Yes.
Did you ask to see them, or did they ask to see you?
They asked to see me.
Okay. And you signed a cooperation agreement with them.
I did.
And your agreement was that you would participate in controlled buys with other people, is that correct?
Yes.
And in exchange for that, you would get some form of consideration or leniency on the charges that you had.
Basically, they didn't promise me anything. They said it couldn't hurt my chances, like I said before, and I agreed to help.
Chances of what?
Chances of leniency.
Okay, so it couldn't hurt your chances of leniency if you agreed to engage in this activity, right?
Yes.
Where your charges stand now?
I don't know. I'm pretty sure they were dropped.
So you didn't receive an indictment to come to court right? You didn't go to trial?
Nope.
So to your knowledge, and, I mean, you don't know, or you do know, or what?
I haven't heard anything about it for a year, so I'm assuming they were dropped.
So to your knowledge, you're free and clear?
Yes. I was told, to the extent that I helped would be the extent that they helped me, and that's pretty much it.
The extent that you helped would be the extent they helped you. So the more you helped, the more you would be free and clear, right?
Yeah, they said it couldn't hurt.
And you were given some cash, correct?
Yes.
You received a total of $150. Does that sound right to you?
It wasn't cash, they paid my cell phone bill for me.
Okay, did you sign, do you remember signing a receipt for an amount of money?
Yes, this was a year later though, with the case with Rich Paul. This wasn't the deals prior to that.
Okay. So this particular case, you were paid cash.
Yes.
All right. The other ones you didn't get cash, but for the one with Rich Paul, you got cash.
Yes.
And am I right about the amount of money? I might try to put words in your mouth. Maybe it's $120. Does that sound right?
I'm sorry, I have no idea.
And part of what you do is that part of what you agree to when you agree to do these things is that you agree not to divulge who you work for, right? When you meet up with people. You're not supposed to spread it around town that you're a rat.
Yes.
In other words. Okay. So, in other words, you are going to engage in some deception with the people that you're meeting with.
Yes.
Right? And the police are basically telling you that you have to do that in order to fulfill your obligation.
Yes.
So when you're meeting with these people, basically you're lying to them, right?
Not really. They don't ask me anything. Nobody asked me if I was an informant.
All right. Well, when you say,
yes,
hey, my buddy's asking me to buy this stuff, you're not implying that it's your buddy from the Drug Task Force of the FBI, right?
No.
Okay. Right. You didn't say the Drug Task Force gave me this money to buy these drugs from you.
No, of course not.
So you lied.
Yes.
Right? Okay. And in this conversation that we heard, that this video has played, you didn't ask Rich Paul for LSD, right? You asked him for acid.
Yes, I did.
That we just heard. Yes, you did what?
Yes, I did. Asked him for acid,
Right,
not
you did.
LSD.
Okay. I don't have anything else. Thank you.
Further examination?
No, thank you very much.
You may be excused.
Thank you very much.
State prepared to call us after this?
Yes, Your Honor. State calls James McLaughlin. Just remain standing, please. Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under the penalties and dangers of perjury?
I do.
Please have a seat. State your full name, spell your last name for the record.
My name is James F. McLaughlin, McLaughlin.
Okay, what's your occupation?
I'm a detective with the City of Keene.
How long you been with Keene?
Since 1981.
All right. I want to draw your attention to May 30th, 2012, at about 15:45 hours, so 3:45 in the afternoon. Were you on duty on that date?
I was.
And what, if any, involvement did you have in the investigation connected with Richard Paul on that date, May 30th, 2012?
I was in an unmarked vehicle with Detective Goechild conducting surveillance on River Street near Leverett.
Okay, and why were you doing that?
We were operating in conjunction with a drug task force, assisting them with what they thought was going to be a drug sale.
Who, if anyone, were you looking for?
We were looking for the defendant, Richard.
You familiar with what he looked like?
I was.
Who, if anyone, did you see there?
I saw the defendant that day.
Where was he?
He was at a house and near a vehicle that was parked on the corner of Leverett and River Street.
And this person we're talking about, could you point him out to the judge and jury?
Yes, he's sitting next to the defense counsel.
And the record reflects the witness identifying the defendant, Richard Paul.
The record may so reflect.
All right. From that location where you saw the defendant, where, if anywhere, did you go?
Once he got into a vehicle, we repositioned on West Street near your CVS drugstore.
And why did you go there?
We were radioed by another agent that was what was going to be a meeting location. They didn't know if he would go directly there or not, so we positioned ourselves at the drugstore.
When you say he, who do you mean?
The defendant.
So, did you go to that location?
I did.
And where did you station yourself?
CVS, as you know, is on the corner of West Street there in Island Street. So we just parked inside the parking area there facing east.
And who, if anyone, did you see at that time?
Well, originally we saw the same vehicle that we had seen parked near the house on Leverett and River. It's a green car with a red door and it pulled up. By radio we were alerted that they were on their way. And we saw them pull up, park near CVS and get out of the vehicle, both passenger and driver.
Okay. And when you say they, who's they?
There was an adult female driving, and then there was a defendant who got out of the passenger front seat.
Be excused. The previous witness, there was a request there. Any objection to that previous witness being excused?
Oh, no.
He may be excused. I apologize, Chairman.
Thank you. So the defendant got out of this vehicle, did he?
He did.
All right. And what happened after he got out of the vehicle?
Detective Goechild and I approached him, told him he was under arrest. In his hand was a paper bag, which I seized from him. And the other officer searched his person and placed him in handcuffs.
What, if any, odor did you smell?
I immediately detected what I thought was a strong odor of marijuana. And as I stepped away, the bag obviously had that odor to it.
Who took the defendant into custody?
Detective Goechild.
What happened to the bag the defendant was holding?
I maintained custody of the bag.
And what did you do with it subsequently?
Well, I opened it and it was individually wrapped bags of what I thought was marijuana. Closed it back up and maintained control of it until I brought it back to the station and gave it to Jimmy Mayer.
Lieutenant Mayers of the Drug Task Force?
Yeah.
You gave it to him?
I did.
Showing you State's Exhibit 4B, the plastic bag, but inside is a paper bag. Do you recognize that?
Yeah, that's consistent with the bag that the defendant had in his possession. I took custody of it and gave it to Mayers.
Okay. All right, thank you very much. You may go on.
Cross-examination.
I don't have any questions.
You may be excused. Steve, we prepared to call this next witness?
Yes, Your Honor. They call Shane Zeman.
My excuse. There, Joe. Is he out here, John?
Yeah, it should be out there. Sir, if you could just walk to the front and remain standing. Please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under the penalties of perjury.
I do.
Okay. Have a seat, please. State your full name, spell your last name.
Shane Zeman, Z-E-M-A-N.
What is your current occupation?
I am a forensic chemist with the State of New Hampshire Department of Safety Division of State Police Forensic Lab.
How long have you been a criminalist at the New Hampshire State Forensic Lab?
About 8 years.
And what are your, just generally, what are your duties at the New Hampshire State Forensic Lab?
I test unknown substances for the presence of controlled drugs.
And explain to the jury and the judge, please, what training and experience you have that qualifies you for these types of analysis.
I have a bachelor's degree in chemistry from the University of New Hampshire. I've gone through the required training for new hires, which involved looking at marijuana and analyzing drug samples under the supervision of a senior criminalist. I've analyzed thousands of marijuana cases, probably hundreds of other drug cases.
Have you previously been qualified as an expert in the area of the analysis of controlled drugs in any New Hampshire courts?
Yes, I have.
Just roughly how many times?
20.
Your Honor, I ask the court at this time to find the witness qualified to give his opinion in the area of the analysis of controlled drugs.
Any objection?
No objection.
You may give his opinion.
Thank you, Your Honor. Generally, if you would, describe for the jury what protocols are in place at the State Forensic Lab that are designed to ensure the safekeeping of evidence there at the lab.
When evidence comes in, it is dropped off by a representative of the agency that drops it off, that's submitting it for analysis. It comes to our laboratory, which is a secure location. There's a chain of custody that the submitting agency will sign, and one of our representatives will sign, which transfers the evidence from their possession to our possession. At that point, whoever signed in the evidence will take it and enter it into our database. Once the information is entered into the database, a barcode is generated aligning the case number assigned to it with the exhibit number that's assigned to it, and it's affixed to the evidence. It's then placed in our main vault. It awaits in the main vault until it's assigned for analysis.
I am showing you first State's Exhibit 2A, and ask you if you recognize what that form is just generally.
Yes, that is a DSSP 20, which is the general submission form. That's when they drop evidence off at the lab. That should be a counting of all the items that are submitted.
And is there any location on that form where the lab number that you assign a given exhibit is placed?
Yes, it's up at the upper right-hand corner. It says lab number. In this case, it's lab number FL12-2666.
Now I'm showing you what's marked, or what is State's Exhibit 2B, and ask you if you recognize that.
I do.
And what is that?
This is the evidence associated with lab number FL12-2666. You can see it from, it has a barcode on it that was affixed to it, which has the lab number. It also has the exhibit number, CIN-1, which is on the submittal form as well.
I want you to explain to the jury what involvement, if any, you had in the analysis of the contents of that bag, and just use the bag to walk us through it step by step, please.
Okay, so when a case is assigned for analysis, I take it out of the computer, it prints up a list which I have a bunch of case numbers on it. I take the case number that's assigned, in this case it was FL12-2666. I go into the main vault, I take the evidence out of the main vault, and I bring it back to my desk. The exhibits all have barcodes, so you can scan the barcode from the main vault to myself, which puts it in my possession. Once it's in my possession, I fill out, I have a worksheet that I fill out, which I put the case number and exhibit number on. In the case of this one, the bag, when the bag comes, it's usually only got one type of evidence tape on it, or one type of seal, which in this one is this one up at the top. When I open the bag, I have to cut into it, and then, so obviously when I'm done with the case, I have to seal it back up. That's this evidence tape here, which has my initials on it, and the date that I sealed it. Once I take the sample out, I'm going to weigh it to get the weight, and I'm going to analyze it to determine if the vegetative matter inside is marijuana.
Okay, so you do the weight first. What was the weight of the contents of that exhibit?
I just have to refer to my notes. That's okay.
Would that refresh your recollection?
Absolutely.
The weight in this case was 109.93 grams, or 3.87 ounces.
3.87 ounces, you said?
Correct.
And that's the total contents that
Yes,
you weighed?
outside of the bag. I removed the evidence from the bag and weighed it.
Okay, so minus the bag. All right, continue and explain to the jury, for the jury, you've weighed it, it's 3.87 ounces. What do you do next?
The analysis of marijuana is a two-part test. The first part being a visual examination, much like a plant scientist or a botanist would do to try and identify what species of plant it is. Marijuana has unique characteristics that you can look for. These include things like the leaf structure, which is called compound palmate, or the stems are grooved. These are features that you can look at. There's microscopic and macroscopic features. The macroscopic features are things that you can see without a microscope. When you take this plant and put it under a microscope, there's other unique features such as cystolytic hairs and glandular hairs, which is what produces the THC. Once I do the microscopic, macroscopic examination to say that this is in fact a plant that is visually consistent with marijuana versus, roses or tomato plants or anything like that, there is a chemical color test that reacts with the cannabinoids within the plant. And so I'll take a small sample of marijuana, extract those chemicals out, and then add a color reagent which changes to a purple color if cannabinoids are present. And it's the combination of the two tests, the visual examination and the chemical test, that allow me to determine that I identified marijuana.
And what was your conclusion in this case with respect to the 3.87 ounces, the substance?
That it was marijuana.
After you analyzed it and concluded that it was marijuana, what did you do with the exhibit?
As I said before, I placed it back into the bag, and then sealed the bag, put my initials and the date shipped from when I closed it up. Once that's done, I transfer, again using the barcode, from my possession into a return vault, which is where it awaits to be picked up from the submitting agency. And at that point, it stays into the return vault until it's signed back.
Thank you. Now I'm showing you State's Exhibit 3A. Do you recognize what that is?
That is also a DSSB 20, which is the general evidence submission form.
And does it too, as before, have a lab number that the lab assigned to the exhibits on the form?
It does. This one is FL122667.
And how many exhibits are there?
This one had 2 exhibits, CIN-1 and CIN-2.
Now I'm handing you State's Exhibit 3C and ask you if you recognize that.
That would be an exhibit from FL12667, as evidenced by the barcode. It has the exhibit number CIN-1, my initials, and I do recognize it.
And what, if any, involvement did you have in the analysis of the substance contained in that bag?
I analyzed this for the presence of controlled drugs.
All right, could you explain for the jury what process you used? You don't have to go, if it's the same exact process, just tell the jury that, but explain what process you went through and what conclusion you reached regarding the substance. Start first, if you would, with the weight.
In this case, this is a little different. It's vegetative substance, but in this case there are multiple bags inside of here. So the analysis of multiple bags is a little different than the analysis of individual bags in that we estimate the weight. In this case, the way that I estimated the weight is I analyzed 3 of the bags, got a total weight of the vegetative matter inside those bags, and I analyzed those 3. So 3 of these bags I identified as marijuana based on visual exam and chemical analysis testing. The other bags, the way that we do our estimation is all the bags were the same. They're all clear plastic sandwich bags. We, in our protocol, can weigh 3 of them, and if they're all within a certain weight, we can estimate the weight of all the bags that were in there. And once we have the weight of all the bags, we can get a gross weight of all the vegetative matter in their bags, and then subtract the weight of the bags to get an estimated weight in all the bags.
All right, so with respect to the 3 that you actually weighed, how much was that?
Refresh my memory.
Certainly.
In this case, it was in the 3 that I analyzed, it was 42.20 grams or 1.48 ounces.
1.48 ounces, and that weight, you know for certain, you actually weighed that.
Well, I weighed
Is that right?
everything. I actually
Okay.
analyzed 1.48 ounces of material and identified that as marijuana.
Now I understand. So 1.48 was the weight of the 3. What was the total weight?
Total weight was 112.1 grams or 3.95 ounces.
All right, and again, what was your conclusion as to the substance in those bags?
That it was indeed marijuana.
And you based that conclusion on the same analysis
Same
process?
analysis, correct. Each bag is analyzed individually. So I look at one macroscopically, microscopically, run a chemical color test, and then run the second bag, and then the third bag.
Now, under the same lab number, you said, what was the lab number?
FL12-2667.
I'm showing you states Exhibit 3B. You recognize that?
I do. This is Exhibit CIN-2 from the same case, FL12-667.
Before we go into that exhibit, actually, with respect to the bag in the previous case, did you follow the same procedure in terms of sealing it back up?
I did.
Locking it back up?
Yeah. Bag was, obviously this is the original evidence tape that was put on it. This is my evidence tape that I placed on it with my initials and the date on which I sealed it.
And then it went back into?
The turn bulb.
All right. Now, all right, so back to CIN-2. What, if any, involvement did you have in the analysis of that exhibit?
I analyzed this exhibit for the presence of controlled drugs. It was submitted as suspected LSD, which it turned out not to be. It turned out to be another chemical that is relatively unknown and unregulated at this point. I can read it if you would like the full name.
Tell us what it is, yes.
It is 2,4-iodo-2,5-dimethoxyphenyl N2-methoxyphenyl methyl ethanamine, also known as 2,CI and BOMI, which is been identified as a research chemical that has possible hallucinogenic.
Okay, that last remark is stricken.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes. members of the jury here to disregard the last statement by the witness.
All right, so on the paper was a chemical, the name of which you just...
Right, we'll say the short version, which is 2CI and bony.
Okay. After you analyzed the paper, did you follow the same process with respect to sealing up the bag?
Yes, I did. I put on my evidence tape, initials and date, and I transferred both of them back to the return vault.
Thank you very much. You may apply.
Remember, I think we'll take our afternoon recess.
I'm not going to have any cross-examination for this witness, so.
You have no questions?
Not for him, no.
Okay, you may be excused. Thank you. Members of the jury, we will take our afternoon recess at this point. Probably about a 10-minute recess, and as soon as everyone's ready to go, we'll continue the trial. Thank you.
All rise, please.
You can sit down. You're excused. If I could just see counsel at the bench.
Okay, just.
Absolutely. No.
Have a good day, sir. Thanks.
Have a seat.
Yes.
Do I bring them up there?
I walk in the filing cabinet. I didn't know that is
All rise for the jury, please. Jury, Your Honor.
Thank you. Please be seated. State attorney calls.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. The state calls Patrick Keough.
So, right now to your name.
Walk right up to the front and remain standing. If you would raise your right hand. You swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under the penalties and pains of perjury. Please have a seat. Keep your voice up, please. State your full name, spell your last name.
My name is Patrick Keough, Keough.
What is your current occupation?
I'm a criminalist at the New Hampshire State Police Forensic Laboratory,
And how long have you been a criminalist at the state laboratory?
nearly 13 years.
Generally, what are your duties at the state laboratory, please?
I analyze substances submitted to the lab for the presence of controlled drugs.
And explain for the jury and the judge what training and experience you have that qualifies you for this particular duty.
When I was hired by the laboratory, I went through approximately a 6-month period where I trained under a senior criminalist, basically doing analyses under his supervision. At the end of that period, I did a proficiency test administered by the laboratory, and then I did a proficiency test from outside the laboratory. And to maintain my proficiency, we do proficiency tests once a year from an outside laboratory.
Have you passed those proficiency tests?
Yes.
Have you previously ever been qualified as an expert to testify in a New Hampshire court?
Yes.
Roughly how many times?
I testify roughly once a month, so it's been many times in the 13 years or so that I've been in the state.
Thank you. Your Honor, I'd ask the court to find the witness qualified to testify as an expert in the area of drug analysis.
Any objection?
No objection.
He may give his opinion.
Thank you. Just very generally, describe to the jury what protocols are in place to safekeep evidence that has come into the laboratory for analysis.
We have an evidence vault. When evidence is logged into the laboratory, it's assigned a case number, and a folder is assigned to it with a laboratory number with a barcode. A similar barcode is attached to the evidence, and then it's placed in a evidence vault that's in the middle of the laboratory that has limited access.
And what, if any, document accompanies any given exhibit to come in for analysis?
When evidence is submitted to the lab, it has to come with a submittal form. And the information on the submittal form is compared to the information on the evidence to make sure that everything is lining up. And the evidence is then marked or has a sticker applied to it that will connect it to the evidence submittal form. And so then the two pieces of the evidence can go in the secure vault, and the forms, the folders can then be in the general laboratory.
And are exhibits given a laboratory number that's put both on the evidence examination request form and the exhibit?
Yes.
All right, first I'm showing you State's Exhibit 1A. Ask you if you recognize that document.
This is the submittal form that the police officers brought in when they brought the evidence to the laboratory. That gives a description of the evidence and a suspect name, and it also has a chain of custody of the movement of the evidence.
And on the form, is there also a place for the number that's assigned by the lab?
Yes.
And what is that number?
FL123367.
Now I'm showing you State's Exhibit 1B and ask you if you recognize that.
I do. This has a sticker with the same number, FL123367, and on the bottom of the evidence is laboratory evidence tape, and it has my initials and the date on it.
Okay. Could you please explain for the jury what, if any, analysis you conducted on the contents of that bag? Just explain it to them step by step, please.
When I begin an analysis, I initially look at the evidence packaging. I make sure that it's properly sealed. All evidence coming into our lab has to have tamper-resistant evidence tape on it. I then make sure that the numbering and the markings on the evidence are consistent with what's on the submittal form, just to make sure that it's the correct evidence. Once I've done that and I've verified that everything is as it should be,
and just let me interrupt you. Was everything as it should be in this case?
In this case, it was, yes.
Okay, continue.
I then begin making a worksheet, which is a sheet where I can start documenting everything that I found in my analysis. On the worksheet, I'll put a description of the outer packaging. I'll put a description of the markings on the packaging. And once I've done that, then I open the evidence bag. I always try to do that in a manner that doesn't alter the seal that the submittal agency put on. This is their seal, so I always generally open it on the bottom. I then remove the evidence and I write a description on my worksheet of what the internal packaging looks like. And once I've done that, I remove the evidence and examine it and determine what types of analyses I need to do.
And in this case, what analyses did you do with this evidence?
Well, I determined, I could tell that it was vegetative material. So the first thing I did was I took a weight. In this case, there were multiple bags of material. Our protocol says that if there's multiple bags and they're all in the exact same type of packaging and the weights are in a similar range, we can randomly select 3 if there's 9 or less and 5 if there's more for an analysis. And so in this case, there were 4 bags, so I selected 3.
For analysis?
For analysis.
And did you weigh it first or analyze it first?
I selected the 3, and then I took a weight of each one independently, performed my analysis, put it in the bag, and then did the next bag, did a weight, and performed my analysis.
All right, so what was the total weight of the substance?
Can I check my file on that?
If that would refresh
the
memory.
The total weight of all the material in the 4 bags was 55.61 grams.
What does that amount to in ounces, please?
That would be 1.96 ounces.
Now, could you explain for the jury the analysis that you performed on the exhibits, or the exhibit?
With vegetative material, if it's not charred, we do what we call a botanical ID. We look at the botanical characteristics, the leaf structure, the flowering parts. We examine that, and then we take the material, look at it more closely under a stereoscope to look for finer characteristics. There's cystolytic hairs and glandular hairs which produce the resin in a marijuana plant. After examining the material and observing for all of these characteristics, I make note of each one that I find on my worksheet. I perform what's called a Duquesnoy-Levine color test. The Duquesnoy-Levine color test is a test that's keyed towards the determination of cannabinoid-type drugs. A positive for cannabinoid drugs would be consistent with what you would expect in a marijuana plant.
And what was your conclusion, if any, with regard to what this substance is?
Based on the botanical characteristics and supplemented by the Duquesnoy-Levine test, I concluded it was marijuana.
Thank you. After you conducted the analysis and reached the conclusion that it was marijuana, in the amount of 1.96 ounces, what did you do with the exhibit?
Well, after doing this same procedure for each of the 3 bags that I selected, I just weighed the 4th bag so that I could give a total weight. After doing all of that, I repackaged the evidence, sealed it, and put it in the return vault. We have a return vault for evidence that's awaiting return to the submitting agency.
All right, so you analyzed 3 of the bags, 3 of the 4, and you concluded that all 3 contained marijuana?
Correct.
What was your conclusion with respect to the 4th bag by visually looking at it?
Visually, it was consistent with the other bags, but I didn't do a formal analysis of it. I didn't do a Duquesnoy-Levine test, and I didn't put it under my stereoscope. But visually, what we call the macroscopic characteristics were consistent with marijuana.
What was the weight of the 3 bags you analyzed?
The 3 bags analyzed weighed a total of 41.78 grams, and that comes to 1.47 ounces.
How many ounces?
1.47.
Okay, thank you. All right, after you examined the exhibit, you said you sealed it back up on the bottom and initialed it?
Correct.
You put it back in the vault?
Yes.
All right, thank you. I am showing you State's Exhibit 4A. You recognize that, please?
Yes.
What is that?
This is a second or an independent submission for analysis with the same suspect.
Is that, what kind of document is that that I just showed you?
This is the evidence submittal form.
Okay, and that comes with the evidence itself?
That's submitted by the submitting agency along with the evidence, correct?
What is the number that the lab assigned to that exhibit?
FL123767.
Now I'm showing you State's Exhibit 4B and asking if you recognize that.
I do.
What is the lab number on that, and explain to the jury what it is?
The lab number is FL123767, which is consistent with the submittal form. I also recognize the fact that it's got state police evidence tape or laboratory evidence tape on the bottom, and my initials and the date are on that evidence tape.
Explain to the jury what, if any, analysis you conducted on the substance within that bag.
Much the same way as I did with the first one. I examined the packaging, made sure that the markings on the packaging were consistent with the submittal form. I made notes on my worksheet that I produced for this case regarding the packaging. I then opened the outer bag, removed the inner packaging, made notes on that, and then removed the evidence.
And did you weigh the evidence?
I did. In this case, there were 8 bags, and because that's 9 or less, I randomly selected 3 because they were all consistent in their packaging and roughly their size. So I randomly selected 3, went through a complete analysis on all of those 3, determined that based on the analyses that I performed, they were consistent with marijuana. And then I weighed each of the remaining 5 bags. I visually looked at them, but I didn't do a microscopic or a color test on those. But I did that so that I could have a total weight.
All right. What was your opinion with respect to the 3 bags you did analyze? What was the substance?
Based on the botanical characteristics and the consistent with color test, I concluded that they were all marijuana.
And what was the weight of the 3 bags that you analyzed, the marijuana you actually analyzed?
The 3 bags that I analyzed here were 41.35 grams, which is 1.45 ounces.
1.45 ounces of marijuana that you did analyze. What was the total weight of all the bags?
Of all 8 bags, it was 110.47 grams, and that's 3.89 ounces.
And after you conducted the analysis on the substance, what did you do with it?
Just like with the first one, I put the evidence back in the outer bag. I sealed it with state lab evidence tape, and I put my initials and the date on it, and then it went to the holding vault.
Thank you very much, sir. You may go on.
Thank you. Jack Newton, Keough. We've met before. I just have a couple questions for you. You testified that your main role is to test for controlled drugs, correct?
That is correct.
And the way that you know a drug is controlled in general is because it appears on a what they call a schedule. Is that correct?
Correct. The DEA sets a schedule for drugs, and they list the drugs as to what their schedule 1 through 5 is.
Okay. And marijuana is on Schedule 1.
It is.
Marijuana is known to have some medical applications. Is that correct?
I'm not really. That's not really my level of expertise. I've read that, but I really can't say for certain anything about research regarding that.
Okay, so you've read that it has, and you have general understanding there are medical marijuana laws in place in other states?
Correct.
But one of the things about Schedule 1 is that they put things on, the government puts things on Schedule 1 because they say there's no actual medical application, isn't that right?
That is correct.
Okay. Yet medical marijuana laws exist in other states.
They do, but the schedules are set by the federal government, and the federal government doesn't recognize marijuana as being a viable medical.
I understand that, but it is recognized that way in some places in this country.
True, but that's not how the schedules are set. The schedules are set by the federal government, not by the states.
Right, I understand that. Okay, thank you.
Further examination?
Just one, so marijuana, Schedule 1 controlled drug, correct?
Correct.
Further.
Further cross-examination?
No.
You may be excused. Thank you.
Stay rest,
Members of the jury, the state has now rested, meaning the state has completed presenting witnesses in the case. There are some legal issues I need to address with counsel outside of your presence. So in light of that, given where we are in the day, I'm going to excuse you for the evening. We're still, again, through no fault of the parties in this case, as a result of the timing related to the previous trial, we're a bit off track, but it's my expectation from my discussion with counsel that you will be able to begin your deliberations in this case at some point, probably the latter part of tomorrow morning. So just for your scheduling purposes, that's where we are in terms of the case based on what counsel expects right now. But because the evidence in the case is not yet completed and I have not given you my instructions on the law, I'm going to again ask you, I'm sure you'll get sick of me saying this, but not to discuss the case among yourselves or with anyone else. You will be able to begin your deliberations tomorrow based on my discussions with counsel. As I said, it's my expectation will be some point in the latter part of tomorrow morning when you'll finally have the case to begin your deliberations, and then you can start your discussions. But until then, you can't talk to each other or anyone else or do any independent research or analysis concerning any of the issues in the case. And I want to thank you for your time and attention and your timeliness. If you could try to be here a little bit before 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, we can start promptly at 9 and keep to our schedule. And again, I thank you for your patience, and we'll see you tomorrow morning. Thank you.
All rise, please.
Thank you. Please be seated. And again, I did this, set this up with the jury. It's my understanding the defense has a motion at this time. Is that correct?
That's correct, Your Honor. As to, I'm sure I have the right charge number. Docket number 2012 CR 0131, charge number 659368C. The defense moves to dismiss that charge, and that Mr. Paula's charge was selling a substance that he represented to be a controlled drug, LSD, to another person. LSD is a known controlled drug. There has been no evidence presented in this case that Mr. Paul ever said the words LSD or told anyone he was going to sell them LSD. The only evidence that the term he used, acid, is otherwise known as LSD, comes from a confidential informant who was a paid witness to come in here and testify on behalf of the state. And in fact, I would say that the part of the recording that came in, I objected to it coming in a second time, where he talks about it, he qualifies even what it is, saying, this is not what it is back in the day, this is not the same. I would say that he made an effort to say that it was not LSD, and that word was never spoken from him. And I think that there's not enough evidence, even in light most favorable to the state, that a reasonable jury could find him guilty in that charge.
State objects, Your Honor, and would argue that two witnesses not only Mr. DuPont, but Mr. DuPont and Trooper Newton testified that the word acid on the street is lingo for, or slang for LSD. Viewing the evidence in the light most favorable to the state, the jury could find the defendant guilty on this. We can't always expect drug dealers to use the laboratory terminology for drugs. The slang on the street is what was used. 2 witnesses testified the slang for LSD on the street is acid, so the state objects.
And let me say, I can't recall, as I'm sitting here right now, what Trooper Newton said about it, but I do recall that Mr. DuPont did testify that acid was slang for LSD and viewed in the light most favorable to
Can I just
the
respond?
state. Yes.
I understand you're going to make a ruling. I just want
Yes.
to say one more thing, and that is that my reading of the statute and the charge that it is that not what other people thought it might be, but what Mr. Paul knowingly purported. I don't think that there has been any evidence presented that he represented it to be LSD. That whatever anyone else understood it to be, that's up to them. But he did not purport it to be LSD, and what he's charged with is knowingly purporting something to be LSD. And that's my response to the state's argument.
Again, and the standard for this motion is viewing the evidence in the light most favorable to the state. And in that, viewing that standard in mind, the state has met its burden with respect to that charge, so the motion is denied. Is there anything further this evening? As I mentioned to counsel, that in terms of the instruction issue, I know that the defense has a request for instructions regarding nullification, and I've indicated to counsel that if it's still acceptable to come in early before the jury tomorrow to have argument on that and any other instruction-related issues that either of you have before the jury gets here, so that, and what we'll do is if I'm going to do anything other than the draft that I've submitted with some alterations, obviously the section regarding the defendant not testifying, if he testifies, that would come out. But if there's anything other than that, I certainly would give counsel time following my decision after the testimony is completed, if there is further testimony, to if they need a little bit of additional time to incorporate the ruling into their closing arguments in the case. So if it works with both of you to see you back tomorrow at 8:30, I think you can deal with the instructions issued then.
Thank you, Ron.
Have a good evening.
Thank you.
All rise, please.
Now, I expect that the jury could conclude it's an opportunity to argue the opposite.
Morning, please be seated. We're here this morning in the matter of State versus Richard Paul. The jury is not present. Set time aside this morning to address the issue of the jury instructions, and specifically the defendant has certain requests, so I'll let the defense go first. Attorney Kossick.
Thank you, Your Honor. You have the motion in front of you, and you have the state's response to my motion in front of you, so I'm not going to read them to you. I'll just say first off that there's no objection to the state's suggested instruction that I wrote in place of the one I wrote. I think they're pretty similar. But as far as it being given at all, there is a statute, as the court is well aware, I know, RSA 519.23a, which allows specifically that the defense to inform the jury of their right to judge the facts and the application of the law. But also contained in that statute is the findings and intent of the legislature when they wrote the statute, and that is that they found that the jury has the right to judge the facts and the application of the law, and that the jury system functions at its best when it is fully informed of the jury's prerogatives. And Mr. Paul's main argument in asking for this instruction is that although I understand that the court will allow me an argument for Mr. Paul to address this issue, that when the other jury instructions, the model instructions are read, some of those instructions, I think, tend to negate the words of the defense. Specifically, you must follow the law as I explain it, regardless of any opinion you may have as to what the law ought to be. That sounds like if I am telling them that they are allowed to judge what the law is, you are telling them that that is not so, and negates the defense argument that they are allowed to do so. The instruction, which is, again, this is in my motion, but it has been traditionally considered the nullification instruction, the absolute must and the permissive should language, is a very subtle turn of phrase. You know, if I tell my children, you must go clean your room, they're going to go clean their room. And if I say to them, you should go clean your room, they're going to go clean their room. I mean, it sounds the same to the average hearer, that the average listener, I suppose is a better way to put it. But to the average person, it sounds like the same thing. It sounds like an order. And it sounds like a directive to convict. And I think, again, if I'm getting up there and telling them, you have the right to judge the law, you have the right to judge the application to the law, you don't have to convict the defendant, and if the court is telling them, you know, specifically these two things, that it negates the defense's ability to convey that to the jury. And I think in this particular case, there's been enough evidence presented that there has been a misuse of the law. In this case, that's going to be that's in the defense. I think it's secret. And I think that Mr. Paul has the right to this instruction in this particular matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. As the court knows, the state only filed a partial objection, and that was not to the substance of the requested instruction. The state would just note here that RSA 519.23a, as the defense noted, does not compel the court to give an instruction to the jury. It may be in the future that the state will take a position that the instruction is inappropriate in any particular case, so the state does not intend here to take a position for all cases. But given the nature of the defense in this case, the state does not object to informing the jury of the instruction as requested by the defense or the wording asked for by the state. Substantively, they're the same. Obviously, the instructions are the purview of the court. You do not have to give it, even if I assent to it. It's your decision whether to give it, but the state does not object to it in this case.
And I have considered this, and I've reviewed the arguments both in the written submissions and in prior case law, and as well as the statute. It is within my discretion, and I'm not going to give a nullification instruction in this case. Again, the statute doesn't preclude the defense from making the arguments as required. I certainly think that's appropriate, and that's what the statute provides. But I'm not going to give either the defense's request or the state's request in this case. Is there any further issues regarding the instructions that either side wants to address?
There are some matters in the instructions in the copy that you gave us. If do you want us to go through the whole thing now, or do you want to do that later?
I'm just concerned a bit about time, and I suppose we could do this either. We could, if there are further issues.
If it helps, Mr. Paul is not going to testify. So
he is not going to testify. Okay.
So that will save some time anyway.
Then,
take that hat off, please.
Then perhaps we should, I think it probably makes sense to address whatever other requests there are or issues at this point.
Thank you, Your Honor. Some are minor, some are more substantive. Would you like me to go through all of them?
I'm happy to do this. If counsel want to go do this, and if there's anything that you want to put on the record, that we can do that. If not, I could deal with this in chambers with counsel.
I just want to,
my usual practice.
I just want to put just two things on the record.
Yes, absolutely.
And I've already said it, but because of your ruling, I'm going to just make state my exception. I just also want to clarify for the record, the Supreme Court, the position of the Supreme Court is not to make a contemporaneous objection in order to preserve. So one thing I'd like to ask the court is when the instructions are given, will the court require me to come up to the bench and make a contemporaneous objection to not giving the jury instruction at that time?
There's no requirement. Let me state for the record that it's my view that you've made your objection, you've made your arguments, have ruled against the defense in this case. As far as I'm concerned, your objection is considered fully preserved. There's no need for you to come back and approach at the end of my instructions. I believe, and this is my ruling, that you have a continuing objection to that instruction, and you don't need to come up in order to have it viewed as a contemporaneous objection.
All right, thank you for that. The only thing I would, again, on the record, to note my exception to the part of the two things I have already stated. You must follow the law as I explain it, regardless of any opinion you may have as to what the law ought to be. Object to that being said, if only the defense is allowed to argue. Nullification, and I think that's all. Just that one part is the only thing I need to take for the record.
May I respond, John?
Yes.
With respect to the first objection, and the court may or may not be willing to do this, but if the word must were replaced by should, I don't know if that would solve the defense's problem with respect to the first. That's on page 1, the second paragraph up from the bottom. If that would solve the defense's argument that there's an inconsistency between the law of nullification and this statement, the state doesn't object to that change.
I'll make that, I've just made that change, and let me say, by making that change in this instruction, I'm not indicating going forward that's going to be my position, but I will make that change in the instructions. The changing must to should on page 1 of the instructions.
Do you mean going forward in other cases? Is that
Yes.
what you're saying? Okay.
Yes.
And likewise for the state may take a different position in the future, but in this case, the state doesn't object to that change.
Any other issues, Steve?
There are some issues.
Okay.
Do you want to do that in chambers or here?
If that's acceptable to counsel, it might be.
It is. What about your?
All rise.
The judge denied jury nullification instructions.
You want to put that down?
The jury, Your Honor.
Good morning. Please be seated. We just wait a moment while the court monitor will be back in a second. I want to make sure we're having a record of proceedings. Attorney Kossick, is the defense going to call any witnesses?
The defense rests, Your Honor.
Members of the jury, the evidence in the case is now completed. You will hear in a few moments closing arguments from counsel. Because the state bears the burden of proof, the state opens first and closes last. So in this case, you will first hear from the defense counsel, Attorney Kossick.
Thank you. Morning. Morning. You have the power to judge the facts and to judge the law, as the jury in this case. Let's start at the beginning with some of the facts that were presented to you by the government. You heard, as the second witness, technically in this case, FBI agent Phil Christiana. I'm going to talk about some of the things that he said to you. Phil Christiana wanted you to believe that his role in this case was just helping out the drug task force. When I asked him how he became involved in this case, he said the following things. These are quotes from Agent Christiana. They contacted me. On Trooper Newton, he said, he is definitely the person I recall discussing our potential assistance with. My investigation was opened at the request of the Attorney General's Drug Task Force. My assistance was requested, and as a result, I opened the matter in order to provide them that assistance. I was requested assistance, and I provided it. It had nothing to do with the Joint Terrorism Task Force. And every member of the drug task force that got up there was asked the same question. Trooper Newton, did you call Agent Christiana? And Trooper Newton said, I didn't call him, it must have been my supervisors. Either Lieutenant Hunter or Lieutenant Mayers. And I asked Lieutenant Hunter if he called the FBI, and he said, no, I didn't call them. And when Mayers was asked if he called the FBI, his answer was, I can assure you that no one from the drug task force contacted the FBI for assistance. Someone's lying to you. And when Agent Christiana continued to answer questions about what happened after Mr. Paul's arrest, his testimony evolved just like apparently the FBI policy on recording people evolves. I asked him about recording his interrogation with Mr. Paul, and there was one, he didn't deny that. And he said, it's safer not to record. He didn't say it was safer for whom not to record. He said he wasn't interested in recording anything. He said he didn't take any notes, but if he did, they were in his file, which he didn't bring. Then he said, I didn't think Mr. Paul would like me to take any notes. But he didn't ask him that, apparently. And he said about this FBI policy about not recording that there's always exceptions to the rule. That it can happen if you want it to. But you have to go through a very long procedure, apparently, to get authorization to do such a thing. But think about who was in charge of the recordings in this case. And that was Agent Christiana. And where did he get that authorization? From the New Hampshire Attorney General's office, through the Drug Task Force. And Trooper Newton told you that it takes between 5 and 20 minutes to acquire such authorization to do a recording. So between 5 and 20 minutes, they could have gotten an authorization to do a recording. he didn't want to do that. So we can just, we're not supposed to know what was said there. He didn't want to record it. And this investigation went on, if you take it from the 17th of April of last year to the date of Mr. Paul's arrest, which was May 30th of last year, went on for about 6 weeks. So even within 6 weeks, there was never any attempt to get any authorization to record, a consensual recording anyway, of a conversation with Mr. Paul by the FBI. Mr. Christiana sat up there and continued to answer questions, but it wasn't easy. I have two little hound dogs, and last year around this time, they both got into a porcupine, and pulling the quills out of their mouth was easier than getting any answers from Agent Christiana. When I asked him about what he wanted from Mr. Paul, he said, basically, I asked Mr. Paul if he wanted to cooperate. He said, I thought he had information that was important to the Joint Terrorism Task Force. But at the beginning of his testimony, he said, this had nothing to do with the Joint Terrorism Task Force. He was just there to help out. Then he said, I didn't ask him if he would wear a wire. He just said it was a possibility that he would wear a wire in his cooperation. And then this person who had nothing to do with his investigation except providing the surveillance equipment offered Mr. Paul a deal. The state didn't offer him a deal. The Drug Task Force didn't offer him a deal. The FBI offered him a deal. And he told Mr. Paul, he said, I told him that we could help him with the matter he was arrested for, this matter. And I asked him if he asked Mr. Paul to wear a wire into the Keene Activist Center, and then Mr. Christiana, Agent Christiana, stopped answering my questions. He refused to answer. You can take that answer or non-answer for what it's worth. And I would suggest to you can take from Agent Christiana's testimony that recording someone is okay when the government does it to convict you of a crime, but when they want to use it as leverage against you and your friends, it doesn't matter if they record your response to that. And what do we learn from the Drug Task Force, who ostensibly, according to Agent Christiana, were the people that were conducting this investigation? We learned that at any one time during this investigation, there were 7 to 10 officers, FBI, DTF, New Hampshire State Police, Keene Police Department, whoever. There was such a large convoy of cars following Richard DuPont around town that they were afraid to all turn around at one time lest they call attention to themselves. You learn that you can arrest someone without a warrant if you think they've committed a felony, if you think they have committed a felony. And you learned from Detective Mayers that no one's ever raised an entrapment defense after 2 sales. And that any officer can arrest anyone when there's a warrant. It doesn't have to be the very, very busy Drug Task Force. They said they were too busy to arrest Mr. Paul at any moment, and they apparently were following him all around town all the time. And that they lured him away from the Keene Activist Center in order to arrest him. Because it's hard to get in there with a camera on you if everyone knows you've been arrested. They might wonder why you're doing what you're doing and what you're asking questions about. And in fact, Mr. Paul wasn't arrested by either the FBI or the Drug Task Force. He was arrested by 2 regular old Keene Police Department officers, Officer Goechild and Officer McLaughlin. They did the arrest. The other thing we learned from the Drug Task Force officers is that the FBI provided some or all of the funds for the controlled buys. The FBI, they had nothing to do with this investigation. And in fact, Lieutenant Mayers said something to the effect of, he didn't know and he didn't care where the money came from. He wasn't really interested in that. We know that the FBI had total control of the recording equipment. They set it up. One time it was Officer Bishop, or Agent Bishop. The other times it was Phil Christiana. They took the equipment off. They brought it back to their office. They produced the videos you saw. They provided them to the Drug Task Force. And according to Lieutenant Mayers, the FBI made an offer of cooperation. The Drug Task Force did not make an offer of cooperation. And that's because the FBI was in control of this operation from beginning to end. There's no way to know how or why, because no one would admit that anyone contacted the other. There's denial on both sides about who was trying to get who or what was going on here. They made it seem like they just all sort of ran into each other in the Walgreens parking lot and decided to join up together and investigate this case. The only real thing that the Drug Task Force provided here was Richard DuPont. He wasn't searched, at least his body wasn't searched before he headed out on April 17th, because the Drug Task Force thought the FBI was doing it. Why would the Drug Task Force think the FBI was searching their confidential informant in their investigation? And when his car was searched, the police found what they were assured by Richard DuPont was table salt. And maybe it was and maybe it wasn't, but you can't know that because they gave it back to him. And it sounds silly and it sounds like a joke. And I think it was treated that way. The Drug Task Force said something to the lab that they were sure was LSD. And guess what? It wasn't. So there's no way to know what they just gave back to Richard DuPont in this case. Rich Paul never said this was LSD. You didn't hear him say it. No one claimed that acid is exclusively LSD. The one thing you know beyond a reasonable doubt about this item here is that it is not illegal. It is not a controlled drug. It's not illegal to sell it. And the state has not proven that beyond a reasonable doubt. Richard DuPont made all his other buys to get out of his charges, and we know that happened for him, or at least he believes it did because no one's talked to him about it for a whole year. But he was paid to do this one. He admitted to that. He said, oh, no, I wasn't paid for that. They just paid my cell phone minutes for the other ones, but yeah, I got money, cash money for this one. As far as he knows, he's free and clear of his heroin charges to go on his merry way and do whatever it is he does. The Drug Task Force didn't even give him his little secret code name, Socrates. Richard DuPont said a lot of things to you, but the real Socrates said, among a million other quotes that people may have heard, to find yourself, think for yourself. And as jurors in this case, you have the power to think for yourselves. And the law can be used as a sword and a shield. And the government wants you to believe that it's using the marijuana law to shield the public from harm, and that the only thing that should matter to you is what you saw in those videos. I want you to think about the law they're using as a sword against Mr. Paul. You heard from the lab analysts yesterday. Shane Zeman, who told you that what he tested that the government believed to be LSD was not. You heard from Pat Keough, who told you the following things about marijuana. Marijuana is a class 1 drug. That's how he knows it's a controlled drug, when he tests for that. That one characteristic of a class 1 drug is that it has no medical application. Yet all over the United States, there are laws that allow marijuana to be prescribed. And, yeah, Mr. Keough qualified that with that the federal government doesn't recognize that. And that's true. And the state of New Hampshire does not yet recognize that. But ask yourself whether this law makes sense to you. That on one hand, something has no medical application, yet on the other hand, there are several governments who are allowing it to be medically applied. Does that make sense to you? For a law like that to be used as a sword against Mr. Paul. Mr. Paul is not claiming that he was a dispensary or that he was giving out prescriptions. He was not doing that. You saw the videos. We all saw the videos. They weren't a surprise to Mr. Paul. But what he's asking you to think about is whether it's fair or just to apply that law in this particular case. Because really, who knows what this investigation was about? We don't know. Phil Christiana stopped answering questions. I'll tell you what it's not about. It's not about drugs. We're trying to protect people from drugs. It's about piling on these charges, 5 of them, to use as leverage against Mr. Paul to get him to do something else. It wasn't about going up the supply chain. Richard DuPont walked away from his charges. And Rich Paul is sitting in the defendant's chair because he didn't want to wear a camera for the FBI. Apparently, if he had agreed to do that, he wouldn't be sitting there because he would have had a deal. Again, the government tried to use the drug law in this case not as a shield to protect the public, but as a sword to gain leverage over Mr. Paul. Think about who they brought in to testify in front of you. These people took oaths to tell the truth when they stood up there. And this is what they said. 2 quotes I will reiterate to you. My investigation was opened at the request of the Attorney General's Drug Task Force. And on the other side, I can assure you that no one from the DTF contacted the FBI for assistance. Someone's wrong. I don't know who. The judge is going to give you some instructions at the end of this case. You should listen to his instructions. But the other thing you should know is that you are not required to convict Mr. Paul, even if the state proves its case beyond a reasonable doubt as to the elements of the charges in this case. And I would reiterate to you that it has not met its burden in the purported LSD case beyond a reasonable doubt. Those words were never spoken by Mr. Paul. But if you feel that your sense of fairness and justice in this case, and the way this case was handled, and the way Mr. Paul was treated, that if you feel it's unjust or unfair to apply the law to him, you can acquit him. even if you think the state has proven its case beyond a reasonable doubt as to the charges. The judge is going to give you an instruction that's going to say, and it's going to sound confusing, and I'm going to explain it to you. Maybe, I'm not trying to patronize anybody, but it's confusing to a lot of people. He's going to tell you that if the state has met its burden beyond a reasonable, if the state has not met its burden beyond a reasonable doubt, you must acquit Mr. Paul. If they have not met the burden of the elements. If the state has met its burden beyond a reasonable doubt, you should acquit him. It's a very subtle difference. You must acquit. If they have not proven their case to you beyond a reasonable doubt, you should and don't have to acquit, even if they have proven the case beyond a reasonable doubt. In this case, for this man, in these circumstances, the fair and just verdict is not guilty. Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney Kossick. Attorney Webb.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you very much for your patience in this trial, ladies and gentlemen. It went a little longer than we thought it would. We appreciate your service. A couple of things. I would say that there's been a red herring, but really there's a school of red herrings in the defense argument as to the reason why you should acquit the defendant. But before I talk about those things, I want to make it clear that the defense is correct, okay, that you do have the power to acquit the defendant even if you decide the state has met its burden to prove the elements of the charges beyond a reasonable doubt. That is true. If you find it repugnant to your sense of justice, if you feel a conviction would be unfair, you have the power to acquit. That is true. It is inherent in the nature of what you do. Let's first talk about the evidence. The evidence is overwhelming. There is no doubt the defendant committed the crimes. With respect to the LSD charge, he's charged with selling something he represented to be LSD. Doesn't have to be LSD. Trooper Newton, who worked for years for the DTF, and Mr. DuPont both explained to you that the street name for acid, for LSD is acid. Acid is LSD. You heard the videos. The defendant never said in the videos, well, by the way, this isn't real acid. You might need more of these because it's not real acid. No, he said it was acid. And the witnesses told you that acid is LSD on the street. He represented it to be LSD. He called it acid. Acid on the street is LSD. With respect to the sales on each of the dates, April 17th, 2012, more than an ounce of marijuana sold by the defendant over by Walgreens to Mr. DuPont. No doubt. You heard the video, heard all the witnesses, heard the lab analysts. Same with the other charges. April 27th, 2012, at room 118 at the Keene Inn. No doubt the defendant sold more than an ounce of marijuana to Mr. DuPont for money. With respect to the acid charge, no doubt he sold what he represented to be acid, LSD, to Mr. DuPont on that date. Same thing for May 16th, right over here, when he picks the defendant up in front of Tony Clamatos and takes him around the block. Defendant sold to DuPont more than an ounce of marijuana for money on that date. No doubt. The evidence is crystal clear. And that he had more than an ounce of marijuana on him on May 30th, 2012 in Keene when he was arrested, and that he intended to sell it to DuPont. Just didn't get a chance because he was arrested first, but he was going there to sell it, so he intended to sell it. No doubt. The evidence is clear. So in terms of the evidence and the proof, not only is it beyond reasonable doubt, it's beyond any doubt that the defendant committed these crimes. That brings us back to the question of, should you convict him? That's your decision. The defense sounded like there's too much evidence. The argument sounded like there's too much evidence, too many officers. It's not fair to have so many officers investigating somebody's crimes. Somehow it's not fair to get so much evidence against somebody. I guess if there's, you can't argue there's not enough evidence, you argue there's too much evidence. There was too much of a focus on the defendant's crimes. Somehow that's just not right. The defense mentioned that DuPont wasn't searched. Of course, he's not going to bring drugs to a meeting with the FBI. I mean, he explained that he certainly didn't bring drugs, but anybody, I do want you to think for yourself, just as the defense said, think for yourself. DuPont's not going to bring drugs to a meeting with the FBI and the DTF, right? So, he didn't bring the drugs with him, the defendant sold him the drugs. The whole thing about medical use of marijuana is another one of those red herrings. Because none of that was happening here. This is a guy who's making money selling drugs. That's all there is to it. It's a guy who's making money selling drugs. Has nothing to do with medical use of marijuana. The whole thing about who requested the FBI's assistance, the FBI can investigate without a request. That's a red herring. Were they confused about who requested the assistance? Apparently. When he first answered, Christiana said, I don't remember. That was his first answer. He says he thinks it was new. That was his first answer. Because it doesn't matter. This case is about, did the defendant commit the crimes of selling marijuana as alleged? Did he commit the crime of possessing marijuana with the intent to sell it? Did he commit the crime of selling something he represented to be LSD, acid? He did. The evidence is overwhelming. How is it repugnant to convict a criminal that has been caught just because you put so much effort into making sure you had enough evidence to convict him? How is that repugnant? It is not, and you should find it. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Webb. Members of the jury, the evidence and the arguments in the case have been completed. I will now instruct you as to the law that applies in this case. And please don't be concerned, this is not a memory test. You'll have copies of my instructions with you during your deliberations. After I'm done, you will retire to decide the verdict in the case. In order to reach a fair and just verdict, you must understand and follow the law as I explain it to you. For example, you will have to understand the definition of the crime with which the defendant is charged, what to consider in deciding whether to believe a particular witness, and how convinced one way or the other you should be before you reach a verdict. These instructions will explain the law as to these and other matters so that you can reach a fair and just verdict. It is your duty as jurors to follow all of the instructions I am about to give you. You should follow the law as I explained it, regardless of any opinion you may have as to what the law ought to be. It is up to you to determine the facts in this case. You must decide this case solely on the evidence presented at trial and the law as I explained it. You should reach a fair and just verdict without prejudice, without fear, and without sympathy. The fact that the defendant has been arrested and charged is not evidence of guilt. The indictment is simply a way of giving the defendants notice of the charge against him. The indictment is a formal way of accusing the defendant of the crime charged in order to bring him to trial. In your deliberations, you must not consider the defendant's arrest, the indictment, or the fact that the defendant has been brought to trial as evidence of his guilt. The defendant has an absolute right not to take the stand to testify. The fact that the defendant did not testify in this case may not be considered by you in any way in deciding this case. The burden is on the state to prove the defendant's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. The defendant has no obligation to present any evidence or to prove that he is innocent. The possible punishment the defendant may receive if you return a guilty verdict should not influence your decision. The duty of imposing sentences for the judge. You should base your verdict only on the evidence in the law without considering the possible punishment. You have heard the lawyers discuss the facts in the law and their arguments to you. These arguments are not evidence. Their purpose is to help you understand the evidence and the law. If the lawyers state the law differently from the law as I explain it to you, then you must follow my instructions and ignore the statements of the lawyers. If the lawyers state the evidence differently from how you recall it, then you should follow your own memory of what the evidence was. During your deliberations, you should consider only evidence presented at trial. The evidence in this case consists of the testimony under oath of the witnesses and the exhibits. You may not guess or speculate about evidence. You may only consider what has been introduced into evidence and the reasonable inferences that can be drawn from the evidence. By reasonable inferences, I mean conclusions which reason and common sense lead you to draw from the facts that are proven to your satisfaction. During the trial, the lawyers made objections. The lawyers are supposed to object when they believe that certain evidence is not admissible. If I sustained an objection or excluded any evidence, you must not guess as to what the evidence or answer would have been. If I ordered that a question and answer be stricken from the record, you must not consider either the question or the answer as evidence. Likewise, if I overruled an objection and allowed the witness to answer a question, you are not to give such evidence any special importance as a result of my ruling. When I rule on an objection, I am merely applying the law as is my duty. If you believe that I suggested or expressed an opinion as to the facts in my rulings, you should ignore such opinion. The court in this case, as in all cases, is completely neutral and impartial. It is up to you alone to decide the facts in this case. There are two types of evidence, direct and circumstantial. Direct evidence is direct proof of a fact, such as the testimony of a witness based on personal knowledge. That is, what the witness actually saw, heard, or otherwise directly experienced. Circumstantial evidence is indirect evidence, which tends to prove a disputed fact by proof of other facts. There is no distinction on the weight to be given either direct or circumstantial evidence. It is for you to decide how much weight to give any evidence, whether it be direct or circumstantial. However, to be sufficient to establish guilt beyond a reasonable doubt, circumstantial evidence must exclude all other rational conclusions other than guilt. This means that if, from the circumstantial evidence, it is rational to arrive at two conclusions, one consistent with guilt and one consistent with innocence, then you must choose the rational conclusion consistent with innocence. However, you do not consider each item of circumstantial evidence in isolation. In determining whether all rational conclusions other than guilt have been excluded, you should consider each item of circumstantial evidence in the context of all the other direct and circumstantial evidence. In reviewing the evidence, you should consider the quality of the evidence and not the quantity. It is not the number of witnesses or quantity of evidence that is important. What is important is the quality of the evidence. In deciding whether the state has proven a charge against the defendant beyond a reasonable doubt, you must decide the credibility of witnesses. That is, it is up to you to decide who to believe. If there is any conflict between the witnesses, then you must resolve the conflict. Simply because a witness has taken an oath to tell the truth does not mean that you have to accept the testimony as true. In deciding which witnesses to believe, you should use your common sense and judgment. I suggest you consider a number of factors. Whether the witness appeared to be candid, whether the witness appeared worthy of belief, the appearance and demeanor of the witness, whether the witness had an interest in the outcome of the case, whether the witness had any reason for not telling the truth, whether what the witness said seemed reasonable or probable, whether what the witness said seemed unreasonable or inconsistent with the other evidence in the case or with prior statements by the witness, and whether the witness had any friendship or animosity towards other people in this case. In deciding which witnesses to believe and how much of their testimony to believe, you should consider both the direct and cross-examinations of the witness, regardless of who called the witness. You should consider these factors in deciding the credibility of all witnesses, whether or not they happen to be ordinary citizens, experts, or police officers. You can accept all what a witness has said, you can reject all what a witness has said, or you can accept some of it and reject some of it. In short, you should consider the testimony of each witness and give it the weight you think it deserves. During this trial, you heard the testimony of experts. An expert is someone who has some specialized knowledge, such as scientific or technical knowledge, that qualifies the expert to give an opinion as to matters that are not common knowledge. The opinion of an expert may assist you in understanding evidence or in deciding the facts of this case. You are not bound by the opinion of an expert. You are free to ignore the expert's opinion if you find that the reasons given in support of the opinion are not sound, or if you find that other evidence outweighs the opinion. Now, as I said, in deciding whether to believe a witness, you may consider whether the witness made statements before trial which are not consistent with the witness's testimony at trial. Thus, if the witness made a prior inconsistent statement, you may use that statement in deciding whether to believe the witness's trial testimony. Keep in mind that you may use a prior statement only in assessing the witness's credibility. You may not use a prior statement as proof that the facts in the prior statement are true. There are, however, two exceptions to this general rule, that prior statements may only be used in assessing witness credibility. If the statement made before trial was made by the defendant or by a witness under oath, then you may use that prior statement as proof that the facts in the statement are true. Under our constitutions, all defendants in criminal cases are presumed to be innocent unless proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. The burden of proving guilt is entirely on the state. The defendant does not have to prove his innocence. The defendant enters this courtroom as an innocent person, and you must consider him to be an innocent person unless and until the state convinces you beyond a reasonable doubt that he is guilty of every element of the alleged offense. If, after all the evidence and arguments, you have a reasonable doubt as to the defendant having committed any one or more of the elements of the offense, then you must find him not guilty. A reasonable doubt is just what the words would ordinarily imply. The use of the word reasonable means simply that the doubt must be reasonable rather than unreasonable. It must be a doubt based on reason. It is not a frivolous or fanciful doubt, nor is it one that can be easily explained away. Rather, it is such a doubt based upon reason as remains after consideration of all the evidence the state has offered against it. The test you must use is this. If you have a reasonable doubt as to whether the state has proved any one or more of the elements of the crime charge, you must find the defendant not guilty. However, if you find that the state has proved all the elements of the crime charge beyond a reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant guilty. The laws of New Hampshire set forth certain crimes. Each crime has a precise definition with at least two parts or elements, a mental state and an act. In deciding whether a person is guilty of a crime, you must determine both what the person's actions were and what his mental state was. For a person to be guilty of a crime, he must have the requisite mental state, and he must have physically acted to do something that is criminal. The word act refers to a physical deed. The words mental state refer to what a person mentally believes his physical acts will accomplish. The matter of determining a person's mental state is something that you will have to decide. There's often no direct evidence of a person's mental state because there is no way of examining the operation of a person's mind. You should consider all the facts and all the circumstances based on the evidence presented in the case, in deciding whether the state has proven that the defendant had the requisite mental state and acted to do something that is criminal. The defendant in this case is charged with 3 counts of the sale of controlled drug marijuana, 1 count of the sale of the substance represented to be the controlled drug LSD, and 1 count of possession with intent to distribute the controlled drug marijuana. You must consider them separately and independently from each other and return a unanimous verdict on each. The first count charges the crime of sale of the controlled drug marijuana. The definition of this offense has 4 parts or elements. The state must prove each element beyond a reasonable doubt. Thus, the state must prove that on or about April 17, 2012, 1. The defendant unlawfully sold an item to another person. 2. The item sold was a controlled drug marijuana. 3. That if marijuana was in a quantity of 1 ounce or more, including any adulterants or dilutants. And 4. The defendant acted knowingly. These are the elements of the crime of the sale of a controlled drug. Certain words in the definition need to be further defined. Sale means barter, exchange, or gift, or an offer to make any of these kinds of transactions. To sell an item includes making the sale acting as a principal, proprietor, agent, servant, or employee. Knowingly means the state must prove that the defendant was aware of the nature of his conduct or the circumstances under which he acted. The state does not have to prove that the defendant specifically intended or desired a particular result, but the state must prove that the defendant was aware that his conduct would cause a certain result. The second count charges the crime of sale of controlled drug marijuana also has 4 parts or elements. The state must prove each element beyond a reasonable doubt. Thus, the state must prove that on or about April 27, 2012, the defendant unlawfully sold an item to another person. The item sold was a controlled drug marijuana. The marijuana was in a quantity of 1 ounce or more, including any adulterants or dilutants, and that the defendant acted knowingly. The third count charges the crime of the sale of a controlled drug marijuana, and it also has 4 parts or elements. Thus, the state must prove each element beyond a reasonable doubt. The state must prove that on or about May 16, 2012, the defendant unlawfully sold an item to another person. The item sold was a controlled drug marijuana. The marijuana was in a quantity of 1 ounce or more, including any adulterants or dilutants, and that the defendant acted knowingly. The fourth count charges the crime of sale of what was represented to be the controlled drug LSD, lysergic acid diethylamide. The definition of this offense has 3 parts or elements. The state must prove each element beyond a reasonable doubt. Thus, the state must prove that the defendant unlawfully sold an item to another person. The item sold was represented by the defendant to be the controlled drug LSD, and that the defendant acted knowingly. The fifth count charges the crime of possession with intent to distribute the controlled drug marijuana. The definition of this offense has 4 parts or elements. The state must prove each element beyond a reasonable doubt. Thus, the state must prove that 1. The defendant unlawfully possessed an item with an intent to sell the item. 2. The item was a controlled drug marijuana. 3. The marijuana was in a quantity of 1 ounce or more, including any adulterants or dilutants. And 4. The defendant acted purposely. Certain words in the definition need to be defined. Possession means when a person has an item in his or her custody and exercises dominion or control over it. Purposely means the state must prove that the defendant's conscious object was to cause a result or engage in the conduct that comprises the element. Ladies and gentlemen, this case is important to both of the parties, the state and the defendant. In your deliberations, you should follow these instructions which the court has given you. You should not decide this case out of bias or sympathy, but with honesty and understanding. You should make a conscientious effort to determine what a fair and just result is in this case, because that is your highest duty as officers of this court. Your verdict must represent the considered judgment of each juror. In order to return a verdict, it is necessary that each and every juror agree with the verdict. Your verdict must be unanimous. It is your duty as jurors to consult with one another and to deliberate with a view towards reaching an agreement, if you can do so without violence to your individual judgment. Each of you must decide the case for yourself, but do so only after impartial consideration of the evidence with your fellow jurors. In the course of your deliberations, do not hesitate to re-examine your views and change your opinion if you are convinced it is erroneous. But do not surrender your honest conviction as to the weight or effect of the evidence solely because of the opinion of your fellow jurors, or merely for the purpose of returning a verdict. When you have considered and weighed all the evidence, you must make one of the following findings with respect to each of the charges before you. If you have a reasonable doubt as to whether the state has proven any one or more of the elements of the offense charged, you must find the defendant not guilty. On the other hand, if you find that the state has proven all of the elements of the offense charged beyond a reasonable doubt, then you should find the defendant guilty. Because only 12 jurors will be deliberating this case, I will now select the alternate at random. Juror number 8 will be the alternate in this case. Members of the jury, before starting your deliberations, you will select a foreperson. The foreperson acts much like the chair of a committee. He or she should make sure that you take up the issues that I have described and should make sure that each juror has a full opportunity to present his or her opinions and arguments. If any questions concerning the law should arise during your deliberations, the foreperson should write the questions out and hand them to the court officer. The officer will bring them to me and I will respond. You should take as much time as you like. When you have arrived at a verdict, let the court officer know, and you will be returned to the courtroom where the foreperson will render the verdict orally in response to questions that the clerk of court will ask. Please bear in mind in your deliberations, there can be no communications with anyone other than the deliberating jurors, the other deliberating jurors in the case, or the bailiff. You are not to use your cell phones or smartphones to communicate with anyone, check email, or use the internet. Your verdict in this case must be based solely on the evidence presented at trial and the law as I have explained it to you. Thank you very much. You may retire from your deliberations.
All rise.
I'll have copies of the instructions made for counsel as they're making copies for the jury as well.
Thank you.
We'll have them to you probably in a few minutes.
Thank
Okay,
you.
thank you.
Bill, it's okay, I don't want that door down.
He was gonna raise the gas.
No, it wasn't.
Paul. Try to hit me again, and I'll get you.
Mike, want to line them up? Yes, you can send them up.
No, I just haven't said it.
Is it too late for John? Can I still have it at this point?
I think you just surprised us the way you told the judge. Somewhere in there, so you were feeling it. I call it. Or is it? Conscious human being.
Okay.
He's giving you longer chains.
All set.
I told him, right? Jeff's not ready.
All rise.
The jury, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, please be seated.
All of you please stand and face the jury box. The foreman of the jury, please stand. Mr. Foreman, in case number 2012-S0131, charge ID number 659-366C, 367C, 368C, 369C, and 370C, has the jury reached verdicts?
Yes, we have.
Mr. Foreman, in case charge ID number 659-366C, where it is alleged that Richard Paul of Keene, New Hampshire, committed the crime of sale of controlled drug marijuana on or about April 17, 2012. How say you, is the defendant guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
You say he is guilty, Mr. Foreman? So say you all, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. In case number 659-367C, where the defendant Richard Paul is accused of the crime of sale of controlled drug marijuana on or about April 27, 2012. How say you, Mr. Foreman, is the defendant guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
You say he is guilty, Mr. Foreman?
Yes.
So say you all, ladies and gentlemen of the jury.
Yes.
In case 659-368C, where it is alleged that Richard Paul of Keene committed the crime of sale of a substance represented to be the controlled drug LSD on or about April 27, 2012. How say you, Mr. Foreman, is the defendant guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
You say he is guilty, Mr. Foreman?
Yes.
So say you all, ladies and gentlemen of the jury.
Yes.
In case 659-369C, where it is alleged that Richard Paul of Keene committed the crime of sale of the controlled drug marijuana on or about May 16, 2012. How say you, Mr. Foreman, is the defendant guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
You say he is guilty, Mr. Foreman?
Yes.
So say you all, ladies and gentlemen of the jury.
Yes.
In case 659-370C, where it is alleged that Richard Paul of Keene committed the crime of possession of the controlled drug marijuana with intent to sell or dispense on or about May 30th, 2012. How say you, Mr. Foreman, is the defendant guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
You say he is guilty, Mr. Foreman?
Yes.
So say you all, ladies and gentlemen of the jury.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Foreman.
Anything further from the defense?
No, Your Honor.
I forgive you.
Members of the jury, I have some matters I need to discuss with counsel, and I will be down to see you. You're excused, but if you wouldn't mind waiting for a few minutes, I'd like to see you and speak with you before you leave. I'll be down probably in about 5 minutes or so. Thank you.
All rise, please.
Thank you. May be seated. Does the state wish to be heard on the issue of bail?
Your Honor, I think RSA 597 1A Roman 2 requires the defendant to be detained unless the court makes a finding by clear and convincing evidence that he's not a risk of flight or a danger. If the court wishes to consider that issue, the state would ask to be heard with respect to his record.
Attorney Kossick.
On the issue of bail, we would ask that Mr. Paul be released in his own recognizance. He has been on bail now for a year. He has not had any issues on bail. He's appeared for all court hearings. Anything that he thought he would not be able to do, we have filed waivers of appearance in a timely manner for other hearings. He's been in contact with me. He lives locally. He's no reason to believe he's going to leave the area. And there's been no, I know he has a record, but there's been no indication of danger to society or to others as far as any physical danger to anybody, to my knowledge.
Attorney Webb.
Thank you, Your Honor. Just for the court's information with respect to his record, and counsel for the defense can correct me if I read this wrong somehow, but it appears to me he's got a misdemeanor conviction in Michigan, some driving conviction for license suspended, a retail fraud, second degree conviction in Michigan. Level doesn't appear, but I would say it's probably a misdemeanor. Another driving misdemeanor, it looks like, in Michigan. In New Hampshire, misdemeanor, Class B, possession of controlled drug. Looks like he's got a couple of those. Obstructing government administration, misdemeanor, 2010. And a contempt of court in 2010 as well. And that's the extent of his record as far as I know.
Can I just be heard just on just one small issue, which is that the charges in Michigan are very old, all occurring before Mr. Paul was 20 years old. They are all misdemeanors, to my knowledge.
Having reviewed the statute and considering the number of charges for which the defendant has now been convicted by a jury involved in the sales of marijuana and possession with intent to sell marijuana, I find that the defendant has not met his burden under the statute and needs to be detained pending sentencing. Anything further from the state?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Anything further from the defense?
Love you, Rich.
No.
Love you, Rich.
Love you, Rich.
Love you, man.
Something to say, Rich?
Yeah. Sorry, man, it's very brave. You didn't do anything wrong, you know that.
Thanks, man. Y'all haven't seen the last of it.
There's only one camera allowed. You can't be using other cameras.
I'm gonna take my friend for 81 years, T-Bob.
Bob, stop distracting from this moment, seriously.
He wants me
I
to
love
say
you,
it.
baby.
I love you too, sweetie.
I'm so proud of you. You're a hero.
Love you.
Love you, man. See you soon, Rich.
Love you, Rich. You shame yourself, John.
Yeah, not a proud moment.
I was bringing one in off.
Somebody's body. It's your choice.
Force
You
anybody
got
to
no right.
do anything.
could stop this, John. Anytime.
You don't have anything to say? Any comment? Good case? Feel good? Bad? It's a joke, man. It's somebody's life.
I got $20 for a 5-minute interview.
Thank you.
No? $20, 5 minutes?
You guys proud of what you did?
You guys could have made history today. You could have let go a peaceful man who never hurt anybody else. $20 for a 5-minute interview, folks. $20, 5 minutes of your time. Quick interview. I'll pay you more than the court paid you for a full day. Sir, how about you? 20 bucks for 5 minutes?
Sorry about that, buddy.
You guys could have made history today. You could have set an innocent man free who never harmed anybody else. Why didn't you? It's shameful. It's really shameful. It's coming.
What was the verdict?
Guilty. All counts. Hey guys, I got a $20 bill for 5 minutes. 5-minute interview.
You really screwed up. Thank you, gentlemen.
$5 minutes for
No, thank you.
$20?
You put an innocent man. No, thank you.
You guys could have made history today. Why didn't you?
Because we didn't want to disobey the law.
Were they threatening you?
No, but I
Because the
feel
law-
like you are.
You think the law is wrong? I do. If the law is wrong, you don't have to find him guilty. That wasn't clear to you guys?
We were told there was a legal punishment. There is help.
I hope you guys do a lot more research on the case.
You guys could have made history. It's shameful.
Really could have.
And shame on you guys too. You guys make it all possible. Just do whatever you're told.
Go get proper jobs.
Shameful. Oh, he's a Romney fan.
Horrible. Horrible lack of courage and conscience.
We'd like to invite you to visit freekeen.com. Freekeen.com features audio, video, and blogs chronicling the transition to a voluntary society. Freekeen.com also has comments and discussion forums so you can be heard. Freekeen.com.
I should be in Keene, New Hampshire with the Free Staters.